This story begins with a very rainy day, which did not foreshadow anything unexpected or unusual. People walked calmly around the city about their business, waiting for the sky to finally stop pouring. Our main character, whose name is Vincent, was the same person among the others. He raises his head to look at the sky and make sure that the weather will not improve anytime soon. However, fortunately, he was almost home, and he only needed to speed up a little to get to his warm shelter. With each passing second, he moves faster and faster in order to avoid getting completely soaked to the skin. Quite quickly, he reaches his entrance and takes cover under the concrete roof of his building. Immediately after this, he goes up to his floor, not suspecting that today his life will change forever. He takes a few more steps when he suddenly freezes in place, seeing something completely incredible. On his way here, he really didn't notice any signs that there was anyone else in this entrance. However, now he finds himself alone with a very unusual person whom he never expected to meet. Vincent continues to stare in fascination at the man who suddenly appeared in front of him. This person turns out to be a very focused girl who looks at him and holds onto her sword. Her gaze turns very stern, and Vincent understands that she is probably serious. However, for some time he is completely consumed by shock and cannot say a single word. Fortunately, emotions finally take over, and after a state of shock, he is warmed by wild surprise. Stepping back, he loudly asks the girl who she even is. Out of surprise, he drops the keys to the apartment on his shoe and immediately notices it. The girl also reacts quite frightened, as if she had never met other people. Stopping in the corner, she looks at him with the same trusting and stern gaze. Vincent calmly lowers his hands to the keys, realizing that in front of him was most likely an ordinary cosplayer. Immediately after this, he calms down and goes up to the landing to get to his apartment. Stopping near her for a moment, he decides to take a closer look at her to appreciate her work. Looking closely at this girl, he realizes that she worked very hard on her costume and sword. Mentally praising her for her incredible dedication to her work, he calmly turns and heads towards his door. A few moments later, the girl stops him with loud words. Vincent turns to her and tells her that this is the house he lives in, trying to understand what scared her so much. Taking a half step towards her, he finds that she immediately jumps back to the wall and grabs her weapon. Vincent assumes that it is just some weird girl who is acting very strangely. As he enters his apartment, he turns around one last time to make sure she is okay. To his surprise, the girl continues to stand in this pose, as if he still poses a threat to her. Once in his apartment, the first thing he does is decide to change his clothes and throws his wet clothes into the laundry basket. After that, he puts on his house slippers to feel even more comfortable. Having completed his basic ritual, he heads towards the refrigerator to get a can of drink from there. He happily says that he has wanted to drink something with the taste of melon for a long time. Immediately after this, he takes out a bag of cat food and begins to shake it gently to attract his pet. The fluffy cat doesn't keep you waiting long, instantly appearing from around the corner and looking at his person. After pouring some cat food for his pet, he opens a can of soda. Immediately after this, he drains a good half of the container with the carbonated drink in one gulp. Having properly quenched his thirst, he makes a characteristic sound so that the whole apartment knows how pleased he is. Vincent says that drinking a can of good beer after a bath is the best thing you could ever do. Looking out the window at the large drops of rain, he says that he simply doesn't need more to be happy. Meanwhile, the weather in the metropolis continues to deteriorate, and the wind only gets stronger. Vincent looks at the nightmare outside the window for a while and thinks about the girl he met. The first thing he does is go to his closet and take out an umbrella, which he is going to give to this girl. After this, he approaches the peephole to make sure that she is still there. However, as soon as he looks closely at the image, he realizes that there is no one on his landing anymore. Vincent is surprised that this girl has already run away because the weather outside is too bad. Nevertheless, he decides to make sure of this and opens the door slightly, looking around. To his surprise, the girl appears right there and immediately grabs her sword, as if preparing to attack. Vincent looks at her in surprise, not imagining why she is still playing the role of an ancient warrior. Trying to start a conversation, he says that it is almost dark, and the rain apparently will not stop for a long time. He also says that if her house is far away, she can call her parents and he will help her with security. Instead of answering, the girl suddenly asks him what this place is, to which Vincent calmly replies that this is his home. The girl in the warrior costume looks at him in surprise and falls silent for a while, trying to understand what this means. A few more seconds pass and she asks him who he is, confusing him. Vincent thinks about this question, because he is most likely just an ordinary person with a kind heart. By handing her an umbrella, he suggests that she can consider him a simple stranger who decided to help her. The girl looked at the umbrella with distrust, and the main character noted that if she didn't need it, he would take it back. The stern girl continued to evaluate him with her gaze, after which she decided to tell a little about herself. She folded her hands in greeting and said that she was a member of the Yin Gang, and now didn't know why she was there. Vincent thought that maybe she wasn't just a girl who couldn't resist cosplaying even in such a serious situation. He exhaled tensely and added that in that case they might not attach much importance to what was happening. Turning around, he said that he would then call a security guard to come and find out what had happened. He also asked why she didn't come into his apartment, since it was probably chilly outside. The girl nodded, after which she quietly entered his apartment, while Vincent decided to take out his phone to contact the security guard. The first thing he did was call one of his relatives, while the girl continued to follow him. At that moment, she approached one of the televisions, on which some program was being broadcast quite loudly. Having looked closely at the device, the girl began to behave very unexpectedly and tensely. Vincent heard a strange cracking sound and turned his head to find out what was happening. To his surprise, he saw the girl get scared by the loud sound and plunge a razor-sharp sword into the TV hanging on the wall. Meanwhile, the person Vincent was talking to noticed that he had suddenly gone silent and asked what had happened. Vincent remained silent, while his interlocutor noticed that he had heard some noise. At the same time, the girl turned in his direction and began to literally hypnotize him with her murderous gaze. Vincent realized that the situation was not as simple as he thought, and said that he would call his interlocutor back later. Immediately after this, there was an awkward pause between them, due to which they looked at each other almost motionlessly. However, Vincent quickly realized that this girl was dangerous, and if he made a wrong move, she could finish him off. He tried to talk to her again and asked her where she came from and how she ended up here. The girl responded by asking a counter-question about how these people ended up in this small window. After that, she looked at him even more sternly and asked who he was talking to. Vincent was trying to figure out where this girl could have come from at this time, but no options came to mind. He was also surprised by her carelessness and tried to understand whether she would be able to pay for the repair of his television. Vincent asked her to put down her weapon, saying that he was a good man and had just offered her an umbrella. The stern girl carefully pulled her weapon out of the destroyed TV. Vincent looked at it closely and realized that it was a real sword that could kill. He did not give up trying to find out more about his interlocutor, and asked her name and where she came from. After a few moments, the girl calmed down a little, and with a swift movement hid the sword in its sheath. After that, she decisively said that her name was Diana, and she was a student of the Salty group. Vincent noted that Diana was a very beautiful name, after which he tried to find out more about this Salty group, which greatly surprised her. He was surprised by such persistence on the part of the girl, explaining that he had indeed heard nothing about her. However, he took a closer look at her clothes and realized that something was clearly wrong. He said that he could help her, and if she had any questions, she could ask them. For the first time in all this time, Diana allowed herself a little sadness in her voice and admitted that she wanted to go home. Vincent told her what area and city they were in and asked if she knew about this place. Diana silently lowered her eyes, and Vincent thought that he did not believe that this girl was really from the past, after which he finally asked who the Emperor was. Diana immediately looked up and asked if he wanted to know His Highness's name. Vincent realized that this was the perfect clue and asked what the Emperor's name was. Diana replied that the Emperor was always addressed as His Highness, after which Vincent asked what year it was. Diana looked at him in surprise and said that it was now the 16th year of Kaiyuan. Vincent looked at her in surprise and realized that she looked quite serious and was hardly joking. He immediately extended his hand forward and asked her to wait just a few minutes. In just a few moments, he scrolled through the required search query to find the truth. However, as soon as he reached the necessary clues, he froze in place, realizing that this simply could not be. After some time, he began frantically going through the names of emperors of ancient times, but the girl did not react. After a little more time, he tried a few more names, but the reaction remained exactly the same. Finally, he got lucky, and the girl animatedly asked if he really knew this emperor. She asked him where he was now, but he said he could hardly explain it. A few moments later, there was a knock on the door, and an unfamiliar voice announced that their food had arrived. Diana immediately became wary and asked who he was and why he came so suddenly. Vincent stood right in front of her and explained that the man had brought food and was not hostile. Diana asked if it was really a servant, to which he replied that it was just a delivery courier, after which he took the order. At this time, the girl remained in the room and mentally thought about what food delivery was. Vincent, meanwhile, finished his conversation with the courier and asked his interlocutor if she was hungry. Diana refused, but thanked him for the politeness he had shown her. Vincent headed towards the table, while the girl continued to look around and stopped her gaze on the main character. She asks him why everyone is cutting their hair, assuming she has ended up in a camp for exiled people. Vincent asks her how many people she has seen, to which Diana states that she has looked around a bit in the past hour. Vincent realizes that she must have done something wrong, because it was just starting to rain, and she was swinging her sword left and right. However, he asks her if anyone saw her, to which Diana replies that she was hiding in the shadows. Vincent continues to eat his hamburger because he is very happy to hear such news. Suddenly, his interlocutor appears next to him and tells him that he still hasn't answered her question. Vincent swallows his bite tensely and says that she can consider it a local tradition. Immediately after this, he hands her a still warm chicken roll and adds that she definitely hasn't eaten anything like this. Diana sniffs carefully and carefully studies the food, which she is actually seeing for the first time. A light comes into her eyes, making it obvious that she is very interested in this food. However, after a while she begins to shake her head in embarrassment, and Vincent decides not to insist. He also offers her a soda, saying that the drink is very sweet. This time Diana grabs her weapon and says that he told her to eat, but still hasn't explained what kind of food it is. Vincent angrily says that he doesn't despise her at all, claiming that he offered her a regular hamburger. Due to his slight clumsiness, he spills a can of beer all over the carpet in his apartment. The girl notices that the drink begins to fizz when it hits the surface and assumes that it is poisoned. Vincent immediately picks up on her thoughts and says that she just doesn't know what it is yet. A moment later, she is about to cut off his head, but he asks her to stop and think. Diana freezes for a moment and gives him an angry look, frowning. Vincent calmly takes the can of drink and is about to drink it to demonstrate its harmlessness. Diana watches his behavior closely, still not putting her sword back in its sheath. Vincent looks at her carefully and is surprised that she still doesn't trust him. Finally, he points to a puddle of soda, hinting that he's not going to lick the carpet to convince her. Diana misinterprets his intention and immediately begins shaking her head rapidly, causing him to become surprised. Vincent asks her if she can stop drawing her sword every time, adding that he is a good guy. Otherwise, he would have left her alone on the street. He also points to his fluffy cat named Pumpkinson and says that she scared him. Diana begins to slowly sheath her sword, and Vincent falls into thought again. He realizes that when dealing with such a cruel girl, there are only 3 options he has to choose from. The first option would be to lure her out into the street, leave her there, and in a couple of days she would either be arrested or shot. The second option would be to try to call the police, but no one will believe him and will consider him an idiot. He also understands that if this girl takes a photo with strangers, it will probably end badly. He has a good idea of the kind of bloodbath this girl could cause if she was accidentally frightened. He realizes that he doesn't even want to think about it, and covers his eyes with his palms to come to his senses. After this, he realizes that he has only a third option left, to watch her. After all, having an ancient supergirl in his house was already enough of a factor to not let her go, at least for now. He also realizes that she constantly draws her sword and can pose a threat to other people. Vincent comes to the conclusion that he doesn't care what happens to her next, whether the police take her away or something else. He will regret it if he lets her go. He also understands that a scene from a science fiction movie is unfolding in his home, and he cannot miss his chance. In order to appease this girl, he again tries to hand her a still warm chicken roll. Diana asks him what it is, to which he replies that it is regular food that can be bought in the store. Vincent says he can bite first to show she is not poisoned, and Diana immediately agrees. He starts to bite into the roll, and Diana waits with undisguised interest for her turn to try it too. However, after a moment the thought comes into his head that this man is from another era and is not accustomed to such products. That's why he says that he's not sure if her body can digest such food, and that's why he's going to cook her plain rice. With these words, he calmly finishes his food, and Diana looks at him with undisguised disappointment and anger. Immediately after this, he invites her to sit down to talk, stating that holding a sword in her hands frightens him. With incredible caution and distrust, Diana approaches him and tests the seat with her hand to make sure it is normal. Vincent watches her closely and thinks that he would very much like to take his phone to capture the ancient man sitting on the sofa for the first time. Vincent realizes that it is difficult for him to hold back a smile when he looks at his naive interlocutor. Meanwhile, Diana continues to stare at Vincent, thinking that she does know what an umbrella is. After analyzing the situation, she realizes that the man in front of her wanted to give her this umbrella first. She also realizes that the room she is in looks very strange. Focusing her attention on Pumpkinson, she notes that this man, among other things, eats very strange food. Deciding to be cautious, she asks him where the city she was in just a few hours ago is. After trying to explain the name of the city, she asks him if he knows where it is. Vincent looks at her with a very serious expression and tells her that she shouldn't be afraid of what she's about to hear. Vincent also adds that he wishes she would put her sword away first, as he is afraid she will take it out again. Diana demonstrates her comparative peacefulness and stretches out her hands, holding a sword hidden in a sheath. At the same moment, she says that she doesn't know where she is, and in any case wants to return home. Vincent looks at her with understanding, but unfortunately, he has no way to bring her back. Vincent carefully says that she will hardly be able to return home because she is very far away from him. Diana doesn't fully understand the meaning of these words and tries to figure out what he means, because on his part she then asks how far she is from her home. Vincent says it's not the distance, it's the fact that she's moved forward 1,200 years. Diana looks at him in surprise and asks him what exactly he means by that. Vincent tells her that about 12 centuries have passed since the time she comes from. He also adds that the Emperor, her friends, and everyone she ever knew lived 1,000 years ago and are most likely long dead. This information is very traumatic for Diana, and she falls silent for a while, trying to comprehend it. Jumping to her feet, she looks at the protagonist with distrust, not believing a single word. Vincent says that soon she will understand everything herself, because everything she saw is unfamiliar to her, so she can consider that she has entered a completely new world. Vincent also asks her if she knows the poems that the Emperor wrote, to which Diana replies that she has not heard these poems. Vincent talks about this world being both dangerous and safe, but Diana says she doesn't believe a word he says. Vincent tells her that she is not stupid and has already seen how this world has changed, which means that everyone she knew has gone down in history. Diana becomes angry and says that she does not believe this vile lie, after which Vincent tries to stop her. Diana notices this and recognizes in this gesture a manifestation of hostility towards her. Quickly assuming her signature stance, she draws her weapon and points it towards Vincent. Vincent states that this world has its own rules, and one must follow them to avoid getting into trouble, adding that one should not wave a weapon in the middle of the street. Diana looks at him closely and asks why he is trying to help her. Vincent says that when Pumpkinson was on the streets, he took him home to feed him. Diana asks him who Pumpkinson is, to which he replies that she is talking about this cat. Diana asks him if he is making fun of her, but Vincent immediately states that he does not wish her harm. Diana stares at him, thinking about how she doesn't know him, and how she doesn't understand how honest he's been with her. However, upon closer inspection, she realizes that at first glance he does not seem evil to her. At first, he seemed to her like a simple guy who was just returning home and met her. She also recalls that when it was already getting dark, he handed her an umbrella so that she could take shelter from the rain. Diana again asks the main character why he is helping her, to which Vincent says that this is simply an amazing case. He states that it would be as amazing as if he himself were transported to her era. Diana says that Vincent has the appearance of a man who can only be killed by the gang leader. Vincent reacts hysterically to this information and understands that he has a long educational work ahead of him. The first thing he tells her is that she can't just kill people here, because many years have passed and people have become peaceful. He also states that he doesn't know how she ended up here, but if she can find out the reason, she will definitely come back, and while she is here, she should not hurt people. Diana listens attentively to his words, but outwardly gives absolutely no signs that she has taken them into account. Vincent also says that she can't just take and break other people's things because it's not cultural. Vincent also says that he wants to help her, but she can leave. But she must not attack people outside, otherwise she will be arrested or killed. Immediately after this, he turns to the side to look at the destroyed televisions. Diana realizes that she has nothing to wear because her clothes are different from what other people wear. She also realizes that she can't just walk out of here because she doesn't know where to go. Vincent talks about ordering clothes for her, adding that he is taking a risk by keeping her, as she could kill someone. Vincent also talks about how he needs her to remain undetected and not cut him in half. He asks her if she would be willing to be more discreet, and Diana takes a moment to examine her weapon. After this, she moves her hand to the side and drops the scabbard along with the sword right on the floor, making her character clear. Vincent asks her what she usually eats, assuming that she is unlikely to be familiar with modern cuisine. He also states that he will most likely order her rice and special buns, after which he recommends that she take a shower while the food is being prepared. After thinking for a moment, he asks her with incredible determination if she knows how to use the bathroom and dry her clothes. Diana looks at him in surprise and asks where the bathtub is, indicating that she is familiar with such concepts. Vincent takes the girl to the bathroom and notices how she is frightened by unusual things that she has never seen before. He states that this world is full of amazing things, and at first it will seem like someone is trying to harm her. But this is not the case. Turning towards her, he tells her that she can be sure that he does not want to harm her. Diana notes such goodwill from her sudden ally. Immediately after this, he gives a short tour of how to use the shower and which buttons to press to get the water going. Vincent hands the shower into her hands and immediately begins to carefully remove it from the wall. Immediately after this, he shows her how to use shampoo in the toilet. After a while, the training session ends and Vincent leaves the bathroom to wait for Diana. Looking around, he guesses that perhaps he has some clothes that might even suit a girl. After taking out several t-shirts, he comes to the conclusion that some of them actually look good. After waiting for a while, he walks up to the bathroom door and knocks on it carefully before opening it. Without waiting for an answer, he carefully pushes the door and realizes that he has not explained to her how to close the door. Diana is still getting used to this world and looks warily at Vincent, who suddenly entered the bathroom. Vincent states that he doesn't have any women's clothing, but he can go and buy some tomorrow. He also tells her that now he will show her how to lock the door so that no one can enter. Having finished his explanation, he leaves the room and breathes a sigh of relief, realizing that the girl could have finished him off for invading the bathroom. After this, he sits down on the sofa and realizes that he has come across a very militant and unusual guest from the past. Meanwhile, Diana is learning about the incredible wonders of modern bathrooms and body washes. The inexperienced girl assumes that the foam can be tasted, but quickly realizes that it is inedible. Vincent, meanwhile, is surprised that a girl or even a warrior from the past has fallen on him from the sky. He also decides to quietly check the weapon that Diana has been using all this time. He carefully draws the sword only partly from its sheath so as not to make too much noise. Vincent muses that if he had the opportunity to take this sword to an appraiser, he would find out how ancient this weapon is. Some more time passes, and Diana finishes her water procedures, dressed in more modern clothes. Coming out into the living room, she finds her interlocutor sitting at a table and writing something down tensely. Leaning closer to him, she asks what he is writing. Vincent doesn't answer her right away, deciding to finish his notes before explaining them. Handing her a piece of paper, he tells her that he has written a list of things to buy and asks her if she can read it. Diana takes the piece of paper and begins to read the letters written there. adding that for some reason she cannot make them out. Vincent realizes that writing has changed a lot over the centuries and says he will tell her about it later. Diana touches her t-shirt and says that this clothing seems very strange to her. Vincent blushes slightly and says that these clothes look very beautiful on her. Understanding that this may seem awkward for the girl, he adds that in the modern world, people often say such things to each other, and it does not mean anything bad. Diana looks at him very sternly and tells him that he better not flirt with her, after which he notes that he understands everything perfectly. After this, he lowers his gaze to his interlocutor's feet and discovers that she is still wearing the same sandals. He also advises her to hide them, adding that he will buy her something else tomorrow. Diana nods silently, then heads to a special stand where the main character's sneakers are stored. However, as soon as she gets closer, there is a knock on the door and an unfamiliar voice says that a delivery has arrived. Vincent immediately approaches the frightened girl and tells her that it is just a food delivery and there is nothing to worry about. Vincent also understands that this girl is curious and cautious, which means she is not far from stray cats. After a while, the food delivery man leaves and Vincent begins to unload the food he purchased. Diana sits down at the table and talks about what she thinks about the words that her new acquaintance said to her. Looking at him with characteristic severity, she says that she was taught that if a person wants to do something for you, then he is probably a fraud. However, after a few moments, her expression changes to a softer one, and she smiles quite sweetly. After this, she states that apparently Vincent is an exception, and perhaps he is even a good person. Some more time passes, which Vincent spends trying to get to know his companion better. Diana eats carefully all this time, while Vincent searches for the necessary information. Taking a closer look at her, he discovers that she has finally finished her meal. Vincent realizes that this is the perfect time to talk, and reminds her that she lived 1200 years ago. Diana looks at him with some sadness, still not fully accepting that she has traveled to the future. Vincent states that whether she accepts it or not, their further conversation will be based on this fact. He also says that she is completely safe in this house, and even if she kills him, she can hide here until his body starts to stink. Vincent emphasizes that she will be safe for about 7 more days if she decides to finish him off. After this, he looks at the destroyed TV again and says that she doesn't need to grab the sword all the time. The protagonist says that there are many devices here that she doesn't know about yet, and pointing to the TV, she states that this device makes sounds. After that, he takes out his phone and says that in this world there are devices that are needed for safe entertainment. He also turns on music and says that these things are necessary for relaxation or for some kind of communication. Vincent sincerely admits that if she doesn't understand something, she can ask, and he will always explain it to her. He emphasizes that he does not want to harm her, which makes Diana a little nervous from being unaccustomed to it. Vincent looks at her carefully and sees her nod before letting out a reassuring sigh. After that, he says that if we talk about what is outside the house, then everything will be a little more complicated. Vincent states that there is a world outside where everyone is friends and lives happily, which means it is quite safe for him, but it is still dangerous for her. Diana asks him why this world is dangerous for her, but safe for him. Vincent states that the reason is that she came from nowhere and can harm other people due to a lack of understanding of modern concepts. He says that if she tried to sneak onto private property with a sword, she would be captured and thrown in jail. Vincent also opens a drawer containing his personal documents. He claims that this is a card that every person has from birth, and police periodically check them from peacefully passing citizens. He adds that if someone does not have such a card, they will invite him for a more thorough interrogation and try to find out everything. Vincent also states that the rules here are quite strict. The government has a lot of power, which means if she harms someone, she will be caught and put in jail. Vincent understands that if someone finds Diana and learns her origins, it will be a worldwide sensation. Diana nods and says that she now understands that she is an ordinary refugee, but Vincent states that in reality, everything is much worse. Vincent states that a more accurate analogy would be that she is a slave and undocumented, immediately adding that it is just an analogy. However, he maintains a serious expression and says that in this world, she is still in a very dangerous position. He also sincerely states that he is glad to meet a person who was born 1200 years ago, because it is an incredible feeling. Vincent tries to calm her down by telling her that he wants to help her in any way he can, so that she can get to know this world and get used to it. Diana looks down sadly, wondering how she can even trust him when she just wants to go home. Vincent says that if she doesn't want to trust him, she can forget everything he said. He also states that in such a situation it will be difficult for him to help her, because the internet will explode if it sees her walking around, and she will not be able to hide. The protagonist says that everything needs to be planned, but if she doesn't trust him, he won't be able to help her. There is a tense pause between them after this, but Diana understands that she has no other options. Looking at him with a frightened look, she asks him what she should do in this case. Vincent says that first she needs to stop drawing her sword. In this world, people are very afraid of that. He also says that if she has any questions, he will explain everything to her, after which Diana begins to look around. After analyzing the surroundings, she discovers that there are very important details missing that she has not asked him about before. Looking him seriously in the face, she asks where his wife is, putting him in an awkward position. Vincent wonders if women instinctively seek out partners to gossip with. Realizing how humiliating this sounds, he says that he is a lone wolf, over 20 years old, and currently single. Diana looks at him incredulously and tries to figure out what the word single means. Vincent realizes that such idioms may be unfamiliar to the man from the past, and tries to come up with a more normal explanation for it. However, the general atmosphere of the situation begins to seem more and more awkward to him. Pulling himself out of the basement of thoughts, he suggests that from her point of view, being in the same room with a girl, being a guy, is wrong. However, he reassures her that there is nothing wrong with that, but they will still sleep in different rooms. Inviting her to follow him, he says that he uses one of the rooms to store his things. Opening the door, he states that no one has lived here for a long time, so it might be a little dirty, but he will clean it up soon and everything will be fine. Looking at this room, he understands that delivery services can, of course, do some things for him, but he still has to clean it himself. Immediately after this, he begins to clean up, while Diana is surprised to think that the owner of this apartment is still not married at such an age. Diana realizes that something is wrong, while Vincent continues his search for a suitable mattress. When he finds one and comes closer to her, he tells her that it would be good for sleeping on, assuring her that the mattress is clean. Immediately after this, he begins to prepare her bed, stating that she should rest a little, because he understands how confused she is. He also says that he feels exactly the same way, and hopes that tomorrow morning it turns out that it was just a dream. Immediately after this, he carefully leaves the room, while Diana watches his every move. Before leaving, he finally introduces himself by name, saying that it will be more convenient to communicate with each other. He also wishes her good night, after which he closes the door, leaving the girl alone with her thoughts. Diana waits for a while and hears the lock click, signaling that no one will break in. Despite this, she still decides to be on guard and tightly grips the sheath of her sword in her hands. Coming closer to the bed, she tries to figure out where to put the sword so that it is close to her. Sitting down on the mattress, she tries to comprehend what happened, because such things have never happened to anyone. On this night, a bright and huge full moon appears in the sky, illuminating the city below. Vincent lies in his bed, looking at this giant moon, thinking about what has happened to him in the last few hours. He is trying to understand how real what is happening is and whether he is imagining it all. However, after some time of intense reflection, he realizes that this makes no sense and turns away. He reflects on how he has completely fallen out of reality and forgotten how his day began. He recalls that he spent the entire day looking for work and did not even return home when it started raining. For him, this day was just another bad experience, one he had long since become accustomed to. However, this event suddenly turned everything upside down and made him forget about his plans. Vincent realizes that he has ended up with a girl who pulls out a sword every time and claims to have come from ancient times. Trying to cover his eyes with his hand, he realizes that he needs to forget about this and focus on more important things. Turning to the side, he decides to force himself to sleep, because the morning is wiser than the evening. The moon continues to shine into his room with a soft, soothing, and cold light, gradually lulling him to sleep. Several hours pass, and our hero already begins to feel the warm rays of the sun on his face, which awaken him from sleep. He carefully opens his eyes, additionally hearing the sounds of the alarm clock built into his phone. He reaches out to unlock it and turn off the alarm. Looking at the time, he realizes that it is already 10 o'clock in the morning, and yet he still has difficulty waking up. And after a while, memories of the previous evening burst into his head, and he immediately opens his eyes wide. He quickly tries to get out of his bed to check what is going on here. However, he intends to be careful not to frighten his guest and get a sword in the face. Hoping that nothing supernatural has happened, he quietly opens the door and looks out into the room. The first thing he sees is Diana, who is sitting carefully on the couch and looking at her sword. The girl notices the appearance of her ally and immediately turns her gaze straight to him. She addresses him by name, maintaining a questioning intonation in her voice. Vincent pretends that nothing happened and says that, it turns out, he didn't dream any of this. After this, he clears his throat tensely, preparing to show his best side. Smiling, he says that she got up quite early, to which the girl replies that it's almost noon. Vincent realizes that there is no point in continuing the conversation on this topic, and decides to change the direction of the questions. Looking at her, he says that she must be hungry, which Diana confirms, saying that she would indeed like to eat. After some time, she remembers something very important, which makes her eyes seem very surprised to the main character. She looks at her hands and realizes that they do not contain the things she was supposed to give to her savior. She asks him to wait a little and immediately runs to her room, after which she tensely searches for something there. Not more than a minute passes and she returns to hand him something. Holding out the items clenched in her fist, she says that this should be enough to thank him. Vincent looks at his palm in surprise and discovers that there are 2 small stones in it. Vincent looks at them in surprise, wondering if this is really gold. Diana also tries to take off her pendant, saying that this should be enough to pawn some more silver. Vincent says that she shouldn't have to pay for such services, adding that he simply can't take it from her. He also asks her to take all her offerings back and examines her carefully. Looking at her clothes, he says that he will go to the store to buy her some essentials. Getting ready to go out, he asks her not to go outside and not to run around anywhere, after which he decides to brush his teeth. He also says that he wears modern clothes and it would be better for her to tie her hair up to match the modern fashion. As he washes his face, he realizes that he is lucky. The police station is across the street, so there are frequent street patrols. Looking in the mirror, he admits to himself that as long as she behaves normally, it will be quite safe here. After some time, he goes to a clothing store to choose suitable outfits. After carefully analyzing each sample, he says that he wants to buy several things. As he continues shopping, he stops at one particular dress that catches his eye. This dress is a kind of nightgown. He says that he wants to buy that too. Having finished his shopping, he goes out into the corridor, but another store immediately appears on his way. Taking a closer look, he realizes that it is a lingerie store, but he does not dare to go inside. Vincent is just aware that he is not yet ready to go into such stores alone. After a long and stressful hour of shopping, he finally accomplishes his mission and goes outside. Looking at the contents of his bags, he realizes that he managed to buy several clothing samples, as well as basic hygiene products. However, he feels a little awkward because he has never done anything like this before. Immediately after this, he heads to another shop to buy the last missing items. After taking a few books, he pays the seller to take them home. Looking at these books, he understands that he doesn't know whether they will be useful to him, but it certainly won't make things worse. Once outside, he says with some relief that it is time to return home. After some time, the scene moves to the area where he lives. On the way, he meets a resting policeman who asks him if he has decided to go shopping. The policeman also reminds the protagonist that he called him yesterday, to which Vincent replies that he accidentally dialed the wrong number and tries to change the subject. The policeman says that he should close his windows and doors well, as there have been reports of thieves appearing in the area. Vincent says goodbye to his friend, then heads to his apartment and opens it a few minutes later. Diana immediately appears in his path, taking a pose of readiness for battle and almost drawing her sword. Vincent tells her that it is safe here, so she should not grab a weapon at the first opportunity, and then hands her food. He also says that he bought her some essentials, and they will sort them out after the meal. Vincent suddenly begins to look at his interlocutor, and she asks him what happened. Vincent decides to joke a little, and asks Diana if she would like to thank him by calling him a young warrior. After this, he asks her whether he is considered a young warrior or a true man. Diana looks at him in surprise and tries to repeat the request he just made. Vincent folds his hands in a rather awkward gesture, and says that he feels much better now. Diana looks at him with an unfamiliar look, while her heart doesn't even know what to feel from such a scene. Vincent calms down and says that it's time to have a proper meal. Diana begins her meal with incredible speed, which greatly surprises Vincent. He spends a moment thinking about how he used to imagine girls from the past, and realizes that it has absolutely nothing in common with what he sees now. However, Diana still has quite a lot of charisma due to her cuteness and naivety. Vincent blushes a little and realizes that he clearly won't be bored with this man. After a while, they finish eating, and Vincent says that he would like to share one more important piece of news. Taking out the bag, he says that he bought her clothes, but still doesn't know what size she wears, so he picked out the items by eye. With these words, he hands her the clothes and shoes, adding that these sneakers will be much more comfortable than the straw sandals. Vincent is briefly distracted while Diana finds an extra piece of clothing that came with the dress. Vincent tries to figure out what she means and suddenly discovers that she is holding a bra in her hands. He immediately starts to panic and says that she should know how to put on a dress. But if she doesn't, he'll find a video that will explain everything. With these words, he hands her a bag of feminine hygiene products, adding that he doesn't know much about women, so she'll have to learn everything herself. Diana looks at the items she received in surprise and realizes that she has never seen anything like it before. He also hands her several books, saying that one of them is a historical fiction novel and the other is science fiction. He also understands that he will have to teach this girl how to use a computer so that she can learn everything easily. Looking at her, he understands that she is tired, and this does not seem surprising to him, because he himself hardly slept that night. Vincent says that if she is tired, she can rest a little and then continue, also adding that she can ask him about anything. Diana looks at him carefully, then asks about his status in this world. Vincent states that he is like a man who has passed the imperial examination, but still has not acquired a job and is looking for one. Diana asks him if he is a rich kid, but he replies that he has a poor background and just wants to choose one of the professions. Diana listens carefully to this information and assumes that this man is probably from a feudal family. Immediately after this, she opens one of her books to carefully study what is written there. She reads information about ancient times and feels that some things seem familiar to her. However, looking at the antiquity from which she comes causes her a bright sadness, which brings tears to her eyes. Diana asks him how she can get back, to which he regretfully replies that he does not know the answer to this question. He asks her how she got here, to which the girl replies that she was chasing a thief, but then got lost in the forest and found some house. Vincent turns around in surprise and realizes that there is not a single patch of forest around. He tries to cheer her up by telling her that first they just need to survive, and then think about returning home. Vincent also asks her what her military rank is, to which Diana replies that she was considered the strongest in her gang. Vincent excitedly asks her what it's like to be the strongest, and also asks if she can fly and how high she can fall without getting hurt. Diana takes a few steps forward and says that this question cannot be answered so simply. However, after doing some calculations, she points to a huge building and states that she can jump from it without getting hurt. Vincent looks at where she points and realizes it is the 4th floor. This impresses him greatly, and he asks if she has any martial arts like Dragon Palm or other durability techniques. Diana looks at him in surprise and wonders what these names are that she has never heard of. Vincent continues to ask her if she knows Kung Fu and what she thinks of his prospects in martial arts. Diana says that he is too old for this, and even if he has the desire and perseverance, he will still not succeed. Vincent asks with disappointment if everything is really that strict there. Diana replies that in fact the basic techniques only involve a couple of movements and do not require any special skill. Immediately after this, she assumes a fighting stance and tells him to watch her closely. The girl says that the first training in martial arts is training the waist, which is responsible for the strength of the earth. She also states that he is quite old and training in their art takes a lot of time. Vincent asks her if he can train his stance, but Diana replies that it is impossible to train martial arts without it. Vincent asks how long it takes to practice this stance, to which the girl replies that it takes about 3 years. Vincent realizes that if he wanted to stand for 3 years, he could simply enlist in the army. He then asks her if he can concentrate on sword fighting techniques, to which Diana states that it is impossible. The girl says that his eyes can't keep up with his hands, and he can only become a charge and mediocrity. Vincent feels a slight hint of depression and says that she should try on the clothes, and if they don't fit, he will go to the store and exchange them. Diana heads towards her room and slams the door, at which point Vincent decides the time has come. He immediately heads towards the sword that Diana wields, thinking that he should take advantage of this moment. Immediately after this, he grabs the sword and starts swinging it left and right to test his strength. However, he quickly falls to the floor and says that this sword is too heavy for him. Diana, meanwhile, finishes her business and leaves the room, saying that she has changed her clothes. Vincent turns to look at her and finds that the clothes fit her perfectly. The girl says that she tried on all the clothes and this was the most suitable option, to which Vincent replies that he is very happy. He also asks her to spin around in place so that he can look at her from different angles, and Diana fulfills his request without much enthusiasm. Vincent also remembers that he forgot to buy hair ties, after which he asks her to let her hair down. Diana agrees to his request and removes the rope she used to tie her hair. Looking at him with genuine naivety, she asks if she did exactly what he wanted. Vincent understands that his interlocutor is incredibly sweet and very beautiful, and tries not to say anything unnecessary. He is also glad that the girl from ancient times only suffers from a lack of information, but at the same time remains smart and quick-witted. He says that they should go for a walk in the evening and asks her to remind him to buy a hair tie. A few hours later, Diana looks out the door to watch her friend. Vincent spends all this time at the computer trying to find the necessary information. She carefully creeps up to him and asks what he is doing. Vincent looks at her carefully and says that it's time to get acquainted with another device. He states that he is currently working on a computer and explains that it can be used to see things that are far away. He also asks how difficult the book was, to which the girl replies that she reads it rather slowly. Vincent says that she shouldn't rush, because no one knows how fast she should read, and he himself would do the same in her place. Diana looks at him carefully and understands that this man is truly kind to her. After this, she begins to observe him, noticing that he periodically writes down some information from the internet. After a while, she asks why he doesn't work, to which he replies that he works. It's just that in this world, to earn money, you need to think. Diana tries to reconcile this with her knowledge and asks if he is really a merchant. Vincent says that for now she can consider him as such, and when she gets to know this world better, she will understand everything herself. He also adds that it is better for her to study history and understand the basics, which will help her adapt faster. Meanwhile, he decides to take a short break and opens a video on his computer. He asks Diana what her martial arts leader is like, to which the girl enthusiastically replies that he is very strong. Vincent watches her reaction with interest and realizes that the time has come to show her something special. With that, he moves the cursor over the video to show her something amazing. After just a few seconds, the video starts and a large and strong warrior appears on the screen. He begins to fight his opponent using martial arts skills. Diana immediately approaches the monitor and, frozen, begins to closely watch the battle. Vincent presses pause, surprising his interlocutor, and then turns to her. He asks if her master really has a similar level of combat power. Diana looks at the screen in confusion and says that these techniques look simply godlike. Immediately after this, she remembers how she would fight with the characters in the movie and realizes that she would not have a single chance. Vincent gets her attention again and points to footage of a fighter delivering a powerful punch. This blow is so powerful that it leaves behind a giant mark in the ground. Diana freezes again, realizing that in this world it seems there really are people with godlike fighting skills. Vincent asks her what she thinks about this, to which the girl replies that she is now a little confused. Looking at her eyes full of emotion, she asks him if these are really the real abilities of modern people, but he replies that they are just special effects. Diana wonders if all of this is not true, and he confirms that there is a large amount of fiction in it. She continues to insist and asks if this is really possible, but he explains that the martial arts in these movies are fiction. He says it's just a modern person's interpretation of what might have happened in the past. He clarifies that this is how modern people imagine its masters, using equipment and decorations. Vincent notices that she is having a hard time with this information, and asks if she is having a hard time understanding it all. Diana nods, and Vincent says that once she gets to know this world better, it will be easier for her to understand the art of cinema. After this, he asks if her leader was as skilled, to which the girl replies that judging by his movements, yes. Vincent asks why the people in the video move unnaturally, to which Diana replies that usually people only practice one movement. She also says that out of all the gang members, only the second missus could do this, but even she wasn't as skilled as the hero in the movie. Vincent watches her reaction closely and realizes that the people she interacted with before were indeed great masters. After some time, a simply amazing idea comes to his mind. Focusing her attention on one of the moves, he asks if she can do something similar. He specifies that he is interested in whether it is possible to move your hands so quickly that they become blurry before your eyes. Diana watches the video demonstration carefully and shakes her head thoughtfully. After this, she rises to her feet to try to demonstrate something similar. Taking a few steps to the side, she casts a quick glance in the direction of her comrade. Immediately after this, she makes some very quick movements with her hands, and she almost succeeds in achieving a similar effect. Vincent screams in delight as he watches her demonstration, realizing that she truly is a master. Diana asks if he saw what he wanted, to which the young man happily notes that this is exactly what he thought. Immediately after this, Diana heads to her room and tells Vincent that he can come to her anytime he wants to learn this. Smiling slightly, she adds that she would be happy to show him how to practice these skills. Diana continues to walk into the room, and Vincent, falling to his knees, realizes that in front of him is a truly great girl with amazing skills. However, his interlocutor is a little surprised by such a violent reaction from the man. After thinking for a moment, she steps on the ball and kicks it forward. But on her way, Pumpkinson immediately appears, a furry creature who looks at her attentively, getting ready to play with the ball. Diana stops in her tracks and studies this furry creature, which she had rarely seen before. After this, she makes a strong-willed decision to avoid interacting with the pet and hides behind the door. She reflects that there is probably not a single person in this world without ulterior motives. She is worried about the very possibility of people helping others without self-interest. But now everything has become clearer. Assuming that Pumpkinson is only helping her because he wants to learn martial arts, she decides that this world is still dangerous and she needs to be careful. After a while, she hears a strange noise and rushes in that direction. The noise disappears, and she notices that the place is quite spacious for training. After this, she decides to test her old training exercises and takes out her sword. Taking a comfortable stance, she begins to strike the air so that her skill does not get lost. Vincent hears strange sounds of cutting air and sees that his friend is not sleeping, despite the late hour. However, after a few moments he feels tired and begins to yawn. Without thinking twice, he rushes to his bed and falls face down on the pillow. As he continues to lie there, he thinks that what is happening seems strange to him, but probably interesting. He is impressed that he met a female martial artist who is currently sleeping in the next room. However, after a while he continues to hear a strange noise and tries to understand what she is doing. But drowsiness gets the better of curiosity, and he falls asleep quite quickly, waking up a few hours later. He looks up at his phone, trying to figure out what time it is. Quite quickly he discovers that he has slept all night and it is now early morning. Immediately after this, he decides to leave the room to make sure that his partner is still sleeping. He thinks it's time to bring her out and show her to the world. Waking Diana, he tells her that she needs to look and listen, but not talk to people unless necessary. He also advises not to jump too high and not to run without reason, to which the girl nods and says that she understands everything. He then takes out his phone and points the camera at Diana's face. As soon as he takes the picture, Diana looks at the rather unsuccessful photo in surprise. She asks what's wrong, after which Vincent advises her to smile. Not used to such things, the girl tries to force a smile, but it turns out to be something unnatural. Vincent looks at her closely and realizes that she looks extremely frightening. However, he says that this is not a problem, because her emotionless face will scare away all unwanted people. At the end, he tells her that she should put down the sword and go outside without holding it in her hands. He reassures them by saying that the streets are filled with weaklings just like him. Diana clenches her fist tightly, knowing that if anything happens, she can rely on her brute strength. Vincent continues to film her on his phone while she is unaware, and tells her that she has figured it out. As soon as she turns around, he quickly puts the phone away and says that they should now head outside. The dawn sun gradually rises over the city, and the dawn floods it with its rays. Diana carefully walks outside, looking around to detect any possible danger. Vincent acts relaxed and walks ahead to warn her in case of danger. Pointing to the houses, he says that they have entered a neighborhood where many families live. He also shows her photographs of the neighborhood and the road along which transport travels, and along the road there are shops. Diana is initially frightened by a passing motorcyclist, but Vincent reassures her that there is no reason to worry. Immediately after this, he asks who else could have brought the ancient man out into the street if not him. They take a few steps forward and come across a couple of locals chatting peacefully with each other. The woman who was talking to the police suddenly notices Diana and Vincent approaching. Vincent greets her, but the girl says that this lady is very familiar to her. The man asks Vincent if she is his girlfriend, but he replies that they are just friends. Suddenly the woman says that she saw Diana yesterday, standing in the corridor with a sword. The girl asks what kind of sword they are talking about, and the woman states that the sword was of enormous size. Vincent immediately tries to calm people down, saying that this is just a regular cosplay. A conversation begins between the older people about how they will never be able to understand cosplay, while Diana listens in amazement. Vincent realizes he needs to leave as quickly as possible and grabs Diana's hand. He politely says goodbye to the elderly people and says that if they have no more questions, they will go. Watching them go, the elderly couple says that young people now have far fewer ways to have fun than they had. After walking a few more meters and making sure that no one is watching them, Diana pulls her hand away to free herself. Vincent turns his head in her direction with some surprise, after which she looks down. Vincent asks her if someone else actually saw her a few days ago. Vincent realizes that Diana is keeping quiet on purpose, and assumes that her aunt simply bumped into her and decided not to start a conversation. Vincent muses that if it had been a security guard or someone with a good heart, things could have ended very badly. Meanwhile, Diana looks at the objects of the modern world in surprise, especially at a very fast car. Vincent explains that these things are called machines. They have 4 wheels, a metal body, and are essentially like a horse-drawn carriage. He advises her to imagine that there is a horse galloping inside the car, although in reality, there is no horse there. He also shows her the camera and tells her that it is an all-seeing eye, and the films they watched were filmed with this camera. Tries to scare her a little, saying that these things are everywhere, and someone somewhere far away is watching them now. To calm her down, he says that no one is watching them right now, but if she starts acting suspiciously, it could end badly. Suddenly, Diana rushes to the flower bed, and Vincent watches in surprise as she collects small stones. As soon as the girl approaches him, holding a large losing stone in her hands, he asks why she took them. After a while, she approaches the camera and starts to aim, but he stops her in time. He asks if she really wants to destroy this camera, to which the girl looks at him with confusion, as if this should be a given. Vincent realizes that he still has a lot of work to do and tells her that the stones need to be put back in place. After a while, they find themselves at an intersection, and Vincent begins to explain what a traffic light is. He states that if the red light is on, you need to stand still, and if it is green, you can cross the road. After a while, the light turns green, and Vincent tells her that they can now cross. Soon, they come across a lantern, which causes the girl great surprise, because she has never seen anything like it before. She looks around carefully, discovering more and more new things that she had not seen before. The new world turns out to be incredibly interesting for Diana, but at the same time dangerous. Everywhere she notices neon lights, new dogs, ones she has never seen before. Vincent turns to her, holds out the barely furry ball, and asks what she thinks of it. After imagining how this decoration would look on her, he realizes that it is not her style, and asks her to forget about this idea. Diana looks at Vincent in surprise, trying to understand what all this was about. Vincent, meanwhile, is looking at the assortment of different jewelry that would be perfect for other girls. Diana looks more closely, and notices that the glitter of some of the jewelry literally blinds her. It is worth noting that despite her warlike spirit, she is not at all devoid of a sense of beauty. So she comes closer. Her frowning face lightens for a moment, and Vincent watches with interest to see what she chooses. After a while, he hands her a special hair tie with a picture of small butterflies. Diana begins to stretch the elastic band in surprise, but Vincent corrects her, explaining how to do it correctly. After his explanation, the girl deftly takes the rubber band into her hands. After just a few moments, she ties her hair into a small ponytail, and a beautiful butterfly appears on her hair. Vincent looks at her carefully and realizes that the jewelry suits her image perfectly. Many hours pass during these shopping trips, and the heroes notice that it is already evening. After this, Vincent heads to the restaurant and asks his friend for 2 servings of pancakes, an extra serving of chili and cucumber salads. He immediately explains to his companion that this is a place where you can find food and have a good meal. Sitting down at the table, he says that this is where they brought her lunch. He also explains that the catering establishment is rich not only in tasty food, but also in large portions. Diana looks around carefully, trying to get used to the unfamiliar place. Lights begin to sparkle in her eyes and she feels comfortable here. However, she continues to remain silent so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Vincent also relaxes and notices that his partner is looking somewhere out the window. For a moment he is lost in thought, feeling a similar peace. Their peace is broken by the waiter, who announces that their pancakes are finally ready. Vincent calms a frightened Diana and hands her chopsticks, telling her it's time to eat. Diana takes the chopsticks from his hands and thanks him for yet another display of politeness. Vincent, meanwhile, takes a glass of lemonade and carefully sips it, watching Diana. He reflects that introducing her to the modern world turned out to be more difficult than he expected. Taking a piece of cucumber with chopsticks, he understands that he needs to do everything gradually and not rush. However, for a moment, he allows himself to enjoy the food he loves so much. As soon as they finish their meal, he turns to his comrade and asks for the bill. After paying for the food, Vincent goes outside and says that he is very full. After this, he turns to Diana and says that it is time to go home. Some time passes and Vincent is already in the bathroom, rinsing his hands. He also asks her if she believes him after the day they spent walking together. Diana looks rather lost, so she turns her head from side to side, not saying a word. However, after a while she realizes that there is nothing special to say and lowers her gaze. Vincent tries to cheer her up, saying that things aren't that bad here, because everyone is living peacefully and enjoying life. He also says that there can't be any ambush here, and if they can sort out the issue of her getting here, then she will be able to enjoy many things. He also adds that there is manual labor here, thanks to which one can earn enough for a comfortable life. Diana, meanwhile, continues to sadly rub her knees and says that she really wants to go home. Vincent says with sadness in his voice that she cannot return home because he is too far away. Diana asks him how they can figure out the moment that brought her to this time. Vincent says he's not a scientist and can't say for sure, but they'll figure it out. He also states that first of all they need to get used to society so that they can preserve its origin. He also promises to definitely help her, which greatly impresses the young girl. As a gesture of gratitude, she makes a small bow and thanks him, calling him a young hero. Vincent feels incredibly inspired and responds in kind, saying he's always happy to help. After this, he says that personality is very important in this world. Without it, nothing can be done. However, after a while, he freezes in place, realizing that something very important is missing here. Finding that the piece of paper is missing from the table, he asks Diana where it is, to which the girl replies that she crumpled it up and threw it away. Vincent freezes for a moment, realizing that he has made a huge mistake. Diana asks what will happen if she can't resolve the issue with her card, to which he replies that this will greatly limit her rights. He also states that without the card, she will not have many opportunities, because she will not even be able to work. Vincent says that without this card, she will not have her own place. She will not be able to rent a place or get a hotel room. He also says that Diana will not be able to travel or even take a train. He adds that if she wants to sue someone, she won't be able to, because the state won't protect her without registration. Diana comes to the conclusion that if she finds a way to earn money and a place to live, then the card will not be needed. Vincent states that it is almost impossible to avoid it, and she doesn't really have a choice. He complains that it would have been easier if she had come here 20 years earlier, because then everything would have been much simpler. He also says that you can turn to the authorities for help. But this may not end well. Diana immediately grabs her sword and asks if he really wants to hand her over to the authorities, to which Vincent states that he does not plan to do so. Vincent says that she should calm down a little and continue reading the book, because after reading it, he will have a better understanding of everything. Diana backs away cautiously, hoping he's not going to turn her into the feds. Her gaze becomes a little tense and sad as she feels at a loss. After a short pause, she asks if she has become a burden to him, to which he replies that he does not think so. A few moments later, Pumpkinson comes up to him and begins in a characteristic tone. Vincent starts petting Pumpkinson, rolling him around, and says he forgot to feed him. Diana watches in amazement as Vincent continues to cuddle his pet. After that, he turns to the book and says that it might work for now. Diana, with a little sadness in her voice, says that in that case she will go to her room. Vincent, meanwhile, opens his laptop and thinks that he can't find anything suitable. To solve this problem, he decides to turn to his phone and open the phone book. A few moments later, he dials the number of his best friend named Jonathan. Jonathan is a nice policeman who works at the local police station. The first thing Vincent decides to do is write him a few messages to test the waters. But he thinks for a while, trying to figure out how to formulate a precise request. Realizing that such things are best discussed in person, he suggests going out for a barbecue. Having dealt with this issue, he gets to his feet and realizes that he needs to take a shower. Without thinking twice, he heads to the shower to refresh his body. Some time passes and he comes back out into the living room. Vincent wonders if his partner has showered, considering they've been out in the sun all day. By putting food on the dog, he understands that she needs to get used to it, so she can do without a shower. Vincent remembers that he forgot to buy pajamas, and now she will have to sleep in what she wears around the house. A few moments later, he realizes that he made a big mistake and forgot that he no longer lives alone. Jumping into his room, he quickly closes the door and is glad that no one saw him. A few more moments pass, and Diana carefully opens the door, looking around. She discovers that Vincent is not in the living room, which means the way is clear. She runs into the shower room with incredible speed, trying not to make any unnecessary sounds. However, as soon as she finds herself in the right place, she slams the door loudly. Ancient people also wash themselves every day, so for her such rituals are an important part of life. Saturday comes and Vincent decides to explain to Diana what a graphics tablet is. Vincent said that this tablet can recognize not only traditional Chinese characters, but also their phonetic symbols. The first thing he recommended was that she write something so that she could test the functionality. At this time, furry observers appeared nearby and kept a close eye on him the whole time. The feeling of relentless hunger made the big cat draw attention again. Vincent told her that she could get used to the tablet for now, and he would go feed Mr. Pumpkinson. Diana glanced at the process briefly and asked Vincent what it was. Vincent explained that it was cat food, and the girl was surprised that food was specially grown for cats. Vincent informed her that it was not quite as she imagined, and that it was processed food. After a while, there was a knock at the door, and Vincent went up to receive his order. He handed her a bag of food and said that it was her dinner, and that he needed to meet a friend. Finally, he said that if something happened, he would tell her how to contact him on the computer, but she still needed to stay home. Vincent watched closely as Diana animatedly enjoyed her hamburger and realized that his worries were unfounded. However, after some time, the spoiled Pumpkinson approached Diana and began begging. Diana turned her head in his direction, and he began to make cat eyes to appeal to her pity. Vincent picked up the fat hooligan and told him that he had his own food that he had to eat. Diana asked her partner if she could not feed him this food, to which he replied that she should not give him anything. He explained that it was harmful and therefore definitely shouldn't be eaten. Diana was very surprised by this information and did not fully understand the concept of unhealthy fast food. Immediately after this, she began to eat the hamburger without the same enthusiasm, because now it seemed less attractive to her due to its harm. Meanwhile, Vincent was preparing to go to his friend to discuss very important matters with him. Finally, he said that he had created an account for her on a social network, and if anything happened, she should write to him using the tablet. He also explained that he was not hiding in this computer, and that she needed to think of it as a martial arts technique for communicating over long distances. After making sure that Diana understood him perfectly, he went to the exit to return the door handle. After that, he thoughtfully touched his head and mentally hoped that everything would be okay with it. A little more time passed, and he got off the bus to meet his friend. He looked around for Jonathan, but at first he couldn't find him. After a while, Jonathan himself noticed him and waved his hand to attract attention. Vincent sat down next to him and said that he hadn't noticed him in the dark. He also thanked him for his service, to which Jonathan replied that it had been a difficult day and invited him to have a drink. Vincent asked if he could have some alcohol yet, but Jonathan reminded him that he was off duty. Jonathan pointed to his uniform and said that at the moment he was just an ordinary civilian. Vincent smiled and said that in that case they could order something to eat. In honor of such a significant meeting, they decided to treat themselves and ordered a lot of beef kebabs. They also poured each other a glass and clinked glasses loudly to celebrate the meeting. Vincent asked his friend how his job was going, hoping that his expectations were not dashed by reality. Jonathan admitted that expectations were indeed dashed, and he initially thought he would be fighting scammers. He slammed his glass down on the table and said that he didn't really do anything like that, and that his job was pretty boring. Jonathan explained that he has to separate couples and resolve disputes between neighbors. In his opinion, he has not caught a single criminal and is simply acting as a mediator between people. Vincent said that it wasn't such a bad thing, because in the end, it meant that people in general were living quite peacefully. Vincent recalled that his friend had dreamed of becoming a police officer since childhood, but was quite short. After some time, it became clear that the minimum height for police officers was 170 centimeters, and this destroyed his dreams. Luckily, the minimum height was later reduced, and now they began measuring how high a person could jump, which forced Jonathan to train hard. Vincent reflected on the fact that his friend had now fulfilled his dream of becoming a local police officer. Jonathan admitted that sometimes he feels like he's literally going crazy. He said he was watching the surrounding area in the hope that an armed criminal would appear from somewhere, and he would be able to detain him. Vincent pushed these nervous thoughts aside and advised his friend to stop dreaming about such things. After a while, Jonathan raised his head and began to look around, as if someone seemed to him. Vincent also said that he wanted to ask him something, but he wasn't sure if he would know anything. Jonathan asked what exactly he wanted to know, and Vincent began to talk vaguely about a hypothetical tramp who had lost his memory and wanted to get a job. Vincent clarified that the homeless man could not confirm his identity. Jonathan said that this was impossible because then he would have no documents. Vincent noted that it was precisely because this person was not registered in the civil service that he needed to obtain documents. Jonathan immediately went into work mode and asked his friend if he knew anyone who had the same problem. Vincent said he was asked by his nephew, uncle, grandfather, and neighbor because his friend had faced similar problems. Jonathan said that if a person has no pedigree, then this is an exceptional case. Jonathan also admitted that it is not so easy to recognize such a person, because they do not ask for documents just like that. However, a moment later he said that his friend began to behave in a special, strange way. Vincent noted that there was nothing strange about this, and that Jonathan was simply too immersed in his work, and now saw patterns everywhere. Jonathan admitted that there was some truth to this, as Vincent would hardly have thought of such a thing. He added that if such a situation were to hypothetically occur, they would simply ask a couple of questions to see if an identity could be established. Vincent also clarified what would have to be done if this man was not in any missing persons databases, and Jonathan began to lose patience. Vincent explained that he was just making conversation and thought it was a normal topic for two friends. He also noted that if he had continued asking questions, he could have been brought into the case. Jonathan simply asked his friend to stop talking nonsense and waved his hand at him. He added that otherwise the person would simply be released if he had not committed anything illegal. Vincent wondered if they would ask such a person, and that then they would not help him with documents if he simply did not have them. Jonathan said that it was not their job, because if a person had a knife in his hands or wanted to stab someone in the back, then they should detain him. He also noted that a person can stab someone on the street, then disappear, have plastic surgery, and claim that he has lost his memory. Jonathan confidently stated that if a person exists, then his traces should remain somewhere, because no one appears out of nowhere. He then quoted Edmond Locard, who said that every contact leaves traces. Vincent asked his friend to stop daydreaming, explaining that he was an ordinary policeman, and his job was to separate old ladies. Some time passed and they finished drinking, after which Jonathan felt rather uncomfortable. Lying on the table, he said that he would definitely become a detective, solve a big case, and end up on television. Realizing it was time for him to go home, he raised his head with difficulty and turned to the bartender to get the bill. Vincent decided to pay for his friend, explaining that he was no longer able to act independently. The seller told them that thanks to the promotion they received another 50 kebabs as a gift. Vincent thought that this was very opportune, and his partner would certainly be very happy. Having carefully weighed everything, he turned to the seller and asked for a couple of kebabs with fish to take away. After a while, a taxi arrived and Vincent put his friend in it, after which he said goodbye to him. Having made sure of his friend's safety, he rested tensely, realizing that it was time to return home. He thought about how much he had to do, but at least everything was becoming more and more interesting. As he walked home, he realized that countless people and events were dissolving in the sands of time. However, one of the reasons somehow landed on him, and now his life has completely changed. Some more time passed, and he opened the door of the apartment, saying that he had returned. Entering the living room, he found Diana on the sofa and realized that she had decided to take a little nap. Coming closer, he noticed that the girl was intensely reading some information, after which she fell asleep right there. When he got closer, he realized that it all looked quite nice and decided to watch. He also began to feel a very strange feeling that was previously unknown to him. This idyll was broken by the abrupt awakening of Diana, who looked at him with some suspicion. Vincent explained that she had had an early dinner, so he brought her some food. Diana thanked him, and Vincent sat closer to her, asking who exactly she was thanking. With some hesitation in her voice, Diana said that she was grateful to a young hero named Vincent. An inspired Vincent gave her the bag of food and noted that he was glad to help her. Diana asked him how much he had drunk, to which Vincent replied that it was only a couple of bottles. The first thing he did was show her what yogurt was, adding that she had to lick the back of the lid before eating it. To help Diana get the hang of the process, he got some yogurt for himself and showed her how to do it. After that, he asked her if she wanted to try, and the girl tried to repeat his movement. Vincent asked her how it felt, and she noted that it was quite tasty. Vincent smiled and realized that she would definitely like this yogurt. He recommended eating the kebabs before they got cold, since he had a hard time bringing them home. Vincent also noted that the feeling that awaits her at home is simply incredible and adds zest to life. After a while, he decided to take a shower and went into the bathroom to cool down. He immediately noticed that Diana had still improved, despite the fact that it was already quite late. Vincent said the quality of life here is very high, and she can easily shower every day without skimping. He also asked if she had sorted out the clothes in question. Diana looked at him in surprise and tried to understand what he meant. However, after some time she remembered that she had shown him the bra without understanding what it was for. These memories embarrassed her greatly, and her face turned a little red. However, she decided to quickly shake her head to get rid of these intrusive memories. Vincent realized that it was better not to insist on this issue, and said that he would now go use the hairdryer. After a while, a distinctive sound was heard in the apartment, and Vincent spent some time explaining the principles of the process to her. After this, the girl was left alone in the shower room, which caused her some inconvenience. She realized that now she would have to try on this new dress that she had never worn before. Looking at her t-shirt, she realized that if the dress fit her, she would look like a real girl. Having decided that it was time to go with such things, she threw the dress and additional elements of clothing aside. After that, she quickly took a shower and dressed in the now familiar t-shirt, which seemed more masculine. As she dried her hair, she wondered in her mind if she could really wash herself every day. In the mirror, she realized that she was very lucky to meet such a sympathetic person, and that she could not rely only on him. She also realized that she would have to do everything gradually, so as not to forget anything. Looking in the mirror, she asked herself what she would have to do once she understood how this world worked. We don't know the answer to that question yet, so we moved to the living room the next morning. Diana walked out of her room and looked around, still tired and yawning. The first thing she met was Vincent, who was already awake and working on his laptop. He wished her good morning and said that he was just watching the news for now. Diana asked him if he was sure he wasn't working for the government, to which he replied that if he had been working for it, he would have sorted out her documents long ago. Vincent also asked if she was hungry, adding that he could cook her some food. He invited her to keep him company, but the girl refused. Vincent got up from the sofa and said that in that case he would sort it out completely on his own, and in the meantime she could watch the news. After a while, he quickly put on the appropriate shoes and went outside to do some shopping. Having walked a little away from the house, he noticed familiar neighbors who invited him to their place. Coming closer, he asked what was wrong, noting that they looked like they were discussing international relations. His aunt looked at him with a rather serious look, and he realized that something was wrong. She asked him if he had heard anything strange that night, which left him confused. He looked at them in surprise and said that he didn't quite understand what they meant. He then noted that he had slept soundly all night and asked if there really was a thief in the area. One of the old men said that someone was probably breaking into the building where they lived. He said with annoyance that for a couple of nights now, someone had been scaring his dog, causing it to tuck its tail between its legs and refuse to come out. Vincent walked over to his neighbor and asked if he had seen anyone. In response, the guard took out a cigarette and lit it carefully, looking around. He said that he himself did not see anything, but the cameras placed around the area saw everything. Immediately after this, he invited his comrades to come to his apartment to check everything for themselves. The security guard activated an application that allows you to view recordings from some surveillance cameras. At first glance, it seemed like nothing was happening, but that quickly changed. After a few frames, a shadow appeared on the camera, moving very quickly. Already in the next frame, the image became absolutely clear, and even the moon appeared on it. Vincent and all the other comrades were in incredible shock from what they saw. The protagonist realized that only Diana could move like that, which meant that she did walk at night. The old men talked among themselves, trying to figure out what it was, a ghost or a wild cat. Vincent approached his neighbor and asked if he had seen anything similar during the night, to which he replied that everything was quiet. Vincent tried to calm the old people down by saying that the man or ghost was probably just passing by. He managed to sow doubts in the minds of the old people, and he realized that this would be enough. Immediately after this, he returned home and angrily asked Diana if she had really been wandering around somewhere in the middle of the night. Diana looked at the protagonist and admitted that she had indeed gone outside. She also asked how he knew about it, which made him lose his patience again. Vincent said that he was closely monitoring all of her actions. He understood that this could have very bad consequences. He sat tensely on the sofa and asked if she was somewhere at that moment. Diana replied that she paid everything black in order to attract as little attention as possible. She also noted that her face was covered, so even if someone saw her, they could not tell it was her. Vincent thought hard that raising an ancient man was very difficult. After that, he told her that next time they should only go out together so that she would not take risks. Diana asked fearfully if she was now in trouble because she went outside. Vincent said the whole neighborhood must now think it was a ghost. Diana asked if there were ghosts in this world too, not fully understanding Vincent's idea. Vincent tried to find a film about a man who traveled from ancient times to modern times and died in a police shooting to show her. He knew he had to show her how dangerous this could be, otherwise something bad would definitely happen. Unfortunately, he did not find a suitable film, but he realized that more educational work needed to be done. Diana expressed the idea that if she was causing him too much trouble, she could just leave. Vincent interrupted her mid-sentence, saying that the main thing for him was that she quickly remembered how this world worked. He also said that he would order her some food, and asked what she would like now. Diana looked at the protagonist with some admiration and gratitude for the fact that he did not take it out on her. Inspired by the words about what is harmful and yes, it is terrible, she said that she would like to eat something healthy, to which Vincent replied that cat food is very healthy. Immediately after that, he turned and walked out of the living room, while Diana watched him with a displeased look. And after some time he came out into the living room with a basket of things in his hands. Diana watched him carefully to understand what he was doing. Vincent noticed her interest and told her that it was a washing machine that washed clothes. If she needed to wash something, she should ask to put it inside. Diana asked how well the machine washed clothes, to which he replied that it did a much better job than a human. Diana immediately turned around and started running around the apartment to collect the necessary things. The first thing she did was pack the black uniform she used to go outside. Approaching the car, she threw everything she needed in there, looking carefully at Vincent. Vincent analyzed what he saw and noticed a strange piece of fabric. After some time, he took it out and asked in surprise what it was. Diana instantly blushed with incredible embarrassment and snatched the piece of fabric right out of his hands. Immediately after that, she ran out of the room so as not to meet his gaze for some time. Vincent realized that she was using this fabric to bind her legs in order to meet beauty standards, and he guessed that he was in an awkward situation. However, he turned on the washing machine quite quickly, and it began to hum and shake with a characteristic sound. Vincent felt the tension that hung in the apartment, and came to the conclusion that something was wrong. Vincent remembered that when the girl came to his house for the first time, her legs looked absolutely normal. He took out his phone and tried to find out how girls could do martial arts. After some time, he came up with several answers to this question at once, and he studied them carefully. Coming closer to her, he asked if she could show him her leg, to which she quickly replied that she would not do so. Vincent said that something awkward and strange had just happened, and he wanted to get to the bottom of it. However, after some time it dawned on him that it was indeed an elastic bandage-like tape. He understood why his partner didn't try on any of the underwear, because everything was too small for her. Vincent finally figured out that this elastic band was needed for his legs to wrap around his chest. Diana turned to the protagonist with an angry look, and he realized that things were taking a bad turn. She immediately grabbed the ball and said some unusual word towards the main character, which sounded like Dan 2Z. Vincent looked at her with a frightened look, but Diana decided to spare him and went into the room. Vincent watched her go, trying to understand what had just happened. Diana froze for a moment, realizing that he was diligently searching for something on his phone. Vincent suddenly said that no one in the world could compare to the beauty of a woman from Chu province, because the girls from there were considered the best. He also noted that one stood above them all, was the perfect height and so beautiful that she didn't need makeup. In addition, Vincent said that at the same time, Dung Tuzi was far from ideal, because she had tangled hair, different ears, and thin lips. However, according to legend, Dung Tuzi was crazy about her and they had 5 children. Vincent, impressed by this information, noted that it was simply incredible, because 5 children are a very big responsibility. He added that after Dung Tuzi married the woman, he showed little love and became a role model. After that, he smiled and said that in that case, he would take it as a compliment from the young warrior. Diana looked at him like he was a complete idiot and didn't know how to react to this. Vincent decided to change the subject and said that in her time there were slightly different customs and sayings. He reminded her that when they paid off a debt to an ugly man, they said that they would be his slaves in the next life. Vincent stated that if a person was beautiful, they would say they had nothing more to offer than their body, heart, and soul. Diana immediately frowned and asked him menacingly how he could allow himself to think about such indecent things. Vincent hid behind the reliable shield of Mr. Pumpkinson and said that he was just joking. After that, he showed her a video on how to wear a bra, which should have taught her how to wear modern clothes anyway. He then said he would leave her alone with the video, which he would add in 5 minutes. 5 minutes passed, and he appeared in the living room, asking if everything had gone well. Diana began to get a little irritated, and said that she didn't expect modern people to live like this. A blush appeared on her cheeks and in her ears, and she declared that modern people lived incredibly dissolutely. Vincent looked at her in surprise and said that they were wearing comfortable clothes, enjoying life, and there was nothing wrong with that. Diana sincerely declared that this was the most real shamelessness, but Vincent did not understand what was bad or last in this. Diana tried to formulate her thoughts, causing her to clench her fist tightly in an attempt to explain herself. Vincent said it was just her obstacle because she had already seen how people dressed on the street, and women with salty hands and feet had made their choice. He also said that if men are allowed to be naked, then the same is allowed for women, but they can wear long sleeves and pants if they so wish. Diana still felt furiously insulted and looked menacingly at the protagonist. Taking a deep breath, she began to loudly say that this was unacceptable under any circumstances. Vincent tried to calm her down by saying that if she didn't like it, they could talk about something else. To appease her, he said that in addition to working and studying, she could also play on the computer. Vincent claimed that research showed that 90% of people start using computers specifically to play games, and he assumed that Diana would likely be among that 90%. The first thing he did was to introduce her to one of the most iconic games of all generations. Diana watched the gameplay closely and was instantly drawn into it. Vincent explained the basics of computer games, and then suggested that she try it herself, which sparked her genuine interest. After that, he realized that it was a good idea, since now she would most likely stop planning her nightly adventures and training. He also realized that if Diana ever decided to return to her world without saying goodbye, she would at least have more knowledge. After a while, he came closer and noticed that she was quite carried away today, because she had already been playing for an hour. At that moment, he switched the screen and suggested that she check out another game that centered around cards. After some time, Diana mastered the basics of this card game and began to actively master it. Vincent realized that he had nothing to do here now, so he decided to take a little nap. Diana became very immersed in the process and began to threaten her opponent. Vincent went into his room and thought that he was very glad that he had not found a job then. As he fell onto his bed, he realized that even if the interview had gone well, he would still have to quit that day. However, he still looked to the future with some optimism, despite the difficult situation. Closing his eyes, he realized that he would overcome all the troubles step by step. Meanwhile, a few more hours passed, and a warm evening hung over the city. Vincent went out into the living room, yawned, touched his head, and realized that he had overslept quite a lot. He announced that it was time for dinner and suggested that they take a walk to the eastern districts to get some food. After this, he recommended that she put on a dress and let her hair down, noting that in this case, it would be more difficult for other people to recognize her. Diana had a little drink and said that she agreed with his train of thought. A little time passed and she appeared before him in a new dress and with her hair down, asking if she looked okay. Vincent froze in surprise and felt speechless for a moment. After that, he turned away a little and thought about how ancient people really needed to be studied. He then said that she had better change back, because she would be too noticeable like that. Diana looked at him with undisguised pleasure, since she had no desire to change clothes. After that, she went into her room and slammed the door loudly, showing her irritation. Vincent, meanwhile, was trying to analyze which of her clothes would suit her best. By typing in specific search queries, he tried to figure out where to start. Some more time passed, and they went out into the street again, having changed their clothes properly. The neighbors stopped Vincent and asked if he had decided to go for a walk with his girlfriend again. Vincent replied that they were just friends, after which he noticed a peachwood rod in his neighbor's hands. He remembered that such rods were used to fight supernatural forces. Uncle said that while the peach tree rod was still on its way to him, he had already wrapped it with the usual talismans. After that, he looked at the protagonist with extreme determination to hit any target at any cost. He asked Vincent if he looked like the divine gatekeeper from the New Year's card. Vincent gave him an approving thumbs up and noted that it was almost a portrait resemblance. The uncle added contentedly that he also had Buddhist chants to protect himself. Vincent reflected on the fact that they had raised the alarm of several neighbors in the area and decided to just walk on. Diana, meanwhile, continued to look around resolutely in search of other people. She scanned the street quite carefully to spot any person watching them. After making sure there was no one around, she asked what the word girlfriend meant, to which Vincent replied that it was the same as friend. Diana asked why they were using that strange word then, to which Vincent replied that it was used because Diana was a girl. After that, she asked why he then said that she was not his girlfriend, to which he replied that she would understand everything very soon. Vincent mused that if she figured out what the term meant, she might just disappear into the darkness of the night. He also asked her if she had any thoughts regarding the fall of the Tang dynasty, to which she shook her head. Vincent smiled and said that in that case they would just continue walking down the street. Diana continued to look around and noted that there was no curfew in this world, nor were there any food stalls. She also noticed that the uneven and muddy roads she had become accustomed to had disappeared. Looking around, she realized that she had never been in such a peaceful place in her entire life. Diana noted that she did not even feel at peace when the second mist told her that the world was flourishing. Looking at the blinding moonlight, she thought that this was an incredibly peaceful place. She looked up at the sky and felt like she was in a dream, while Vincent offered to buy a bubble tea. Diana looked at him in surprise and asked what kind of strange tea it was. Vincent ordered 2 servings of the special tea and said that they needed less ice and sugar. After a while, he handed her the drink, noting that it was a special tea that most likely did not exist in her era. Diana noted that these people make their living doing this kind of work and asked if she could learn it. Vincent said it was a good job, but she couldn't count on it until she had her papers. Vincent said that they would definitely discuss this issue later, after which he recommended that she try the tea. Diana sucked in the liquid along with the special balls, and then decided to taste them. Vincent asked her if she liked the balls, but he quickly realized from her expression that this was an acquired taste. Diana noted that the balls seemed a little strange to her, as they were quite difficult to chew. Vincent noted with a grin that geniuses think alike, and he too did not understand how one could drink such tea. Vincent also added that girls usually like sweet things, so he chose this particular drink, after which he handed her his glass and noted that his tea was quite sour. After this, he gave a short lecture on how to properly use a straw to drink water from glasses. Diana stuck the straw into Vincent's glass and gradually began to sip the lemon drink. Quite quickly, the liquid gave in and began to flow up the tube. Diana nodded happily, after which she said that this drink turned out to be incredibly tasty, and she liked it much more. Vincent handed her his glass and said that in that case they could swap if she really liked the lemon drink better. After that, he smiled and admitted that he was very glad that she liked it. Diana watched him and thought about how she still felt like there was something wrong with this man. However, after some time she decided to trust this young man and enjoy a very tasty drink. Some more time passed, and they went into a restaurant, where they spent a nice evening at dinner. Vincent happily declared that he had eaten his fill, and now did not want anything else. He suggested that she take a good walk to help digest the food and then go home. Diana agreed with him, after which they again began to explore the streets of this city. Vincent suddenly stopped, realizing that there was one thing he really wanted to show her. He also asked Diana to follow him because something very interesting and amazing was waiting for her. A little more time passed, and public transport pulled up to the bus stop. Vincent asked her not to worry and to follow him, adding that there was nothing scary in this process. With these words, he quickly approached a special cash register installed on the bus and dropped coins in. Having paid their fare, they moved on to sit in an empty seat. Vincent told her that she could sit by the window to get a better view and watch the city as they drove. Another couple of minutes passed, and of course the bus began to move. Immediately after this, he slowly drove through the city, stopping periodically when the situation required it. Vincent asked the surprised Diana if she thought the vehicle was moving very smoothly, to which she quickly agreed. Vincent added that he thought she would be more enthusiastic, but admitted that she still seemed relaxed, while Diana said she had already ridden in a cool carriage. After a while, they reached their stop and the announcer asked everyone to get off in an orderly manner and not to rush. Vincent stopped briefly and said that they had finally reached the embankment where they could admire the views. Diana also froze and saw in front of her a huge number of high-rise buildings, shimmering with bright lights. Vincent stated that in her world, everything went dark at night, but here the modern city never goes dark. Diana watched these miracles of progress closely and found it difficult to accept what was happening. After some time, she asked the main character if she really was 1,000 years ahead. Vincent replied that she had already read about it in the history of the world, and deep down she knew the answer to her question. Vincent said that the world has undergone some changes in 1,200 years. After that, he began to look at the lights of the night city and was silent for a while. Diana looked at the shimmering lights in fascination, and Vincent turned his gaze to her. He also took out his phone to take a photo and noted that she would hardly be able to return to her time. But staying here was not so bad. Vincent said that there were almost no things left in this world that were not made by man, and as soon as they made her documents, they would fly by plane into the woods. Diana looked up at the sky in surprise and asked again if he meant real forests. Vincent confirmed that this was exactly what he meant and held his hand up. He added that perhaps one day they too could go to the moon, and then change the subject. He said that for now she could live with him to explore the world, after which Diana asked what they would do next. Vincent replied that in that case she would be able to live independently if she wanted to. He added that one day she would be able to find something that suited her lifestyle and would stay here to experience the world. Vincent said that she would be able to enjoy a prosperous world after 1,200 years. After a while, he looked at his phone and said that it was already late, so it was time to go home. Diana turned her gaze towards the night city as soon as the glow began over the horizon. After some time, fireworks began to explode in the sky, scattering into beautiful sparks. Vincent thought that this was the best evening he had had in 1,000 years, and that there was definitely room in this world for one more girl. He noted that from his point of view, the fact that she had accidentally ended up here from the past did not change anything at all. Vincent came closer to her and asked what she was thinking about right now. Diana said she thought about how happy the second mission would be if it could also get to this world. Vincent smiled and realized that her friends still meant an incredible amount to her. After that, he said that on behalf of her boss, his deputy, and everyone else, she was ordered to enjoy this world to the fullest. During another fireworks display, he made characteristic gestures and said that he was glad to welcome her to a new era. Some time passed and October 10th arrived, symbolizing the middle of autumn. Vincent continued to check the news in his area to see if there were any unexpected incidents. Quite quickly, he came across several headlines that reported on an unknown man jumping across rooftops and streets. Vincent realized that what happened could leave an indelible mark on the peaceful life of this area. He realized that someone dressed like a bandit in the middle of the night had forced many people to stay home after dark. At this time, Diana called Vincent to the window and asked him what all these people were looking at. Vincent moved closer to find out what had attracted his interlocutor's attention. After a while, he recognized the man who had attracted the crowd's attention, and a look of shock appeared on his face. After a short pause, he said that people were watching as a priest performed an exorcism. Diana wondered if everyone in this world lived as if they were in prison. Vincent realized that his routine was indeed similar to what prisoners did, and he fell silent for a while. He tried to calm her down by explaining that this was called reclusion, and that being a recluse was also a lifestyle. Diana looked at him with genuine surprise and said that such things were still incomprehensible to her. Vincent explained that this meant being able to choose whether to go outside or not, and since walking required energy, he preferred to stay at home. He also added that one can imagine that he is a landowner who does not have to do anything and just sits at home. Diana said she wanted to go outside and take a good look around. Vincent asked her if she really wanted to do this alone, to which she silently lowered her head. Vincent said she doesn't yet have the social skills or understanding of the world to go out on her own. He added that he could give her some money, but she didn't know how to earn it, so it would run out quickly. He also warned that in this case she would have nowhere to go, and she could either become a criminal or run into another good guy. Vincent pointed out that there were no forests or jungles around for her to hunt, leaving only the Lac Night. Diana continued to chew discontentedly and realized that she really didn't have many options. As she thought about it, she realized that without documents, she really couldn't do anything. Vincent noticed that genuine sadness appeared on her face and tried to cheer her up. He said he knew how difficult it was to change your habits and lifestyle. However, he added that this should be done gradually, because even if she sits on auto parts and sells them, it will already be a great success. Diana said that she felt like she had learned nothing, but Vincent assured her that this was not true, because she had learned quite a lot. He also advised her not to rush, because one day the issue with the ghost would be closed, and they would be able to go outside more often. Diana asked in surprise if there really were ghosts in this world, after which Vincent said that the priest was continuing to perform the ritual. Vincent also transferred the money and said that as soon as she could earn money, she would pay him. After that, he added that if she couldn't, he would come up with some way by which he himself could earn money in a safer way. He also said that since regular work is generally not discussed in the digital era, something interesting can be thought of. With these words, he placed several offers on the exchange with Lukoil, and found what he needed. He remembered that ancient fantasy games were trending now, and that leveling up could help Diana pass the time, and she could also hide with the others, thereby earning money. Vincent called her over to the computer and told her she should give it a try, adding that it was quite a challenging game. Diana asked if she could do something similar at his job, to which he replied that she needed even more experience in this world. Their dialogue was interrupted by a sudden loud and decisive knock on the apartment door. Vincent asked the man behind the door who it was, and immediately advised Diana to go to her room. A voice familiar to the protagonist demanded that the door be opened immediately, and Vincent realized that things were getting hot. He said it was one of his relatives and asked his partner to quickly hide in the room. The irritated knocking continued to come from behind the door, and Vincent nervously announced that he was on his way. Having hidden Diana in a safe place, he approached the door, after which he turned the key several times. After he opened the door, he discovered that his father had come to visit him. The protagonist's father declared that from now on Vincent should call him landlord. He asked sternly if he still hadn't found a job. Vincent said he could still pay his rent, so he didn't really need the job. His father replied that Vincent couldn't find a job even though he had graduated, and all he did was shop around and mess around. The father said that he had to throw him out, to which Vincent said that he had transferred the rent money and was going to issue a receipt. The strict father looked around, discovered that Vincent had another computer game running, and suspected that he was becoming lazy. Vincent tried to change the subject and asked if the father had seen the priest when he came up here. His father asked what was going on, to which Vincent replied that there were rumors of a ghost around, which meant they should lower the rent. His father said he could only dream of something like this, and again ordered him to find a job. After a while, he went into the bathroom and froze in horror, not understanding what to say. After a moment, he became calmer and addressed his son by name to get his attention. Vincent looked around the bathroom, found women's clothing there, and said he could explain it. The protagonist's father asked him if he had become one of those people who, being men, wore women's clothes. There was an awkward pause between them, as Vincent didn't know what exactly to say. One thing was clear to him. Whether he told the truth or lied, he would be in big trouble either way. However, he realized that of the two options, the fact of the woman's presence in his house was much more favorable. He also realized that he couldn't hide it for so long, because if his father spoke to his aunt, he would definitely find out that he had been seen with the girl. To justify himself, Vincent claimed that the items belonged to his female friend. In an attempt to convince his father, he came up with a story that he had a friend, and his sister was temporarily living with him. Immediately after this, he approached the door and knocked carefully, asking the girl who was there to open it for him. After a while, the door slowly opened and Vincent began to think about his next move. Diana meanwhile cautiously looked out into the living room, trying to understand what was happening here. Vincent quickly introduced her to his father, mentally hoping that she wouldn't do anything ridiculous in front of him. A few letters escaped her lips, but she quickly fell silent. Her face immediately became very focused, and she tried to figure out how to address this man. After that, she approached the main character and whispered to him what she should call this man. Meanwhile, the protagonist's father drew a conclusion from the sounds he heard and assumed that the girl wanted to call him her father. This left an indelible mark on the hardened heart of this man, and he realized that there could be no doubt. Meanwhile, Diana bowed in greeting to him and said that she was very pleased to meet him, to which he declared that the feeling was mutual. Vincent said that in any case, the situation they were in meant that she would not be staying with him for long. Diana took a small step towards him and said that she had indeed decided to stay with him for a while. The protagonist's father grabbed his hand and said that they should step away for a minute to talk. At first he didn't say a word, but he realized that he needed to explain himself to this girl. Addressing her respectfully by name, he told her that everything was fine and she could return to her business. Immediately after this, he entered the room and closed the door behind him, after which he asked his son what was happening. Vincent said that was all the story he could tell, as it was a friend who was living there temporarily. Immediately after this, he asked him for a spare set of keys, thinking that this would protect Diana from a sudden intrusion. Meanwhile, his father said that Diana was probably his girlfriend, but Vincent continued to deny it. The father came closer to him and said that this girl almost called him dad. After that, he asked how old she was, to which Vincent replied that the girl was exactly 18. There was an awkward pause between them, as Vincent was several years older than her. After this, the protagonist's father began to wipe his glasses and stated that this was a rather serious sin. Vincent replied that there was no sin in it, since she was just staying there for a short time, and even if they were dating, it would be normal. The man was thinking about how he came to demand money for rent from his son, but ran into a girl who almost called him father. Feeling an incredible sense of responsibility, he declared that Vincent should try even harder to find a job if he had a girlfriend. Vincent responded that as long as he could make money, he didn't need a regular job, and noted that he had explained many times what lockdown meant in this day and age. After that, he transferred money for utilities to his father, and said that he had the ability to support himself. When the translation was completed, he simply handed him the keys and added that he had never heard of them being his own pair of keys. Although the protagonist stated that he was the owner of the house, Vincent explained that he was renting the apartment. His father warned him to remember to pay his rent on time, adding that if he found a job he could live for free, but he doubted it. He then handed him the spare keys and said that if he was not happy with the conditions, he could find another place. Vincent thought that renting from his father was more expensive, but someday all the property in this house would be his, so this had its advantages. Father also said that mother called him for dinner and took out his glasses. After this, he began to wipe his glasses with obvious difficulty and tried to talk about Diana. Vincent assured him that she was just his friend and not a girl with whom he had a relationship. The father asked if he really was keeping him in such a delusion and was genuinely surprised. Vincent explained that they would talk about this later, but now he needed to work, and when he was free, he would come visit. His father warned him that he didn't want to lecture him, but dating such a young girl could lead to problems, as had happened before. Vincent tried to calm his father down, and he said that they would not bring up the past, but recommended that he find a job. The man then took a few steps towards the door, but stopped to collect his thoughts. Turning around, he gently reminded his son not to forget to use protective equipment. Vincent continued to be nervous and insisted that they were really just friends, and there was nothing wrong between them. After a while, a great idea came to him and he turned away. Before the father left the apartment, he asked him to wait a little, which caused him to stop in place. After some time, he brought the sandals that Diana was wearing when she arrived here. The father asked why he was showing it and was told that it was an antique from the Tang dynasty. The father asked what period exactly, after which Vincent repeated the age of the sandals, assuming that he should know their value. He told about the sandals and hoped that they could fetch quite a lot of money. The father admitted that he had no idea how much the sandals cost, but he knew for sure that Vincent needed to see a psychologist and have his head examined. After that, he headed for the exit, wondering if it was too late to have another child. Outraged by his son's behavior, he said that if you sit at the computer for a long time, you can become completely stupid, so it would be better to take a walk. Vincent admitted that, unfortunately, his dreams will not come true, and he will not be able to get a fortune. Looking at the sandals, he realized that they were indeed made recently and belonged to a certain period. He also realized that no one had guessed that the line of space and time would be so thin that this girl would literally fall on him. However, Vincent decided to insist, and said that if they looked at the sandals closer, they would be able to determine their age. These words were a real insult to the father, who quickly approached his son. The father asked his son if he could at least be honest sometimes, and recommended that he stop sitting at home and making up all sorts of nonsense. He also mentioned that Jonathan's father came to visit him and was ashamed to talk about Vincent's work. Despite everything, Vincent began to hide the slippers behind his back so that Diana would not see it and think something strange about him. Meanwhile, the father began to repeat that his son remained self-employed. He looked around, trying to control his anger, but he couldn't. Unable to bear the tension, he sternly told his son that he was a real idiot. After that, he grabbed the first thing he could find, saying that if he was a teenager, it changed everything. Taking a swing at his son, he explained that he wanted to teach him a lesson, to knock the stupidity out of him. It turned out that he was holding the sword that Diana had used, and he froze for a moment, not daring to strike. Vincent realized that the situation had become even more serious, and could get worse if his father took this relic. He quickly grabbed the sheath, explaining that it was just a toy he had bought. The father carefully adjusted his glasses, and slowly demanded that his son release the scabbard. Vincent kept his hand on the scabbard and said that it was just a toy, not some kind of antique thing. He looked at his father carefully, trying to convince him that there was nothing strange about this artifact. There was another awkward pause between them, which was broken only by the purring of the fat cat. Realizing that he couldn't stand like that for long, Vincent gave in, said that he was letting go of the scabbard and that his father could look at the weapon as much as he wanted. The father reflected on his son's strange behavior and said that this could not be the antiquity of a great era. He carefully drew the sword partially from its sheath to check what it was. Vincent knew the tension was at its limit and didn't dare say a word. His father's face grew darker with each passing second, and Vincent asked him what he thought about it. After some time, the father cursed his son for once again falling for his stupidity. Then he put the sword back into its sheath and threw it towards his son. After doing this, he turned around and said that he couldn't believe he had fallen for that stupid lie. Upon returning, he advised his son to find a job, and if he couldn't, then at least go help those in need. He said everything he thought about his son and slammed the door with incredible force. Vincent examined the weapon and realized that there was nothing surprising about it. It was still not rusty, which meant that there was nothing in it that would give away that it was a relic. He stood still for a moment, carefully assessing the quality of the steel that this seemingly ordinary weapon possessed. After a while, he told Diana that she could come out, after which he handed her the sword and asked her to hide it. After this, Diana sat down on the sofa, and Vincent asked her how she wanted to address his father, to which the girl admitted that she did not know what to say. Vincent said that she could call him uncle, and if she met his mother, she could call her aunt. Diana remembered these two words and was going to use them if necessary. After that, she asked him if he would like to try martial arts. Vincent asked if there was a life hack to become a pro faster, or if there was a more effective method. Diana explained with some surprise that there are no shortcuts in martial arts, and it is a labor-intensive process. Vincent leaned back on the couch tiredly, realizing that he didn't really want to work for such a result. He reflected that in a peaceful society, the value of martial arts was ridiculously small. since they could not be used anyway. He also realized that training martial arts was a waste of time, since so much effort was put into it for the sake of absent rewards. Rising up in his chair, he suggested they go play something, leaving the conversation about martial arts for later. Having seated Diana at the computer chair, he reflected on the fact that one can learn to live through understanding small things. And, for example, children learn about the real world through games. Diana looked carefully at the new screensaver, trying to figure out what she was supposed to do in this new game. Vincent stood next to her and gave her the necessary hints to help her get settled in faster. With these trainings, the whole day passed rather quickly, and evening came. Diana asked her roommate how this thing called a game worked. Vincent explained that once she learned to play, she could start playing for others, thereby earning money. Diana had questions about what all this meant, and Vincent realized that he would now have to explain the intricacies of the real money trade concept in modern games. Vincent said it was an industry where people with deep pockets and free time played to kill boredom. He noted that hundreds of thousands of people play the game, and among them there are those who do not have time to play, so they pay others. Diana said she didn't understand why people with no time would hire others to play for them. Vincent explained that all people want to do the same type of activities, and it can be compared to helping the rich play cricket. He thought that being addicted to the internet was better than running around at night like some people. Meanwhile, Mr. Pumpkinson continued to stretch, wanting to sleep a little more. Coming closer to the main character, he made a few more movements to finally wake up. Vincent gently shooed the furry intruder away, saying that he didn't have time now. The cat was not discouraged and headed towards Diana, who was diligently trying to understand the meaning of the game. Having reached the table, the cat began to wave his paw, trying to make a jump. A few moments later, the furry creature jumped onto the computer desk, completely unconcerned about the consequences. Immediately after this, he discovered a more convenient place and tried to move to it. Diana glanced down and found that a cat had already settled down on her lap, deciding to take a peaceful nap. Looking at this cute creature, a sincere smile appeared on her face, and she even tried to pet the animal. Looking out onto the street, she said she had never seen a stranger pet. Meanwhile, the action moved to the police station, where the officers were preparing to end their shift. Jonathan and many of his colleagues also worked that shift. One of the police officers asked if they could prove anything before they finished their shift. His colleague replied that it was very convenient because he was hungry and suggested ordering something from McDonald's. Jonathan's colleagues also asked him if he wanted to order anything, to which he replied that he was grateful for the concern, but was not hungry. After that, he looked out the window with longing and watched the gathering clouds. He said that today was incredibly boring, and there was nothing to do at all. Suddenly, a dead silence fell over the department, and everyone turned their gaze to their colleague. Jonathan asked what happened and why they were looking at him. His colleague noted that the curator probably hadn't told him not to say such things. Jonathan looked at him in surprise, trying to understand what exactly he meant. A few minutes later, a call came in, and colleagues shook their heads sadly, realizing that the newcomer had dumped a ton of work on them. After this, they rose, putting themselves in fighting readiness, and announced that they would now have to work all night. Jonathan went on patrol with a friend, sitting in the front passenger seat. His colleague said that you should never say that the day will be boring, because at that moment, Murphy's Law immediately kicks in. Jonathan asked in surprise why everything worked this way. The police replied that this was an axiom that did not need to be explained, and noted that in any case, it was someone speaking who would be busy for the rest of the evening. Jonathan scratched his head, wondering who it could be, as he couldn't even imagine that it would be so serious. After some time, they arrived at the place and got out of the car, saying that they needed to go to house number 14. Jonathan, however, reflected that patrolling the neighborhood at night was like real police work. After a few minutes of searching, they finally found themselves next to the stairs where the drunk man was sitting. Jonathan's colleague asked the drunk why he was lying there and why he didn't go home. The drunk asked the police why it took them so long to get there, and asked them to ask his wife to open the door. Jonathan was thinking that someone from this tramp must be incredibly strong, while his colleague knocked on the door and asked to open it. After a while, the door began to open very slowly, and Jonathan's colleague came closer. A woman stuck her head out from behind the door, and the officer asked her if she had called the police that night. The tired woman said she had not called the police and assumed it was the neighbors as it had been quite noisy. The tramp claimed that it was he who called the police when he was thrown out of the house without thanks. The officer looked at the tramp and asked the woman if this man was her husband, to which she replied that he was her husband, who had gotten drunk again. The tramp had already begun to justify himself, adding that she should not judge him, and that it would not end so easily for her. The officer pulled out a pair of handcuffs and asked the tramp what he thought about a quick trip to the station to sober up. The tramp immediately became frightened and said that he had already done this, so there was no need for it. Jonathan thought that the matter was settled and that things weren't so bad after all, and then continued patrolling the area. After some time, a call was received on his special device, reporting an incident on the 20th floor of the area. The senior officer told Jonathan that everything was going according to the very law he had told him about earlier. Meanwhile, Vincent woke up cautiously, hearing some strange rustling in his apartment. Sitting up in bed, he wondered what that noise was and who was making it. He opened the door slightly and wondered if his partner had decided to go out again in the middle of the night. Vincent reached for the light switch and said that he had little doubt that Diana would break her promise and try to go outside again. However, as soon as he turned on the light, he realized that everything was much more complicated than he had initially thought. In the middle of the living room stood a man dressed in baggy clothes to hide his abilities. Vincent looked at the man and asked who he was, while Diana also left the room. Vincent guessed that it was just a thief who had entered his room with evil intentions. Realizing that he had been discovered, the thief immediately headed to the window to avoid punishment. Vincent tried to catch up with the thief, but Diana went into combat mode, cranking up her abilities to the max. In just a few moments, she caught the thief and slammed his head into the floor to stop him from running away. Diana's fighting skills were at an incredible level, and she could cripple anyone who came close. Immediately after that, she lifted his head and squeezed her hands to slam him to the floor again. Vincent stopped her, explaining that she could kill the thief if she pressed harder, and said that there was no need to get excited. Vincent picked up the thief and looked at him carefully to find out who he was. At first glance, the criminal seemed like an ordinary schoolboy, who was very scared because he was beaten by a girl. Vincent also looked at Diana to determine how serious she was. One look at his roommate was enough to understand that, if necessary, she could finish him off with one blow. Vincent realized that he was once again in a very awkward and strange situation that somehow needed to be resolved. The main character realized that his common-law wife had instantly pinned the adult man to the floor and almost finished him off. Looking at his hand, he noticed serious marks that were left after just one grab. Vincent came to the conclusion that Diana was an incredibly brutal fighter who was not to be trifled with. Vincent turned around and said that the thief should stay there and not go anywhere, and then dialed the number of his friend from the police. The thief tried to curry favor with the protagonist and extended his hand to stop him. However, a few moments later, Diana appeared in front of him with a look that was enough to calm the thief. The thief admitted that he had gone mad and got what he deserved, adding that he would never dare to repeat such a thing again. Vincent noted that the thief deserved his defeat, no matter how much he repented now. Vincent also said that from the look of this thief, one could judge that it was the first time he was doing such things, and the thief nodded in agreement. The thief asked to have pity on him and assured that he would not do it again. Vincent said he was a loser because he went to the area after hearing about a ghost, but almost died when he encountered a martial artist. Vincent looked at the thief and demanded that he apologize deeply. The thief bowed sincerely and loudly apologized for his behavior, trying to make amends. Vincent noted that this did not sound very convincing, and then continued calling the police to clarify a few questions. The thief said he would not make any claims regarding his teachings, and asked to be released without police intervention. Vincent asked if it was really his first time if he was so afraid of the police. Vincent went to the window and said that in that case, the thief should leave in the same way he came. Pointing to the window, he added that he would pretend that nothing had happened. The thief also came up to the window and thanked them for taking pity on him and letting him go. Coming down, he waved to them and said that good people like them would definitely live a peaceful life. Vincent noted with surprise that he had never heard a thief scream so loudly in the middle of the night. Diana asked him if they would just let him go, to which Vincent replied that the police would definitely question them about the thief's bruises. Diana said in surprise that this man was a thief, but she would be questioned for hitting him. Vincent explained that stealing was one thing, but beating people was another, and then asked her why she was still wearing her personal clothes. Diana explained that over all this time she had become accustomed to sleeping in these clothes, so she did not take them off. Vincent added that this case was an exception, and they should not expect that someone would break into their apartment at any moment. Then he said that tomorrow he would need to find a repairman to repair the window. He took a few steps to the side, turned off the light, and wished her good night. Diana was left alone in the dark apartment, frozen for a while. However, after a while she went to bed, and the rest of the night passed relatively calmly. The next morning, Vincent went into the room to brush his teeth and wash his face with cool water. After completing his water procedures, he went out into the living room to get a towel. Almost immediately he noticed Diana, who came out to meet him. Vincent wished her good morning, but quickly noticed that she was wearing a hair tie. After that, she took off her elastic right in front of him, and Vincent guessed that she had just finished her workout. Diana said that she had indeed been training, and Vincent asked her to keep the door open while she was training so that he could watch her. Diana replied that there was no problem with that, and Vincent said that as a true warrior she should not be uptight. Having made sure that the girl was not joking, he asked if she would really agree so easily, to which Diana replied that she did not understand the reason for his indignation. Vincent mentally told himself that he should calm down, because gentlemen don't argue with girls. After a while, they went outside to have breakfast and find a repairman who could fix the window. Vincent told her that the best way to learn in life is to live it by trying as many different activities as possible. He also said that she needed to throw away all her old thoughts and ideas, forget who she was before, and treat everything as something completely new. Diana looked at him in surprise and asked how it was possible to give up everything you were before. Vincent replied that we could take the situation with the thief that happened yesterday as an example, adding that he could have been grabbed, but not with force. He asked her if she had ever considered breaking the weapon, to which Diana replied that she was already limiting her power, so it would be unnecessary. Vincent realized that right now the girl was concentrating maximum power, and decided not to argue with her. He told her that if she hurt someone, it wouldn't end well, so she better be careful. Diana asked him how hard she could bake a person, to which he replied that it depended on the situation. Diana then asked how much force she could exert if someone were to sneak into her room at night. Vincent realized that this was a very unfortunate example, which put him in an awkward and embarrassing position. He said she should come up with some other example because he didn't seem like the type of person who would do something like that. Diana replied that, in fact, he did seem like the kind of person who would sneak up on someone else in the middle of the night. Vincent said that he is not like that, and is actually a wonderful hero of the rational forces that specialize in good deeds. Diana said to trust him just this once, and even then it would be a stretch. Vincent asked her how she even came up with such an idea. But he remembered that he had recently looked at her sandals. Diana replied that in fact, he had already spoken about this, which caused him genuine surprise. She reminded him that he had said that he considered Deng Tuzi his ideal and role model. Vincent said it was just a joke, adding that if she had seen how weak he was, she wouldn't have even worried. After a while, there was an awkward pause between them, as neither of them knew what to say. The first to break the silence was Vincent, who asked her what she would do if someone else had sneaked into the room. Diana clenched her fist and said that in that case she would beat that man. Vincent realized that this girl was no joke, because she definitely wanted to kill him. However, he decided not to raise the issue further, so as not to provoke her into aggression. After walking a few hundred meters more, they found themselves at the place they had been walking towards for so long. Vincent sat down at the table and asked the boss for a standard portion for two. Diana looked around cautiously, since she had never been to this establishment. Vincent said that from now on she should study and feel her life. He also advised her to remember this day, as it should become very significant for her future life. Diana looked at her hands and his voice in surprise, and a note of sadness appeared in her eyes again. She briefly immersed herself in memories that took her to some pretty dark places. For a moment she felt as if her hands were covered in blood, and she thought about a world where there was no need to kill anyone with a sword. Her bloody thoughts were interrupted by the appearance of the waiter, who announced that their order had just been prepared. Diana returned to the real world and looked closely at the dish that had just been served, marveling at it. The first thing she decided to do was take a small bun that had meat filling in it. After trying this treat, she realized that they had not come such a long way to this cafe in vain. She immediately informed Vincent that it was an incredibly delicious dish and smiled. He also said that if she was hungry, she could have more. He informed her that to do this, she had to call the waiter and tell him exactly how many more buns she would like. Diana glanced at the plate and looked at the remaining buns that she had not yet finished. She then asked him how expensive the buns were, to which he replied that they were the cheapest of the whole breakfast. Vincent, watching her, noted that he felt as if he had brought a child here. As they began to eat, he said that letting her learn to interact on her own was a great idea. Diana, meanwhile, said that she would like to add 10 or even 15 buns to the bill. Vincent cleared his throat and announced that these buns needed to be made ahead of time so they could be taken home. Immediately after that, he asked her if they could eat that much food. Diana looked at him with some regret and wondered if she had ordered too much food. Vincent said that there was nothing wrong with it, and it was better to apologize for his ideas since such behavior attracts a lot of attention. Diana said that as soon as she could make money from the online game, she would definitely pay him. After some time, they finished their meal and then took all the buns in a special bag. He also looked around to make sure no one was following them. After a while, he found a small buffet and said that they should go there to gain a new experience. Diana asked him what kind of establishment it was, to which he replied that here you can pay money and take as much food as you want. Diana wondered if this was a free kitchen, to which Vincent replied that it was a fairly common type of restaurant, and just one of many. Vincent said that most people here work with their heads, and that they sit all day managing different things. He added that to keep her identity secret, they needed to remain quiet. Vincent explained that some businessmen decided to open a buffet and take advantage of the fact that customers would not be able to eat much. Diana asked if people who eat a lot are the reason why such restaurants fail. Vincent noted his interlocutor's sharp mind and said that when he was little, he also laughed when he heard the concept of this restaurant. Diana asked why people with small appetites go to buffets, to which he replied that they offer many different dishes, and you can choose any. Diana nodded understandingly, showing that she was quite a smart person. Vincent thought that he was collecting information bit by bit from different corners, and that his partner would definitely make some progress and change. He happily accepted the idea that Diana and this world were gradually becoming more compatible. 2 days passed, and Mr. Pumpkinson watched the morning sun, basking in it. Vincent handed Diana the phone and said that now this thing belonged to her, and she could call him if anything happened. Diana looked at the device in surprise and asked how expensive this phone was. Vincent replied that the phone was very inexpensive and he had received it practically as a gift. Diana looked at her new gadget with delight, trying to figure out how to use it. After that, she thanked him with fire in her eyes, calling him a young hero, which made him smile. He then asked her to read the instructions and try to call him. Vincent thought that his mission was partially accomplished, since Diana's ingenuity allowed her to be ahead of many modern people. However, after some time, a strange suspicion crept into his head. He wondered why he was starting to feel like he was just a simple NPC. Chasing away these thoughts, he said that he needed to go for a walk today and asked her not to wait for his return, but to go to bed. He also said that he would be back late, and if she didn't want to play, she could watch some videos or study her phone better. Diana still asked with disbelief if managing these heroes could really be considered work. Vincent replied that if she wanted to continue playing after work, it would be considered overtime, and she would not be paid for it. After explaining to her where the extra food was, he immediately went outside and called a taxi. As he got into the car, he thought that nothing would ever be the same again since he had taken her in. After some time, he reached his parents' apartment and carefully opened the door. Looking into the apartment, he changed his shoes and discovered that there was no one in the living room. The first thing that came out to meet him was his father, who asked if he had really returned. Vincent asked his father where his mother was now, to which he replied that she was still playing mahjong. The father also asked why he came alone and did not take his girlfriend with him. Vincent said that he doesn't have a girlfriend and that Diana is just his friend who lives with him. The father asked sternly if he didn't understand what young people were thinking about now. He added that if Jonathan were a girl, he and Vincent would have gotten together a long time ago. The father decided to change the subject and said that he should call his mother so that she would come home faster. Having agreed with his mother, he sat down on the sofa, and a deathly silence hung between him and his father. Vincent decided to tell his father that a burglar had recently broken into his apartment, and so he had to fix the window and install a security system. His father looked at him in surprise at this question, and asked if he had anything at all that could be stolen. The tension was building, causing Vincent to squeeze the piece of paper he was holding, but his father carefully took it away. He also said that Vincent hugs his computer every night, so it is simply impossible to steal it. However, after some time, the father cautiously asked if his son had any injuries. Vincent replied that the thief had been hit on the head and had fled, without giving any details. The father said he asked him about his injuries, and insisted that he tell him. After some time, Vincent's mother came into the apartment and asked why he hadn't warned her in advance, to which he replied that he had left a message. The wife smiled and said that perhaps she was too busy playing mahjong and did not read the message. After that, she went to the kitchen and said that she would cook dinner while the father and son could watch TV. They both guessed that mom had probably been playing mahjong a lot today while the woman started cooking dinner. She also asked where his girlfriend had gone and added that it seemed he didn't have a girlfriend and he shouldn't listen to his father. Vincent said that this was not nonsense and that he even hung up her things. But the embarrassed mother asked her husband why he didn't tell her that Vincent and Diana were living together, adding that someone had been waiting for this moment. Vincent didn't want to make things worse and sat down at the table, making the situation even more absurd than it already was. Mom asked him if he had any photos of the girl he was currently living with. She also recalled that her husband had said that it would be rude to come to their son's house, and that it would be better to wait until they came themselves. Vincent said that Diana was just his friend, and that he had 2 eyes and a mouth to look at. However, he realized that with his mother's meticulousness, he wouldn't be able to not show her the photos, and decided to turn to his phone. After some time, he showed one of the best photographs of his partner that he managed to take. The main character's mother looked at Diana's photo and said that this girl was incredibly beautiful, asking to take a closer look. She also recognized the photograph taken on the bridge on the embankment. Immediately after that, she started flipping through the photos and noted that they all looked quite cute. After some time, she noticed that she had already come across several dozen photographs of Diana. Mom asked why he had so many photos of his girlfriend, to which Vincent said that if she was done looking, he would take the phone away. Vincent thought that these were actually his notes and observations from a long time ago. Mom noted that Vincent took too many photos, and even if he denies it, he is very interested in her. The inner detective in her head woke up, and she came to the conclusion that obviously these two liked each other. The mother also asked her son how old the girl was and where she was currently studying. Vincent said that she is not studying anywhere now because her family is quite rich. The father smiled and said that if the girl had been a better student, she would hardly have been interested in a man like Vincent. After that, he added that Vincent is glued to the computer all day and doesn't even have a normal job. Mom asked how they met and tried to find out what city she was from. Vincent decided not to worry about talking about it and said that they would be better off continuing to joke about him living separately. After a while, he said goodbye to his parents and said that they should go to bed early to get enough sleep. He also asked his mother not to play mahjong, and his father indignantly stated that it was far from that simple. Mom said she heard about a ghost being seen in the area and a girl crying in the middle of the night. Vincent confirmed that this was true, and that he had heard these stories too. After this, Mom was told that Dad had to cut the rent in half because the area was considered unfavorable. The father declared that this was complete nonsense, but Vincent countered that a priest had even been there a few days ago. Mom said that their son probably had a hard time dealing with the girl's appearance, even taking into account the fact that ghosts may not be real. The father did not give up and said that this man himself said that Diana was not his girlfriend. Vincent suddenly changed his mind and said that he would go back to the idea that Diana was his girlfriend and that they were in a relationship. Meanwhile, Diana continued practicing with the ball when she suddenly heard the key turning in the door lock. Vincent said that he had finally come home and asked her why she was carrying a sword with her. Diana felt that she could not yet confess to him the true reasons why she held a weapon in her hands. After a short pause, she suddenly rushed into the bathroom and said that she needed to take a bath. Running into the room, she grabbed her clothes along the way and rushed to the shower. Vincent watched her with surprise, not even thinking of stopping her. Finally, he stopped her and asked her why she needed the sword, to which she replied that she simply wanted to support him in her hands. Vincent tried to find out what had happened and asked if someone had broken into the apartment while he was gone. Diana shook her head and said that no one had broken into the apartment in his absence. Vincent asked her who she was defending herself against, assuming she was still afraid of him. Diana said that she was not afraid of him and added that he was a pretty good person. Immediately after that, she ran into the shower and slammed the door loudly. Vincent thought that as long as the girl didn't defend herself from him, he could feel calm. To wait for her, he sat on the bed and waited patiently for her to open the door. He closed his eyes to make time pass faster, but no matter how much he wanted it to, time dragged on too slowly. He began to feel embarrassed and opened his eyes slightly, hoping that Diana would come out of the shower very soon. After a few moments, his imagination began to visualize Diana taking a shower. Vincent immediately began shaking his head from side to side, showing that he was an honorable and honest hero and above such things. After that, he looked down at the table and discovered that something had changed since he left. Taking a closer look at the computer, he realized that someone had left it in standby mode and must have forgotten to turn it off. Leaning back in his chair, he thought about how she was putting things in perspective now because he needed to edit the video for tomorrow. Meanwhile, Diana was getting out of the shower and getting ready to dry her hair. She felt incredibly fresh from the shampoo she was using and took out the hairdryer. Vincent turned towards her and noticed that she was starting to shine brighter than usual. He wondered if training in martial arts made a person more beautiful. Diana looked at him in surprise, and Vincent asked if it was possible to restore the skin if it was destroyed using some special techniques. Diana explained that she wanted to teach him fighting techniques, but he did not want to learn. Vincent took up the question of whether starting from scratch was the only way to master such a skill. After that, he thoughtfully said that perhaps in the future, she could open classes where she would teach people to become more Russian. However, after some time he realized that this idea had no reason to be implemented, because young people today can only get a gym membership and are not ready for such loads. Meanwhile, Diana went to the socket to plug in the hairdryer plug. Vincent turned towards Diana, who in the meantime continued to use the hairdryer and dry her hair. The girl also asked him if the priest had been able to exorcise the ghost a couple of days ago, to which Vincent replied that modern priests could only deceive. Vincent stated that her adventures that night were similar to a ghost, and if there was a real exorcism, she would be the first target. Diana said, offended, that she was an ordinary person, not some kind of ghost. Vincent noticed that Diana was using the hairdryer ineffectively, and added that he could help her with this device. Diana did not immediately decide to trust him, and tried to fix the hairdryer with her own hands. However, realizing that she was unable to do anything, she handed the device to Vincent, telling him that he could take it. Vincent turned on the hairdryer, began to dry Diana's hair, and said that in our time it is rare to meet a person who knows martial arts. Diana thought about it, and asked why people of this generation do not practice martial arts. Vincent explained that the quality of life had improved, and everyone was walking around with full bellies and nice clothes, so having combat skills was no longer profitable. He also said that it is not entirely normal to train for days on end just to fight someone. Vincent added that no one would choose martial arts if they lived in such a peaceful century. He noted that the need for martial arts has disappeared, because technology has moved to a new level and made it possible to live in comfort. Vincent advised her to put the sword down, but Diana said in fear that there was a ghost there, and she would use the sword to protect herself. Vincent replied that he had already told her more than once that ghosts do not exist and never had. Diana continued to desperately repeat that she had seen the ghost with her own eyes. She added that while he was gone, she saw a ghost in her apartment. Diana made it clear by her whole appearance that she was not trying to play a joke on him. Vincent sensed horror in his interlocutor's voice and felt incredible tension. He reflected on the fact that he couldn't view her words from the perspective of an ordinary person, and suggested that most likely the neighbors were taking out the trash wearing a mask. He asked her what the ghost looked like, and Diana replied that the ghost had long hair, even longer than hers. After that, she tried to style her hair in a way that would perfectly convey the ghost's facial expression. After a few moments, she turned to him and gave him a sinister look. Vincent realized that he had just been scared himself and asked her what else she had noticed. Diana said that the ghost was wearing a blue dress with long sleeves, but Vincent stopped her. He looked around and felt an ominous aura that permeated the room. He also wondered what the hell his interlocutor had seen. Vincent said in a trembling voice that ghosts do not exist, and that he had never seen anything like it. Diana said that in their time ghosts were very much feared. Vincent stated that ghosts are still feared today, but this does not mean that they really exist. He added that the problem is that their existence cannot be proven. Diana said that the ghost really was there, and she saw it with her own eyes. She also said that she didn't know if her sword would have been able to hit the ghost. Vincent realized that the situation was too plausible, and he would have to think about what to do next. He reasoned that if there was such a phenomenon as Diana's ghost, then the existence of ghosts in general was possible. Having finished drying Diana's hair, he said that they would now try to ask their uncle to borrow a peach stick. Diana thanked the protagonist, after which he responded with a welcoming gesture and said that they should be just as polite. After this, he advised her not to worry and to go to bed quickly. Vincent pulled the plug out of the socket and tried to think what to do in this situation. The first thing he decided was to take a shower to freshen up. However, due to the news of the possible existence of a ghost, he washed himself 3 times faster than usual. He also understood that the difference between living alone and living with someone was quite significant. The information he received from Diana kept him awake, and he decided to prepare a video for tomorrow. After a while, he discovered something and froze in genuine surprise. Diana was in her room looking at the clothes she had acquired. She realized that the young hero had bought these clothes specifically for her. She mentally compared it to other clothes she saw on the street and realized that this was the most suitable option for her. These thoughts increased the warmth in her heart, and she admitted to herself that Vincent was a good man. After that, she moved the pillow to take out a small bundle from there. This bundle was the clothing in which she entered this mysterious world full of dangers. Analyzing these clothes, she realized that, compared to the ones she was wearing now, they were broader in the shoulders and the material was rougher. Diana reflected that if she returned to her village, the second miss would alter the garment for her, lengthening the sleeves and widening the collar. After that, she remembered the words of her teacher, who told her that she should study martial arts and practice without fear of pain. The second missus told her that it would be difficult to marry her if she spent all day practicing with a sword and did not become more modest. Diana thought that she would definitely improve her martial arts skills in order to defeat the ghost and live life to the fullest. After a while, there was a knock in her room, and she immediately turned towards the door. Diana walked up to the door, opened it, and found Vincent standing in front of her. It was clear that he immediately showed her a picture of a scary face and asked if it was the same ghost. Diana immediately grabbed the sword and said that this was exactly the ghost she saw. Vincent replied that this was pretty much how he imagined it, noting that it was just a movie paused. To calm the frightened girl, he said that she should go to bed, and tomorrow he would explain everything. After that, he quickly slammed the laptop shut so that the image disappeared. He then stated that he had thus locked the ghost back in and it would never escape. Diana looked at him in surprise and realized that he could be trusted in this regard. Several hours passed, and the dawn sun rose over the city. Its rays penetrated Diana's room, and she woke up rather quickly, thinking that the ghost really had not appeared. However, she decided to take her trusty sword with her to ensure herself if anything happened. She remembered that she had promised to leave the door open so that he could watch her practice with the sword. After this, she came to the conclusion that the young hero was still sleeping, but she did not dare to interrupt her training. Vincent got to his feet after a while and went out into the living room to look around. Seeing Diana, he wished her good morning, and she returned the wish. Immediately after this, he walked past her, yawning loudly, thereby showing that he had not slept well. Vincent reflected that everything seemed to be going according to plan, and that Diana was doing a great job of adjusting to this world. He thought that with her advantages and attractive appearance, she would have a crowd of admirers at this time. He also understood that if her teacher had been in time, the neighbors would have quickly noticed him and reported him to the authorities. Vincent asked his roommate what her teacher looked like, guessing that he had a long beard. Diana replied that the teacher was much taller than Vincent, and did indeed wear a beard. Diana asked why he didn't wear a beard himself, to which Vincent replied that he was a scientist, not some kind of savage. Diana said in fear that scientists in her time also wear beards, with the exception of certain people. Vincent stated that he would not tolerate any relics of the past, since he was a modern scientist, and they had razors for removing beards. After that, he said, a little irritated, that she should get ready, because they were heading outside to have breakfast. Diana agreed with him, after which she guiltily whispered that the phone he had given her was broken, and she had not been able to use it. Vincent said that the phone's battery was probably just dead and said he would give her a spare. After some time, they found themselves at the exit of their apartment, and Vincent closed the door. He stated that it was the weekend, so there was no need to work, and she could put the game aside and focus on mastering the phone. He also showed her a special application where you can earn and spend money. Vincent added that her balance was currently 0, but he would transfer 100 yen to her pretty quickly, and she would be able to spend it. Vincent smiled and said that she could consider the money a loan and would return it when she received her salary. The young man also reflected that very few people could lend him money, so this would be his first experience. Vincent advised her to be careful with the money, noting that she was the first person he had ever lent it to. Jonathan, meanwhile, was busy with his lunch and humming a song well known in these parts. After a while, he went upstairs to meet his parents. Greeting my father, he said that he had come straight from his shift, was very hungry, and asked if there was anything to eat. Jonathan's father replied that they had some porridge left and he could eat it with a flatbread. He was asked how many thieves he had caught during the night, to which Jonathan replied that there were not that many thieves. Jonathan's strict father said that Vincent was able to catch the thief despite not being a policeman. Jonathan sat down at the table in surprise and asked when his friend had managed to catch the criminal. The policeman's father said he heard from Vincent's father that a thief had broken into their house, but the young man had thrown him out. Jonathan replied that his friend didn't even tell him about it and simply let the thief go. The policeman reflected that he had expected more significant events in his work. But until now there had been no opportunity to do anything great. His father said that the thief had already been released, so there was no point in grieving. The old man also added that Vincent had found a girl who was now living with him, which left his son very surprised. The strict father noticed that, despite the fact that Vincent was naturally handsome, he still made efforts to find a girlfriend. After that, he asked Jonathan why he was delaying this, but the young man said that he was in no hurry, because he had just found a good job. However, Jonathan's father did not agree with this rational argument, and said that he was driving his stupid car all day without a purpose. Jonathan stated that he actually joined the police to catch thieves and administer justice. His strict father asked him if he had managed to catch even one thief during all this time. Jonathan replied that there would always be criminals, and he would only think about the girl when he became a detective. Jonathan's father said that it was likely that his son simply couldn't find a girlfriend, and it wasn't because he didn't want to. The angry father said that he would bless them if he brought at least one girl. Jonathan replied that he did not need his father's blessing before he reached his goal. The father, who had risen to his feet, grabbed the slipper and said that there was no point in this. After a while, Jonathan reflected on the fact that the old man had not chosen his words carefully, but he did not consider himself wrong. From his point of view, he should dream big and strive for success, because he is a real man. After some time, he called his friend and asked if he wanted to meet. Jonathan rose to his feet wearily and said that the duty had left him very tired. He said he needed to sleep, and then asked his father to wake him up at 4 o'clock. Vincent, meanwhile, asked Jonathan where he would like to meet this evening. Jonathan replied that their mutual friend said he was on duty or something like that. Vincent said he needed to know where they were going because if it was a bar he wouldn't go, but if it was a restaurant he would stop by. Vincent also asked if Jonathan would mind if he took his girlfriend who came from the village with him. After finishing the conversation, he turned to his common-law wife and said that he would take her out in the evening to have some fun. Diana asked what they were going to do, to which he replied that they were just going to take a walk and have fun like modern people. He also advised her to understand his hints and not to worry without reason, to which Diana replied that she understood everything perfectly. Diana also asked why modern people make weird ghost movies if it's so scary. Vincent replied that this was not at all strange, since modern people explore the supernatural in all its manifestations. He also asked if there were any stories of the supernatural in her time, to which Diana replied that she had never encountered anything like that. Vincent gave examples of stories that often deal with supernatural events and urban legends. Vincent added that entertainment is a very popular product that will always be in demand. He also stated that when people go out for food, it is to solve problems that everyone has in exchange for monetary reward. The main character also said that Diana helps others by leveling up heroes and can earn money, which she can then spend on food and clothes. Diana said that based on this, once his need for courage was met, he would be free of boredom. Vincent opened the refrigerator and handed his partner a can of soda, telling her that she was very smart. Looking at her and smiling, he said that this was a reward for the correct answer to his thoughts. Diana looked at the jar in surprise, having no idea what to do with such a strange mechanism. After this, she asked what she should do when he took her with him, noting that it did not fulfill any psychological need. Vincent thought hard, trying to figure out what to answer to such an unexpected question. After a while he smiled and said that, to be honest, he himself didn't know why he was doing it, but he just wanted to. Diana thought that the young hero was truly a good person to care about her so much. Immediately after this, the inexperienced girl tried to open a can of soda that had just been shaken well. A few moments later, the pressurized liquid burst out, drenching the unfortunate girl. Vincent noticed this, handed her a towel and told her that she should use it to dry herself off. After some time, evening came, and he decided to take a walk with her along the street, saying that the establishment would be crowded, but she should not be afraid. He also advised her not to drink alcohol, noting that she could eat or drink anything else she wanted. Stopping near the entrance to the club, he said that they had come to the right place. Diana looked at the place in surprise, wondering what they were going to do here. Vincent stated that their main goal was to provide an unusual experience for Diana. Vincent also said that their rich friend would pay for tonight, so she could indulge herself in whatever she wanted. Diana continued to follow the main character, feeling the music getting louder and pressing on her ears. Vincent, meanwhile, led her to the right door and said that they had arrived at their destination. Immediately after this, he pushes the door in order to get into the rented room. A few moments later, they find themselves in a special room, which is used by its visitors as a karaoke room. The hero of the occasion turns towards Vincent and greets him in surprise. Vincent scans the room with his usual gaze, while Diana keeps her guard up. It quickly becomes clear that some of the people here have already taken up board games. Vincent asks if they have decided to start celebrating without them. The hero of the occasion, named Thorvald, says that there was nothing to do anyway. They weren't just waiting for them to arrive. Vincent walks over to the large sofa and carefully sits down on it with his companion. Diana looks around, trying to scan the situation for possible danger. Vincent and Diana feel like outsiders at this party, so they act rather distant. Diana has it worse than the others, as she is still not used to such loud parties. Vincent decides to cheer up his partner and hands her a small package in his hand. He asks her if she is very hungry, noting that when everyone comes, they will offer proper food. Diana asks him what he said, pointing to her ears and implying that she can't hear because of the loud music. Vincent moves closer to her and tells her that they are nuts and seeds, recommending that she open them and taste the contents. Diana presses lightly on the seeds with her hands, instantly crushing the hard shell. Vincent wonders if they had such treats, noting that nuts have been around for quite some time. Diana says she has never seen anything like it, but these nuts seem very tasty. Finally, when she tastes it, she feels incredible sweetness and interesting notes on her tongue. After that, she quietly moves towards them and says that the seeds also seem very tasty to her. Vincent reflects that in such a showman and karaoke, no one will watch or notice how Diana cracks nuts with her fingers. After looking around a bit, he decides to take a bottle of alcohol and pour himself some alcohol. He turns to Torvald and says that he wants to drink with them to celebrate their meeting. Torvald is pleased. They say that he is just warming up to start singing. Vincent continues to be the life of the party, saying it's time to put all the glasses in the center. A few moments later, he and his friend begin drinking alcohol from the bottle. Diana, in her time, observes the behavior of her companion, trying to understand what he is trying to do. After a while, she moves closer to him because she wants to try too. Vincent stops her and tells her that girls should take care of their health, so she shouldn't drink alcohol. Vincent states that the alcohol content in these drinks is much higher than rice wine, so she must avoid alcohol. Diana says she wants to try just one sip because she is very curious. Vincent exhales tensely, realizing that it would be very unfair if he refused her. After that, he takes a glass and pours her some alcohol, saying that he will not give her too much. Diana takes the glass with both hands and begins to carefully drink the alcohol. Vincent watches her reaction closely and asks her what she thinks about the taste of this alcoholic drink. Diana pauses for a moment, then says that she has never drunk anything worse in her life. Vincent asks her what exactly she said, after which she moves closer to him and says that it is just awful. Torvald notices the strange behavior of his comrades and asks them what they are doing there. Vincent gestures for him not to escalate the situation, saying that he should go and sing his songs. Torvald continues to watch him with interest, trying to find out what status Diana is in. After a while, he moves closer to Vincent and asks him if she is his girlfriend. He also asks him why he didn't introduce this girl to them personally. Vincent says that this is his girlfriend who came here from the suburbs. Immediately after this, Torvald, turning to Diana, says that he is a decent rich man and landowner. Torvald says that if they are just friends, then he wants to be friends with her too. Vincent says he can give up and just get lost before it's too late. Torvald asks him why he is so protective of her, trying to figure out what he has to lose. Vincent says that Torvald is not as tall and handsome, to which he rightly points out that he is rich. Vincent realizes that he can't beat such cards, and then says that it's time to start singing. Torvald says that not everyone has arrived yet and asks why there is such a rush, advising the others to warm up their vocal cords. Torvald also wonders where Jonathan is now, to which Vincent replies that his friend is involved in law enforcement. After a while, the bulk of the invited guests arrive, and the karaoke party begins. Diana asks her companion why there are so many people here, adding that it is too noisy. Vincent says events like these can be seen as a celebration. He also says that it's much easier to connect with people when everyone is having fun. Vincent also watches Diana crack a lot of nuts and says that she has very useful skills. He also asks her for help with extra treats, and Diana cracks the shells with incredible dexterity. Vincent also asks her if she knows how to drink, trying to find out if she has practiced something like that. Diana claims that she has no idea, as she has never tried to sing before. Vincent starts to put on a brave face and says that he will be the one to take over today's show because he is a natural talent. Meanwhile, the doors open and some unpleasant young man appears in them. Vincent immediately spots the man and wonders in his mind what he is doing here. Vincent's potential enemy adjusts his glasses and walks past him. This young man even tries not to look in Vincent's direction, and we understand that there is some kind of enmity between them. The main character himself is distracted by the sounds of cracking nuts. Looking closer, he discovers a whole mountain of nuts and asks her if she is really that hungry. Diana looks longingly at this pile of food and says that she really wouldn't mind eating. Vincent says that the birthday cake is due to be brought in soon, and Diana asks him how big it will be. Diana reflects that nothing she tried here was tasty, and the worst were the burgers and buns, which she hid on the first day. Torvald, meanwhile, turns to our heroes to attract their attention. He says that since not everyone has arrived yet, they should sing before then, and Vincent accepts the challenge. Diana immediately moves closer to them to find out what this strange thing is that he is holding in his hand. Looking at the microphone, she tries to scratch it with her fingernail and wonders what it is. However, as soon as she asks these questions dangerously close to the microphone, she hears her voice repeated several times louder. Vincent reassures the frightened girl, saying that it is a microphone, and notes that he will explain everything in more detail later. Vincent reflects that now, when she sees a public performance on the street, she won't think it's all martial arts. Diana, meanwhile, continues to watch the microphone in surprise, moving ever closer. Vincent feels a strong desire to touch his companion's cheek. At first, he has trouble controlling his movements and he points his hand towards her. Diana immediately discovers this and begins to look at him with some suspicion. Vincent immediately pulls his hand away, pretending that he did it by accident, and realizes that sooner or later he will be able to pinch her. After this, he gets up, and he and his friend begin to perform the song. After they finish their performance, Torvald looks around and finds that it seems everyone has arrived. Immediately after this, he gives a signal and a huge gift box is brought into the room. Torvald steps forward and says that he thanks all the participants for coming here, but he also states that today is his girlfriend's birthday. But they discover that she is not with him. One of the invited guests says that she saw Torvald's girlfriend leave recently. Vincent confirms that Thorwald did not notice his girlfriend's disappearance. The rich young man goes out into the hallway to look back, but they do not find her. He returns immediately after and says he has no idea where she went, but decides to continue the party. Vincent asks Thorwald how long they have been dating, to which he states that their relationship has been about 2 months. Vincent grins and says that this is a very long relationship and it's time for him to break up. Diana follows these dialogues closely, trying to understand why they constantly talk about certain girls. After this, she comes closer to him and asks him if his girlfriend is really his wife. Vincent says the term actually means someone who is different from others. To tease his friend, he says that for Torvald this term means someone's future wife. Torvald is initially angry, but then he thinks and realizes that this must be true. Diana looks at him closely and asks him what this term means to him. Vincent says shyly that for a recluse like him, the term means literally everything. Torvald begins to laugh sincerely and says that he must know his place. After this, he asks them if the two of them are really just friends. Vincent tries frantically to change the subject, saying that they haven't chatted over a couple of cocktails in a long time. Torvald looks closely at his watch and discovers that it is already quite late. After this, he decides to leave the room and says that he has to call the girl, and then they will talk about it. Vincent exhales tensely, realizing that the hardest part is behind him. However, suddenly he hears an unpleasant voice behind him asking if he has a new girlfriend. Vincent irritably tells his interlocutor to mind his own business and get out of here. The young man with glasses smiles and asks the protagonist not to be angry, saying that he just wanted to ask where he came from with such beauties. He asks him why he can't find anyone like him, which makes Vincent smile. After this, he turns towards his interlocutor and says that it is because he is too scary. There are obviously some old grievances between these two people that have not yet been settled. Vincent's interlocutor, Stan, says that he shouldn't be so friendly hostile. He immediately proposes a toast, but Vincent instantly refuses and asks him to stop speaking in such an offensive manner. He also states that he is not in the mood to argue with him today, and simply asks him to leave him alone. Torvald watches what is happening in surprise, and understands that they are preparing to have a showdown. Looking at them, he reflects on how he had wrongly assumed that their feud had ended over the years. He immediately appears between them and says that they should separate and explain the situation. He also says that Stan shouldn't provoke him because someone replies that he just offered to drink to his health. Vincent looks at him in surprise and asks if he really invited this man here. Torvald asks his friend if none of this can be resolved peacefully. Vincent asks where to begin, noting that he always thought the topic was familiar. Torvald asks him why he came here. Does he really consider this an ordinary thing? Stan smiles and says that it happened so long ago that it really has become commonplace. But he also says that he was uncomfortable hearing Vincent talk about manners, even if he looks at it from a higher level. He also addresses the protagonist and says that if he judges the behavior of others, then it is not so good to speak about him. Vincent asks his opponent if he didn't beat him up enough last time and he decided to come back for more. Diana continues to watch what is happening and understands that the situation is getting tense over time. The other girls whisper among themselves, trying to figure out if these two are really going to fight. Torvald wonders when the two have fought in the past, noting that he doesn't remember anything like that. He also asks them what is going on between them and why they are acting so aggressively. Stan continues to stand a few meters away from Vincent, continuing to glare at him. Afterwards, he smiles and says that he just wanted to propose a toast, asking questions about how it all came to this. Vincent states that he would never support a toast from a man like Stan. After this, he turns to Diana, asking why his little sister will not support this toast, praising her beauty. Vincent states that she won't do it either, after which he advises him to watch his language, reminding him that Diana is not anyone's sister here. Diana repeats these words glibly, and Vincent says that she should not talk to him because he is a slippery type. Torvald continues to try to reconcile these people, saying that they need to stop a little. Immediately after this, he takes Stan aside and asks him to stand there for a moment. Vincent and Diana, meanwhile, sit down on the sofa to catch their breath. Torvald asks the protagonist when they had the time to fight, to which he replies that they fought relatively recently. Vincent also says that he wouldn't have come here if he knew Stan would be here, and Torvald says that he didn't know that, and that's why he invited him. Meanwhile, Diana eats a watermelon and wonders why this man called her his little sister. Vincent doesn't go into detail, saying that it's all purely because Stan is a freak. After this, he points his finger at him and asks her if she thinks Stan looks much worse than him. Diana squints carefully to get a good look at Stan standing nearby. After this, she says with obvious hostility in her voice that Vincent looks better than Stan. Vincent continues his conversations and asks her if she thinks she looks beautiful too. After this, he states that if two beautiful people sit next to each other, it is easy to think that they are in a relationship. Torvald says that he thought so all along, but Vincent calls him a fool. Torvald asks, and then gets into a fight, while Diana tries to understand what the conflict is about. Diana also questions why people who are well-matched must be married, to which Vincent states that this is nonsense. After this, he asks his friend where his girlfriend is, to which he replies that she should be outside. After some time, Torvald's beloved finally returns to the room, holding a phone in her hands. Torvald happily jumps to his feet and turns to the waiter, asking him to turn off the light. After some time, the large box with the gift is opened, and a huge cake appears in front of our heroes. Diana says she has never seen anything so big, hoping that it is edible. Vincent analyzes this carefully, realizing that something is fishy here. A few more moments pass, and he understands that something is obviously wrong here. He needs to act as decisively as possible. After some time, the unfortunate person from an era where food was too scarce watches as the cake is destroyed before her eyes. Her amazement is heightened by the fact that people start throwing food at each other right before her eyes. A couple of minutes before this strange event, Vincent quickly took her hand and led her away. After that, he sat her down near the main tables and asked her to stay there. He also states that she needs to sit quietly and not make any unnecessary movements, and also not leave until he returns for her. Diana looks at the cake in surprise and wonders why she has to hide if she still doesn't know what it tastes like. Vincent quickly approaches the cake to cut off a good piece and place it on a plate. Diana reflects that she really wants to taste it, because she has never seen such big sweets. However, just a few moments later, someone grabs a large piece of cake and smashes it into another person's head. Within moments, other people start throwing pieces of cake at each other. Diana feels incredible shock associated with the incredible scale of misunderstanding of this strange situation. She stretches her hand forward to demonstrate her incredible grief. Right before her eyes, such a gigantic cake begins to fall, like the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Vincent comes closer to her and asks her if she's okay, holding a large piece of cake on a plate. Immediately after this, he sits down on the floor and says that there is a whole crowd of madmen there, of which he is already tired. He also states that it was obvious to him that Torvald bought such a large cake in order to fight with it, yet he kept that large piece. After this, he holds it out and says that she can enjoy it spontaneously. Diana tries to taste the cake, but it doesn't bring her much pleasure after what she saw. However, in order to survive the incredible shock, she still decides to try it. Vincent watches her closely and asks her if she likes the cake. The girl feels a small blush spread across her cheeks, and she says that it really is very tasty. And she thinks that more than anything in the world she would like the second miss to try this cake. For this, she would even give up extra pieces of sesame bread. Diana reflects that if her mentor had tried this delicious piece of cake, he would have liked it. After this, she sadly asks her friend why these people are throwing such delicious food. Vincent says that this is one of her uses, noting that if she really liked the cake, he would buy her the whole thing. Diana tries to comprehend the incredible strangeness of this existence, but it doesn't work right away. She doesn't understand how you can throw delicious food instead of eating it, and not even pay attention to the fact that they get dirty. She understands that these people are so bored with their lives that they seek joy even in such a simple life. The question arises here and there as to whether this is really the wonderful life, but she finds no answer to it. It becomes obvious that what is happening is starting to cause her incredible sadness. That is why she looks at everything that happens with undisguised sadness, realizing that this is not quite the golden age that she imagined. Vincent, meanwhile, cleans up the remains of the cake that flew onto him during his attempt to escape. After a while, he gets up and says that they are probably already finished, and we can safely pass. After that, he says that he will go to the bathroom to finally tidy himself up, and after that, they will go home. Diana is deep in thought when suddenly Stan appears next to her and asks her if she was really left alone. He also asks if she wants to get to know him a little better, and then asks her name again. Diana sternly tells him that she is not going to talk to him under any circumstances. Stan asks her not to be so mean, noting that this was taught to her by Father Vincent, who makes a lot of mistakes. But he also notes that she looks clean enough and asks her why she didn't join in the fun. Immediately after this, he collects the remains of the cake from his jacket with his finger and points it towards Diana. Diana jumps back and angrily asks him what the hell he's doing. Stan says that everyone here had a cake fight, and she is so clean, it's like she was never here. Diana prepares to give this villain the maximum rebuff, not suspecting that she can break all his bones. Vincent returns to the room in time and grabs his opponent by the shoulder. Turning him towards himself, he looks at him sternly and asks who allowed him to do such a thing. Immediately after this, he delivers one powerful, well-aimed blow straight into the stomach of his opponent. Stan feels pain spreading through his stomach as Vincent encourages him to show a little respect. After this, Stan takes a few steps back, clutching his stomach and trying to suppress the pain. Immediately after this, his eyes fill with rage and he calls Vincent a real scoundrel. Immediately after this, he rushes forward and delivers a quick and confident punch right to Vincent's face. Vincent feels a burning sensation spreading across his cheek. It's strong enough to make him fall onto the table and throw it several meters away. Torvald asks irritably if they are going to fight again. Vincent rushes forward and begins to brutally beat Stan, while the others take out their phones to film the process. The most reasonable participants in the events are trying to separate them, saying that there is no point in sorting things out through violence. Only a few moments pass, and Vincent and Stan lose the ability to fight due to being grabbed by hands. Diana also takes part in this, and other people are surprised at how strong she is. Stan looks at his opponent, preparing to pounce at any opportunity. Torvald realizes that he made a huge mistake by inviting these two people here. Vincent, meanwhile, is trying to blow out the blood that is pouring out of his nose in a thick stream. After wiping his face, he says that Torvald should remember that inviting Stan to the party was a big mistake. Torvald says that Stan wasn't the one who started the fight, so Vincent can't blame him for it. Immediately after this, he says that he is very sorry for causing trouble, and notes that it is time to go home. After some time, only Vincent, Diana, Stan, and Thorwald with his girlfriend remain in the place. Vincent says that if Stan has had enough punches, then they can go their separate ways. But if he wants more, then Vincent will gladly punch him again. Stan looks at his opponent sullenly and prepares to get back into the fight. Torvald tries to calm them down, saying that they have already done enough. Coming closer to Vincent, he asks him if everything is okay, noting that his face is swollen like a pig's. Vincent says that he is fine and knows the world, while two figures move through the corridors. Vincent also claims that Stan tried to touch his girlfriend's face, which caused the fight. Torvald hears a knock and, opening the door, tries to find out who decided to come to them in the midst of the party. Two officers appear in front of him, the senior of whom says that they received a call about a fight. Torvald looks at these officers in surprise when he discovers that one of them seems very unfamiliar to him. The officer turns out to be none other than Jonathan, and the senior officer asks him if he recognizes these people. Jonathan bragged a while ago that he often came here with friends, so there was a good chance that they would run into some of them. Jonathan states that he knows the man very well, after which they both go inside for examination. Almost immediately, they discover Vincent and Stan, between whom the flames of enmity have still not died down. Jonathan watches closely what is happening and discovers his friend's swollen face. He also sees bloodstains that remain on Stan's hands. A smile of mixed emotions crosses his face as he says that these guys really had a good time. Torvald tries to make amends by saying that he was so carried away by singing that he didn't even notice how it all came to this. Afterwards, he asks Jonathan if he is on duty, complimenting his uniform, to which he responds almost joylessly. The senior officer asks Vincent and Jonathan what happened here. Vincent tries to shield Diana with his body and says that nothing special happened here. He adds that everything was as Torvald said, adding that there was no fight. Jonathan looks closely at their damage and thinks that they must have been pretty badly damaged. But if they're both okay, that's good. The officer says he would like to see the documents, to which Vincent states that no one will carry documents to the party. The officer sternly says that this is complete nonsense, and asks the protagonist to state his identification number. Afterwards, he discovers broken bottles and asks if they really didn't fight each other. Vincent smiles and says that no one would ever think that they fought. Stan gets to his feet and adjusts his glasses, saying that they did fight and that Vincent was the first one. The senior officer turns his gaze to the man and analyzes him carefully, trying to understand what is going on. He asks them what actually happened here, trying to establish the truth. Stan states that a birthday party would not cause such chaos, and Vincent decides not to argue with this statement. Torvald is still trying to cover up the situation by saying that they were just fooling around here and there was no fighting. The senior officer slams the book shut and says he wants them to follow him to the station where they can talk. Vincent approaches Thorwald and asks him to help him take his sister, as he will be going with the police to the station. Torvald tries to understand why Vincent suddenly calls his girlfriend sister, but does not give him up, and says that he can rely on him. The senior officer says that they will all go to the station together since they are witnesses. Vincent realizes that the situation is taking a very serious turn, and he needs to act more decisively. Vincent claims that Diana is his cousin, and that she is still a schoolgirl, and that is why she has not done her homework. The senior officer says that schoolgirls will not go to clubs, and Torvald intervenes on his behalf, saying that they can take him away and get all the information. The officer sternly tells them that they must stop talking nonsense as they are all going to the station together. Jonathan says he's new at work and just follows his boss, and his words don't carry any weight. Vincent states that his cousin came from the village and had never been to such places, so there is no need to scare her. Jonathan states that they just want to sort things out and will not kill or eat anyone. Jonathan also reflects on the fact that Diana is probably the girl his father was talking about. After some time, they reach the police station. Jonathan asks Vincent how old his cousin is and where she comes from. Vincent says that she still hasn't done the paperwork, and that she was only here for a couple of days for an excursion. Jonathan smiles and turns to Diana, telling her that she can call him brother. Torvald meanwhile turns to his girlfriend and says that she can take his car, since he is now heading to the police station. Some more time passes, and they all head to the right place to draw up a report. The car stops as the driver is assured that they have reached the right place. Vincent jokes with Torvald and says that they have finally arrived at his house. The senior officer says that they need to stop bickering because it is already late, and they need to close the case quickly. Vincent notes that he has never felt so guilty, realizing that he is responsible for his common-law wife. He reflects that looking after a person probably also means controlling his anger. Diana, meanwhile, turns her gaze to him, and incredible severity can be read in it, as well as a willingness to come to the rescue. Vincent looks at her and it gives him some optimism about the future. He smiles and thinks that they will figure this all out, and this situation will show what might happen in the future. After some time, they enter the interrogation room to give testimony. When the officer asks them what really happened and who started the fight, Vincent claims that it was a normal fight and he hit Stan because he was insulting him. The senior officer states that he needs more details, and Vincent states that he would be happy to hear Stan's story. Stan reflects on the fact that he may not gain anything from this trip to the station, but he certainly has nothing to lose. Stan complains that they were just fooling around, and suddenly, out of nowhere, he decided to hit him, and that's why the fight started. The senior officer realizes that he has heard this story 10,000 times already. Immediately after this, he looks at them with a stern gaze and asks if they have the slightest idea what the word details is. He demands that they tell him what exactly the jokes were and what words led to the fight. Having laid out all the necessary instructions for giving evidence, he asks them if they understood him and that they remain silent. The officer said that they shouldn't waste time thinking and just tell him everything in order. Realizing that Stan will prevaricate, he asks Vincent to start the story from the very beginning. Stan suddenly takes the initiative and says that he wants to tell his version first. Stan claims that it all started because he offered him a drink, but he refused. Vincent ignores this part of the story, thinking that he only cares about Diana's fate. After some time, the senior officer addresses him loudly, asking if he is still there and noting that he wants to hear his version. Vincent claims that there is nothing untrue in his version, except for its beginning, since the fight started because of insults. Stan immediately says that he was just joking, and the officer remarks that a fight over a joke looks pretty ridiculous. After this, silence reigns in the office again, and no one says a word. The officer asks them if they want to work it out, offering a friendly handshake as an option. Stan asks the officer why they don't arrest him, to which the officer replies that if they do arrest him, it will be both of them. He also says that if Stan wants, he can try to get the beatings recorded by a doctor, but the chances of them being recorded as serious are slim. Vincent smiles and asks his opponent why they don't reconsider their entire actions and end with a handshake. The senior officer sternly remarks that it seems to him that these people are very familiar with this process. Stan becomes indignant and says that Vincent hit him first, and muses that he allowed himself to change solely so that Vincent would get arrested. The officers begin to lose patience and say that they will record the statements of each of them and put them in a cell, or they can settle everything with a handshake. Stan realizes he has no other options and becomes irritated and lost in thought. Some time passes and Vincent comes out of the toilet, which is equipped in the police station. Jonathan tells them that his cut will take some time to heal and offers to drive them home. Vincent says he will be fine and asks if he can leave his post. He starts to say that nothing will happen if he leaves his post in the middle of the night, when suddenly Jonathan shuts him up. He also says that one should never say such things, so as not to jinx it. He says with complete seriousness that there are secret agents working here, also known as raised flags. After this, he says that he will take them home without any problem, while Vincent asks him where Diana is. Jonathan states that they are outside at the main entrance waiting for him to return. Jonathan also asks Vincent why he is so weird. Vincent says that Diana is not strange at all and is a very smart girl. Torvald meanwhile looks at the time and realizes that it is already quite late. He clicks his tongue in irritation and says it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning. He also wonders why Vincent hasn't left the station yet, given that Stan has already gone home. Just a few seconds pass and the main character comes out on the street, saying that he would kick that idiot's ass if he were given the chance. He also turns around and asks Torvald where his girlfriend is, to which he replies that she didn't wait and went to the car to sleep. Vincent states that they should take a taxi, after which he advises his friend to go to bed. Some more time passes and they find themselves near the road waiting for a taxi. A cold wind blows through their bodies and they both start sneezing. Torvald notices that it is quite cold and unpleasant at night. After a few moments he freezes and realizes that something is wrong. Looking at Vincent, he says that in such a situation he should have lent the girl his jacket so that she wouldn't freeze. Vincent, being a gentle modern man, says that Diana is not cold, and she immediately confirms his words. Torvald finally asks them whether Diana is Vincent's cousin or a girl, to which he replies that both answers are wrong. After some time, they finally get home, and Vincent is incredibly happy about it. After this, he puts his hands in his pockets and heads towards his apartment, and Diana follows him. Vincent doesn't say a single word, realizing that what happened should only be discussed at home. Diana follows him and also remains silent, but her patience is running out, and there is not much time left until they finally get home. Vincent turns around after a while and asks her if she can speed up and walk next to him, because he feels like there is a servant following him. Diana looks at him with a very serious and displeased expression on her face, and says that she is not a servant. Vincent states that to do this she needs to walk next to him, not behind him, As soon as she is near him, he says that he now solemnly declares that she will no longer be afraid. After some time, they finally get to his apartment and Vincent collapses on the couch. He says he has been waiting for this moment for a long time, admitting that he is very tired. Vincent asks her what she said at the police station, to which she replies that she said she was his cousin, a high school student. She also states that she remained silent while the others testified, and Vincent is very happy about this. Diana states that at the end of the era, Hello doesn't look as scary as she used to. Vincent claims that the local justice system isn't scary at all until you check the brutality. He stands up and gives his arms a good flex, knowing they've worked hard today. He also understands that the key factor in the evening ending well was that Diana responded appropriately to the situation. Vincent also says that she has become too dependent on him, to which Diana states that she knows nothing, so it is natural. Vincent asks her if she is afraid that he will set her up again, to which Diana states that he is a good man, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The girl says that this man gave her shelter, fed her and helped her, and if she doesn't trust him, she'll have to become a vagabond. Diana also says that Stan didn't try to touch her face, but Vincent states that if he had, she would have hit him, so he wouldn't. After this, he decides to ask her a very important question, the answer to which interests him very much. He asks her if they really fought like children. Diana says nothing, but notices very strange behavior in her cohabitant. After a short pause, she asks if it could really be called a fight in any way. Afterwards, she asks him why he hit him in the first place, to which Vincent replies that Stan deserved it. He also says that the maximum force in such a situation should be low, so as not to end up in prison. He also notes that there are all kinds of people in this world, and some look down on others for no particular reason. Vincent admits to being contemptuous of those who act strangely or covet other people's food, and Stan is a combination of the two. Diana asks Vincent who a sycophant is, to which he replies that he is an ordinary person who deserves to die. Diana, being a person from ancient times, does not perceive the play on words correctly, and therefore this causes some misunderstandings for her. Vincent states that it is already quite late, so they need to take a shower and go to bed. Diana goes to the shower first, leaving the protagonist alone in the living room. Vincent reflects on how glad he is to have someone to talk to. He also wonders why they can't cuddle before bed when she gets out of the shower. After a while, he pulls himself together and notes that the appearance of such thoughts seems a little strange to him. Diana enters from the room and Vincent hears the distinctive creaking of the floors. She looks at him with some surprise, trying to understand why he looks so strange. Vincent gets to his feet and says that this time she will have to dry her hair herself. After that, he quickly goes into the shower. Moments later, he finds himself alone in the shower room to deal with his feelings. He covers his face with his hand and says it was incredibly close and dangerous. After a while, he finally calms down and comes out of the shower. Diana states that she has seen many girls wearing short hair and asks if this is part of the norm. Vincent, bearing in mind that everyone here is free to choose their own hairstyle, asks her if she wants to get a haircut. Diana says she would like to freshen up her haircut a bit, but Vincent says long hair is great. He also imagines his companion with short hair and understands that she will look like a boy. After this, he takes a few steps towards Diana to get closer to her. Coming closer, he says that he will help her dry her hair, so she doesn't have to think about cutting it. Diana looks at him with some surprise and says that she agrees to such a deal. After that, she asks if it's normal for guys these days to help girls dry their hair. Vincent smiles, not seeing anything special in this. He switches the hairdryer to another setting and begins to carefully go over the hair. He pays close attention to what he is doing so as not to dry out his companion's hair. Diana's hair smells very nice because she uses one of the products. Diana herself feels a little awkward but doesn't say a word. Vincent also realizes that what is happening seems a little awkward to him because of the romantic nature of the moment. After some time, the hair drying process comes to an end, and Vincent turns off the hairdryer. He says that he will go to his room now, so he stays in this living room. Vincent bids her goodnight and recommends that she go to bed soon after him. Diana looks after him in surprise, after which she also wishes him goodnight. Once in her room, she picks up the phone to clarify some information. She carefully presses the screen to get to the desired page. Diana draws on the on-screen keyboard using the digital pen feature. After some time, she manages to achieve the desired result, and a search query opens in front of her. She finds a special song that she has wanted to listen to for a long time. After the girl gently presses the play button with her finger, the phone starts playing the song. Diana immediately hides under the blanket so as not to wake her roommate. She then uses the volume control to make the song quieter. The song that Diana plays is very melancholic and romantic, and the young girl falls asleep to it. Several hours pass, and morning rises over the city, and Vincent finally opens his eyes. Stepping into the living room, he wishes Diana good morning, finding that she has already sat down to work. He also mentions that he got up late and asks her if she would like something to eat, to which Diana responsibly states that she is already working. Vincent smiles and says that in that case he will buy them breakfast himself, without distracting her. The protagonist reflects on how life with this girl has affected him, and now there is more routine in his life. As he closes the door, he wonders what his life was like before he met her. Diana, meanwhile, is left alone and looks away, making sure that Vincent has left. A bead of sweat runs down her cheek from the incredible tension. Immediately after this, she opens a search engine and begins to draw hieroglyphs on the tablet. A question appears in the search bar about who is the friend they talked about for so long a few days ago. The search engine immediately gives her the necessary information, which contains everything she needs to know about this term. Diana carefully reads the hieroglyphs to understand what her partner was talking about. At first she is a little surprised, but over time she continues to read what is written there. With each subsequent sentence she read, her brows furrowed a little. Having learned everything she needs, she decides to erase the search query in order to find out something else. She asks the search engine if there are spirits in this world, and it tells her that it is a popular search query. Some more time passes, and Vincent opens the door, saying that he is back and inviting her to breakfast. Diana says that she cannot join him at the moment because she is working. Vincent states that there should be time to rest at work too, and Diana immediately turns around and says that in that case she agrees. Vincent states that he didn't buy too much as they needed a light meal to snack on before lunch. Diana states that she has played long enough and asks if she can now help other people. Vincent says he will find her a digital job and she will tell him if she can do it. Diana smiles happily and says that she really wants to try herself in real work. Vincent smiles and muses that after she understands this world better, he will find her a normal job. Diana is delighted to learn that the buns contain meat, and Vincent advises her to take her time as there are still plenty of them. Diana also takes her milk to wash down the taste of the crispy meat buns. Diana smiles and says that these buns are really tasty. Vincent is surprised that she is so happy with her meal, because this is not the first time she has eaten here. Diana declares that these buns are really very tasty, just like the cake she tried yesterday. Vincent suddenly asks her when his birthday is, promising to make her a cake. Diana freezes for a moment, after which she says in a confused voice that she doesn't know when she was born. Vincent looks at her in surprise and tries to understand what he should do in this situation. After some time, he says that perhaps her birthday can be considered the day she came into this world. Diana is very surprised by her friend's resourcefulness, and understands that this is a good compromise option. Her heart also fills with joy, and she asks him if this is the day she will be able to have her cake and eat it too. Vincent looks at his partner's face, surprised that a simple cake is enough to make her happy. He finds this very funny, and realizes that the people of that time had extraordinary charisma. After that, he smiles and says that today this can also be arranged. If she is a little patient, then he will buy her a cake in honor of her past birthday. Diana happily thanks Vincent, calling him a young master. However, after a while she calms down a little, saying that the cake is probably a very expensive pleasure. Vincent says that she just needs to relax and wait, since the pastries are not that expensive. Diana sits down next to him on the couch, and Vincent himself dives into his phone to place an order. He asks if she brought any copper coins with her, noting that they were most likely used in her era. Diana says that unfortunately, she doesn't have any coins with her, and usually her stepmother had them. She also says that she had some silver that she received for a rainy day. After a while, she suddenly freezes, realizing that she no longer has her usual wallet. Looking at her pockets, she realizes that her hand is touching empty space. For a moment, she is lost in thought about how in the future, no one will ever put money in her pocket during a conversation. Vincent says it really wasn't very well thought out, reflecting on the fact that wallets weren't that common back then. Afterwards, he looks out the window and wonders who would think that Diana's journey would lead her here. He also notes that no one would have thought now that copper coins would be valued much more than silver ones. Jonathan is driving down the road at the same time to visit his father. After some time, he meets his neighbor and exchanges pleasantries with her. Arriving at his father's house, he parks his moped nearby and climbs the stairs. Opening the door, he says that he is finally back, but after a few moments he is very surprised. The reason for his surprise is a small dog who is happily wagging his tail. Jonathan looks at this pet, wondering how the dog always got caught. Jonathan's father says that he got the puppy to be trained as a police dog, but Jonathan claims that he doesn't know how to train dogs. His father asks him if the police can't train a dog, and Jonathan says that not everything the police can do. A not very educated father says that if a dog is raised by a policeman, it will become a policeman anyway. Jonathan realizes that it is very difficult to explain anything to his father because he will not listen to it. The first thing he decides to do is figure out what to call this dog, to which he receives the answer that he hasn't come up with one yet, but will definitely read the dictionary for a good name. Jonathan turns to his father and asks him if he knows that Vincent actually has a cousin. His father says that this is the first time he has heard of this, and asks him if he likes her appearance. Jonathan sits down on the couch and says he was just asking out of idle curiosity. After this, he thinks about one thing that has been bothering him all this time. He understands that their families are very close, and they often got together for New Year's and other holidays. Previously, they even wanted to match their children with each other, since they had boys, but this idea failed. Jonathan's father asks his son why he is asking about Vincent's cousin, and he says that he met her yesterday. Jonathan says that the girl was very beautiful but a little strange, but his father only hears the first part of the sentence. A moment later, he says that he should wait a couple of days, because he will contact Vincent's father and find out everything. Jonathan says that this doesn't make any sense because they are two different beasts. Jonathan also speculates that given Vincent's behavior at karaoke, it could be assumed that he was doing it a little on purpose. After some time, he comes to the conclusion that he really does behave like a representative of his profession, a policeman. Vincent, meanwhile, goes outside and greets his neighbor, saying that it has become quite quiet here lately. The neighbor happily talks about how much that peach tree pond helped, adding that there are some things you just can't help but believe. Vincent laughs and says that he is partly right about this topic. Diana follows him silently, periodically looking around. Vincent says that she really scared her uncle, and Diana responsibly declares that this will never happen again. The information she received some time ago haunts her, and she periodically looks around. She pauses briefly and says that everyone thinks she is his girlfriend. Vincent says that these people actually have this assumption because they are not informed enough. Vincent also says that he talked to them, but if they believed him, then that's their business. After this, he asks her to follow him, saying that he will buy her a delicious drink. Diana wonders in her mind why people think this about them, when they are two decent people. After thinking for a while, she realizes that the young master is right, and if her conscience is clear, then everything is fine. Diana, however, remains interested and asks Vincent what a girl can do in a relationship with a guy so that she can avoid this. Vincent says that an ordinary girl would go shopping with her boyfriend. He also states that the girl and the guy often walk together and eat together. After thinking a little more, he says that joint activities also include living together and other things. The last point is the information that couples often drink tea with milk. Diana pauses briefly, saying that she should stop doing this then. Vincent stops her and tells her that she is a special case and an exception to the rule. Diana looks at her drink and wonders why only a girl in a relationship can drink such delicious things. Looking at the trash can, she wonders if she should throw out the drink. After collecting her thoughts, she realizes that there is no point in throwing away food if it is so tasty. Quickly catching up with him, she says that they are clean, so everything will be fine. Vincent agrees with her, saying that since they are both clean, it is all nonsense. After some time, they reach a pastry shop, and Vincent declares that they have almost reached their goal. Diana, meanwhile, continues to be nervous and reflects on the fact that if there is nothing to hide, then it doesn't matter what others think. Vincent walks into the store, and the clerk tells him that the cake he ordered is ready. The protagonist takes the cake that was just given to him and goes outside. Diana looks closely at the large box and thinks that even such a cake is not cheap. Diana talks about how the job involves solving other people's problems, and asks her if he has any problems that she could solve. Vincent muses that he needs to come up with some clever answer to impress her. After a dramatic pause, he says that he doesn't have any problems that she could solve. Diana continues to stare at him, and Vincent jokes that he doesn't have a woman he loves. Diana thinks seriously and tries to understand what to do with this situation. Vincent begins to worry that this girl is taking this situation seriously. Diana looks at him thoughtfully and tilts her head, which makes him even more worried. Vincent reflects that even if this girl agrees to something like this, he will refuse. After some time, Diana's reflections come to an end, and she realizes the hopelessness of the situation. Having exhausted the true light of righteousness, she says that she really cannot help him kidnap a girl from a good family, because this is a violation of the vow. Vincent looks at her with a face full of incomprehension and surprise. Immediately after this, he looks down and stares at the gift box he is holding. Vincent is also surprised that Diana believes his words, even though she has never seen or heard of anything like this. Instead of doubting, she accepts the fact that these things exist and tries to study them. Diana interrupts the protagonist's thoughts by carefully pulling him by the sleeve. After that, she comes closer to him, and then asks if it is okay to do something like this on the street. Understanding, the girl attracted the couple, who decide to kiss. Vincent is filled with bachelor anger and says that this is quite vulgar. Vincent says that people from their era were also open, and several emperors certainly deserved this title. Diana recalls that she had heard only a few words about these emperors. Vincent tries to ask her about these times with interest, realizing that his father also devoted his entire life to studying these times. Diana asks him what he wants to know, and Vincent asks her why they are not familiar with such behavior if people were freer under the emperor. Diana says that the affairs of the emperor and his subordinates have nothing to do with her. Vincent freezes for a moment, then realizes that these are actually very logical thoughts for a man of that era. Smiling, he says that there is some truth in the words. The whole point is that historical records usually record the misdeeds and exploits of emperors, officials, and civil servants, and not commoners. Vincent sadly reflects that all the tales of the great world will remain part of his imagination. Vincent also asks Diana to tell him about the life of their class when she has time. Diana spends some time immersed in memories of the past, and realizes that they are not the most pleasant. The feeling of nervousness in her hands tells her that her life is not nearly as interesting as his, and he is unlikely to like it. Vincent says this is a great excuse to have a story night tonight. Once they are home, Vincent unpacks the cake, and Diana looks at it with barely concealed delight. Vincent says they are birthday candles, but he doesn't know how old she is, so he bought them for her 18th birthday. Diana looks at these candles with interest, and then sticks them into the cake she likes. Vincent says it's time to turn off the lights, and Diana asks him, surprised, why this is necessary. Vincent states that this is part of the ceremony, then turns off the light in the living room. Coming closer, he asks the imaginary spectators to greet the star of the night, Diana. After this, he tells her that she should concentrate and make a wish for herself. Vincent also adds that she needs to focus on what she wants most, then open her eyes and blow out all the candles at once. Vincent declares that it is her first birthday, which means that everything she wishes for will definitely come true. Diana falls silent for a while and becomes lost in thought, which makes Vincent feel a little bored. After a while, she suddenly opens her eyes and looks around slightly. During this action, she accidentally comes face to face with Vincent. Our heroes start to get nervous and quickly turn away from each other, after which Vincent asks her if she has finished making her wish. Diana says that she has made a wish for everything she would like to receive this year, and then blows out the candles with one breath. Vincent turns on the light and the girl states that this is a rather strange ceremony. Diana also asks Vincent if she can use her phone to take a picture of the cake. Vincent, having calmed down, says that she can do whatever she wants. Immediately after this, he comes closer to her and guides her hands so that she can take the right photo. As soon as Diana takes a picture of the cake, he hands her a knife and teaches her how to properly cut the pieces of cake. Under Vincent's watchful eye, Diana masterfully manages to cut off a glorious piece of cake. Immediately after this, she hands him a piece, and Vincent says that in this case, the rest of the cake should go to her. Diana looks with delight at the huge piece of cake that remains. The first thing she does is cut off another piece to make it easier to eat, but she is in no hurry to eat it. Vincent comes a little closer to her and asks her if she doesn't like this cake. Diana says that this is not the reason at all, after which she carefully tries it with a spoon. After a few moments, a genuine smile appears on her face, and she says that this cake is very delicious. Vincent watches attentively as his interlocutor enjoys a wonderful cake. He muses that his face must have looked the same when he first tasted whipped cream as a child. He also notes that it has been a long time since he enjoyed a meal alone. These thoughts make him smile sincerely, after which he decides to open the refrigerator. A few moments later, he approaches his interlocutor, holding a small jar in his hands. Handing her the second one, he says that now they can raise a toast to this day. Vincent reflects on how lucky Diana is to be here. But for him, all these procedures are a routine matter. Vincent also notes that even if life is short, it is not wasted, because he managed to meet a man from ancient times. After clinking glasses properly, they say it's time to drink to their meeting. Vincent listens attentively to Diana, who is preparing to tell one of the stories of her life. She says that in the 4th year of Kaiyuan, locusts attacked their village, and fortunately, through the efforts of the emperor, tragedy was avoided. She also tells how, despite the locusts being exterminated, the teacher fled into the desert and called those times a golden era. Diana also says that she had an altar in her home where she prayed for the emperor's longevity. Vincent looks at Diana in surprise and asks her why the martial artists built an altar dedicated to the emperor. Diana explains that if it weren't for him, the mentor wouldn't have been able to leave that village, and the mortality rate would have been much higher. Vincent asks her if he really comes from that golden era. He reflects that if this was a golden era, then he shudders to imagine what the Dark Ages were like. Diana answers this question by saying that there were epidemics, droughts, floods, wars. There is no slavery, society. Diana also says that the mentor said that they were living in the best of times, and they did not need to wish for more. Diana also reflects on the fact that if those times were called golden, then what should she call this time? Vincent, meanwhile, decides to turn to his phone in order to make some historical inquiries. He says that the times from which Diana came can be called both bad and good at the same time. Vincent realizes that compared to her, he is just lucky. Looking at his interlocutor, he understands perfectly well that she has experienced an incredible number of shocks and traumas at a young age. Vincent, however, decides to cheer her up and tells her that she shouldn't think about it, because it's all in the past. Diana smiles and says that she is very grateful to him for treating her so well. After some time, she asks him if she can eat the rest of this cake tomorrow. Vincent says they don't see any problem with it, and notes that the cake could be just as delicious tomorrow. Diana concludes that this cake will always be delicious, saying that she has arrived at a time when people throw themselves, and 2 people put themselves on display. She says that the mentor was wrong, and these times can be called the golden era. Vincent reads the reassurance in his partner's eyes, and asks her if she would like to raise another toast. Smiling, he takes out a can of drink and talks about drinking to the golden era. Diana supports this toast, clinks glasses with him again, and says that she would gladly drink to this. After this, she raises her gaze and looks closely at the light bulb that is above her. The light gradually begins to blind her, and she reluctantly closes her eyes. In her thoughts, she promises her mentors that she will fully understand this world. Several days pass, and Vincent continues to carefully study the information on his computer. Diana carefully appears behind him, watching him carefully. Vincent feels a tense gaze from the side and understands that someone is watching him. He asks her what is going on, causing Diana to suddenly become frightened and flinch. As soon as he turns his head to find out what is going on, she immediately disappears from sight. After some time, she decides to show herself to her cohabitant. She approaches him carefully and hides something behind her back. Vincent has a rough idea of what the reason is, and guesses that she has used up her supply of feminine pads, and is embarrassed to ask for new ones. Vincent says that she should have told him about this earlier, and then states that he can order her a whole box. It's only after a while that I stop and realize that there is a more effective way to solve this problem. Turning to her, he says that he will transfer several hundred yuan to her, so that she can buy the necessary things at the store on her own. He also tries to explain to her how these things work, telling her not to handle them roughly. Diana looks at him with a look of complete confusion, and he says that he is just worried about her. Diana tells them that using these particular products is quite uncomfortable. Vincent gains knowledge beyond his cognitive abilities and gathers himself for a while. After that, he comes up to her and says that he would rather look for it on the internet, and then explain to her what to do. Diana, as they say, is that she understood him, after which she turns away to head to her room. However, on her way to the room, she stops to ask the main character one question. She asks if what they are doing right now can be considered normal. Vincent states that they have nothing to hide, so he sees no reason to be ashamed of it. Diana agrees with him, saying that overall his arguments sound logical. After this, she goes behind the room and closes the door, waiting for the characteristic click. The girl understands that their relationship is reaching a completely new level, which is difficult to describe in words. Meanwhile, the sun begins to rise higher and higher above the city, illuminating the apartments and everything in them. Diana makes a full transfer of 100 yuan in order to pay off part of the debts to Vincent. The girl assures that she has finally fulfilled her part of the deal, and Vincent notes that he has received all the money she transferred to him. Diana, meanwhile, feels very heavy and sad because she had to part with her money. Vincent asks her why she is so eager to get the money back if it is hard for her to part with it. After this, he looks at his sad interlocutor and understands that he needs to think of something to do with her. Vincent asks her if she knows how to cook regular food. Diana states that she can cook porridge and reheat leftovers in a frying pan. Vincent suggests that he can teach her how to cook, musing that having special skills makes life easier, especially when you have more than one. Diana becomes enthusiastic and wonders if she can really learn to cook. Vincent understands that tomorrow she will be busy all day, and making money from video games, she will not get the proper sense of reality. But cooking may be something she can master. He also encourages her, saying that of course she can do it, since it is not some kind of complicated science. He calls her to him, saying that today he will teach her how to fry potatoes properly. Vincent states that he doesn't cook that often, which means they should clean up a bit before they start cooking. He says that he is going to the store to buy vegetables, after which he recommends that she wash the dishes for now. Vincent reflects on the fact that he himself is not a master cook and can only prepare simple dishes like country-style potatoes. However, he remains confident that it will be much easier to teach a girl to cook than a man. Some time passes, which Vincent spends shopping and searching for the best ingredients. Diana, meanwhile, exhales tensely, because she is finally prepared for the cooking procedure. With her usual enthusiasm, she polished the entire kitchen, which now shines as if it were made of diamonds. Diana also feels the onset of intense anxiety due to not getting enough food. The girl says that she is a little hungry and would not refuse something very tasty right now. However, the warm thoughts that she will be able to learn how to cook delicious food warms her. Vincent returns home out of breath and says that he finally bought everything he needed. Diana meets him at the door and looks closely at the products he bought. The first thing that catches her eye is a package of vegetable oil, as well as several kilograms of potatoes. The girl has never seen anything like it before and asks what it is, and Vincent states that this vegetable is quite tasty and very healthy. Vincent also starts helping to carry all this into the kitchen, as he is very tired. Diana, with her characteristic incredible heroic strength, throws the heavy bags over her shoulder and says that she understands everything. Vincent starts preparing it and says that first you need to wash the dirt off the potatoes with water, and then remove the top layer by peeling them. Vincent also states that after this, she will be able to learn how to cook food and wash dishes. Vincent says that he will pay a salary for each dish prepared, and Diana says that it would be rude of her. Vincent explains that she should take this as a bonus, since home-cooked food and order are better than in some cafes. Diana turns around and says that the idea of cooking at home seems a little unusual. Vincent continues to watch her and show her the instructions that are written on what to do with the potatoes. At that very moment, Jonathan decides to call him to discuss some business. Vincent accepts the challenge and says that once she has cut everything she needs, she can put it in a pot of water. Vincent asks his friend what happened. Jonathan says he has a couple of days off and would like to meet up for a barbecue. Vincent says he's unlikely to be able to go outside today, but Jonathan says he won't be getting another weekend for a while. After this, Jonathan begins to beg, and Vincent states that he has already prepared food for himself. Jonathan is very surprised and asks him if he really decided to cook his own food. Jonathan says that this is not like him and that he has changed a lot, but Vincent decides to hang up pretty quickly. Vincent reflects that if he had given more details, the man would have come to sit with him after his. We understand that there is no need for this, since showing Diana to other people once again is not the best idea. Diana, meanwhile, is wondering if it's okay for a guy or a girl to cook together. As soon as she enters search queries, she decides to study the information that the internet has provided. Returning, he points to a bottle of oil, then shows her other sauces and seasonings. He states that all these spices are used to enhance the flavor. He also advises her to keep track of how much seasoning he adds, and to remember so as not to make mistakes. Diana looks at her roommate with suspicion after what she read on the internet. Vincent asks her if she remembered this, saying that one should not use too many seasonings. Diana resolutely turns away and begins cooking, but Vincent asks her if everything is okay. Diana is silent for a while, then says that everything is clear. Vincent asks her what she means, and the girl replies that the food smells especially good today. After some time, they finish preparing the dish, and Diana beholds her first culinary masterpiece. The girl happily says that this dish is incredibly aromatic and delicious. Vincent hands her some rice so she can add it to her food. He reflects on the fact that it has been 2 months since they have been living together, and this is the first time they have eaten home-cooked food. Diana decides to try the dish she was preparing for and with tea. Lights come into her eyes and she says that the dish turned out very tasty. Diana asks if the potatoes have been growing in the ground all this time, to which Vincent replies that nothing grows out of thin air. After this, he takes the steamed potato and starts tossing it from hand to hand because it is too hot. After cooling it down a bit, he offers her to try the dish, warning her that it is hot. Vincent also says that it is okay if she has not seen this vegetable before, since it came to them from the West. Vincent says that if she were to go back in time, she would have to build a large ship and sail directly towards the east. According to him, if she had captured several plots of potatoes and brought them home, her name would have been in the history books. Diana talks about how she was thinking about finding some area where she could grow something in this world. Vincent looks at her and asks if she really wants to be a farmer. Diana, smiling slightly, says that if there was no opportunity, she would sow and grow it. Vincent says that growing crops is not the best way to survive in the world. Diana asks him what the problem is, reminding him that she is strong and all she needs is money and seeds to plant. Vincent stops her continued wild fantasies, telling her that she first needs to figure out how to live here before thinking about such things. He also says that spending 3 to 4 years on a farm is a rather unforgivable luxury. Diana looks at him with some sadness, realizing that he has no other choice. Turning away sadly, she says that in general, she agrees with his point of view. Vincent looks at her and realizes that this news has really upset her. However, he tries to encourage her and tells her that she should treat this place as her home, because he will take care of it. Diana begins to blush in embarrassment and asks him if he is really going to take care of her. Vincent says that they must get it wrong, adding that he will take care of her like he would take care of a winter melon. Diana tells him that she cannot pay off her debts yet, but she cannot offer herself as payment. Vincent says that he never even imagined anything like this, and reflects on the fact that she has a scandalous mindset. Diana states that she cannot treat this place as her home because she is staying here for a while. Vincent tries to calm her down and tells her that she needs to understand that he really is a good guy. The protagonist reminds her that his name is not Bad, but Young Master, and Diana agrees with him. After some time, evening comes again, and our heroes go about their business. Diana suggests studying some questions about the universe using a graphic tablet and a browser. The first thing she does is decide to hover over the icon of one social network and decide to take a look at it. A moment later, she's already on Vincent's page and discovers that there's an option to view albums. Diana looks at this column with incredible curiosity and tries to understand what could be hidden there. As soon as she clicks on this column, information opens up before her that she didn't even suspect. She looks at a young man who looks somewhat like Vincent, but is dressed like an informal. Diana asks Vincent if it is really him, and the protagonist starts to get a little nervous, saying that they are not alike. Vincent claims that even if they look a little similar, it really isn't him. Diana stares at him with her all-consuming gaze. After a while, he gives in and says that it really is him. Vincent claims that he used to be more stupid and even went to a psychiatrist because of this. He also states that this is his dark past, and it is better not to look at it without a special reason. That he saved this photo in a private album to help him cope with stupid ideas. But in the end, it was found too easily. Vincent thanks God that Diana didn't find the video he was filming, because then she would have thought he was crazy. Diana asks if he ever had long hair before, and Vincent states that it was back in 2007. He also states that back then they were trying to follow fashion trends, but now everything has changed. The main character also reflects on the fact that if he had not behaved so eccentrically back then, his father would have been much less strict with him. Vincent states that he can help her create her own social media account, since using his own is not a good idea. After some time, they decide to register her and try to find a suitable password that she will definitely remember. At first, Diana doesn't understand what she needs to do, but Vincent tells her that she needs to press certain buttons one by one. The girl begins to closely follow Vincent's movements. After some time, she succeeds in completing this task and reports this with enthusiasm. Vincent says that you can come up with a suitable nickname to be on this social network. Vincent suggests calling Diana's account Aerial Dancer. Diana asks him in surprise if this is really her name on the internet now. Vincent claims that it is something of a pseudonym, as everyone on the internet uses them to hide their identity. Vincent plays in several gaming groups at once, and recommends that she watch how people communicate there in order to join their circle. He also states that if something is unclear, you can ask about it on the internet. Having finished a short lecture on how to use the internet, he sits down on the sofa. Picking up his phone, he sees that he has received a new friend request from Diana. Vincent wonders in his mind, and then decides that he will make this girl on the internet mine. However, without thinking twice, he comes to the conclusion that this is still better than jumping around buildings. Vincent also discovers that 2 months have already passed, and he has already gotten used to the fact that Diana lives with him. In the environment around him, he understands that after some time he will finally get used to this time, and will not understand it at all. From his point of view, that is, years ago she was just a grain of sand in an era, but here she is a golden brick. Vincent praises her for her efforts, saying that he has done everything he could to make her stay here easier. Diana gets up after a while and says that she needs to take a shower. Vincent tells her that she can use new towels to make it easier to dry her hair, and the girl goes to take a shower. After using the towels Vincent offered, she realizes that he was indeed right. She understands that everything she saw was created for the entertainment of people. From her point of view, things were different before, and people did everything they could to survive. Looking in the mirror, she realizes that only 2 months have passed, but she can already say that she looks completely different. Coming out of the shower, she finds Vincent already waiting for her in his place. The main character says that he will help her dry her hair, and then he will go take a shower. Vincent's plan is to help her dry her hair so that it doesn't irritate her and she doesn't want to cut it. Diana says that Vincent can also let his hair grow. If he doesn't dye it red, then she can help dry it. Vincent says he doesn't need it, but Diana says it's hard for her when she can't help him in any way in return. Vincent says that he does not find it burdensome to help without receiving any preferences in return. He also states that there are special salons that give good haircuts to people, and adds that one day he will take her there. Diana muses that if Vincent had traveled back in time, she would have definitely defended him, and then brushed it off and said it was a piece of cake. For a moment, she is once again immersed in memories of the time from which she came. A smile appears on her face, and she decides that it is better not to remember it, since she feels good right now. Some more time passes, and winter comes, which means people try to keep warm. Vincent takes the phone and asks his partner to stand still and not move. After a short pause, he presses the button on his phone to take a photo. After he takes another picture, he compares it with others he has in his database. Vincent comes to the conclusion that his partner is turning into a real fashionista. After this, he draws Diana's attention to the fact that the temperature outside is quite low. Vincent states that fortunately, he thought of everything in advance and bought fur clothing. Diana says that she can withstand the cold with martial arts and tolerates frost much better than he does. Vincent mentions that his toes might freeze in the straw sandals, but Diana immediately gets angry, and he decides not to continue the conversation. Vincent prepares to go out on the streets, says that Diana can cook something herself if she is hungry. Ingredients from the refrigerator. Finally, she states that she doesn't have to cook for him, since he'll buy something for himself along the way. Immediately after this, he goes outside to go about his business. Vincent reflects on the fact that he hasn't transferred rent money to his father in a long time, and realizes that he needs to fix this. In a moment, he realizes that others might misunderstand the fact that he lives with Diana. In his view, only an idiot like Mr. Pumpkinson would believe that he was acting out of selfless motives. After some time, he decides to write to his mother that he will come to their house today. Some time passes and he enters his parents' apartment, after which he is asked why he came alone. His mother calmly asks him where his girlfriend went, to which he states that she is sitting at home and he did not take her with him. The woman, suspicious of him, asks why he brought her home. Vincent sits down next to his mother to take an orange from the plate. He asks her not to look at him so suspiciously, and says that she is just his friend, and there is no need to come here. Vincent also states that his father will complain that he is a burden on them. Mom begins to watch him closely as he gradually peels the orange. She asks him how they even got together if they are both quite young, to which Vincent replies that she came to the city to earn money, and was all alone. From her point of view, she was a naive page who moved to this wonderful town. Diana also tried her best and worked alone, after which he began to take care of them like a younger sister. Mom continues to look at him with some suspicion and asks him where she is from. Vincent claims that she came from the mountaintops, never met, I found almost all the same, refused shoes. Mom asks him if he is exaggerating when he says that it is hard to believe that such people still exist today. Vincent states that this girl is truly unique and he has never met anyone with such behavior. He also states that this girl is very different from the current ones, who serve everything on a silver platter. This news impresses his mother, and she asks him if they have plans for the future. Vincent asks her what she is talking about, noting that she has to sleep in the same bed, and there is nothing like that between them. Mom smiles and says that even in this case he should be careful. Immediately after this, she rises to her feet, saying that he should bring her with him next time, because there is no point in talking about the future if they are not right for each other. Vincent wonders if the rent has been waived, Dad, if they are compatible, to which Mom replies that she doesn't know. However, a moment later she sternly asks him if he has found another job. Vincent admits that he is honestly looking for a job, but so far he has not had any success. A few hours pass and Vincent's father comes home, meeting his son on the couch. He sternly asks him if he came here to pay the rent for the apartment. Vincent smiles and says that he came here to eat with his family. Vincent's father is preparing to take justice into his own hands, but his mother tells him that he must wash his hands and sit at the table. A few more minutes pass, and the owner of this apartment sets several dishes on the table. Vincent happily eats homemade ribs and says that it is simply delicious. A moment later, the thought occurs to him that it would be wonderful if Diana tried them, and he also assumes that the girl has probably already had dinner and is working overtime on the game. Vincent's father watches him closely all this time and asks why he is smiling. Vincent looks at his father and asks if he is doing something that his father is not answering him. After dinner is over, she gets up. It's time to wash the dishes. Vincent stands next to his mother in order to ease her household chores. After some time, he discovers real ginger in the water next to the sink. Mother replies that she heard about its benefits, so she decided to grow some roots. Vincent reaches out his hand to take at least one sample of this plant for himself. Mom immediately hits him on the hand and asks him what he was thinking about. Vincent asks her to give him a couple of samples, saying that he wants to grow it too. After some time, he receives a ginger sprout for his use and is very happy about it. Vincent looks at the resulting sprout as his great achievement. He understands that Diana would really enjoy caring for this flower. After thinking for a while, he decides to give her this sprout as soon as he returns home. Vincent's mother comes up to him and tells him that she will wash the dishes herself, since it is already late. He should go home. Vincent, meanwhile, is still lost in the fantasy of how he will please his common-law wife. After a short pause, he decides to turn to his mother to make an important announcement. Feeling a tingling sensation in his chest, he says that he seems to have fallen in love. Vincent's mother says that it is natural since he does not live together, and asks him why his face is so red. Vincent quickly goes outside, telling Dad not to stay out too long. Once outside, he allows himself to stop for a moment to catch his breath. He raises his gaze, looks at the starry sky, trying to understand what is happening to him. He asks himself if he really decided to fall in love with a girl who came from the past, knowing that he wouldn't dare do it. However, they also begin to paint it with improbabilities, realizing that this cannot be a deception. He says that he used to joke about this topic and said it only as a joke about her. Vincent also understands that their relationship is very difficult to characterize normally. He comes to the conclusion that other people have normal girlfriends, but his girlfriend came from the last millennium. A few more minutes pass and he reaches his house, carefully opening the door. When the door opens, it clicks, and Vincent says that he has finally come home. Vincent asks her what she is doing, noticing that Diana began to fidget sharply as he approached. Without paying much attention to it, he gives her a ginger sprout, saying that he wants to give it to her. Diana accepts this gift and carefully examines the plant that was given to her. He examines the plant he received with curiosity, and asks what it is. Vincent says that this is ginger, in the world of which you can plant in your kitchen or room. Diana rises from her chair with a smile, and says that she will put it in the kitchen. Vincent continues to watch his partner, feeling his heart begin to tingle. He also notices some strange behavior in her and decides to talk to her a little. Coming closer to her, he asks her if she played today, to which Diana states that she will play tomorrow, and it is already time for her to sleep. Vincent advises her to cover up warmly, since it has started to get colder now, but in a week or two the temperatures will rise again. Vincent also sits down on the sofa, just walking towards it for a moment. Diana sits down next to him and asks him what's going on. After a short pause, he asks for her hand and extends his own. Diana says that something is wrong here, and then immediately says that she will not do this. Vincent says he wanted to check if she was cold, but Diana insists that she is definitely warm. With great embarrassment, he extends his hand to her, saying that he can touch her if he doesn't believe. Vincent looks closely at Diana's hand and says that her hands have become stronger from martial arts training. Diana feels very awkward and asks him what he is doing. Vincent states that he wanted to check if the skin was from martial arts training, adding that if not, he wouldn't mind studying it himself. Vincent, because he needs to buy a hand warmer, while Diana is looking for an opportunity to get out. After a while, she desperately says that she urgently needs to leave in order to get into the shower. Vincent doesn't even have time to understand what happened before Diana is a few meters away from him and heading towards the shower. Vincent decides not to stop her, as there is no point in it. However, the fact that Diana urgently ran away from the room has its advantages, which he decides to take advantage of. In a flash, he goes to the computer, thinking that he must be hiding something, because she got nervous when he entered the house. Without thinking twice, he makes a couple of mouse clicks and goes to the search history section. He carefully studies the browser's search history and understands that it has adapted well. Her requests are quite random, so Vincent has no idea what is going on in her head. Diana, meanwhile, changes into her pajamas and gets out of the shower, drying her head with a towel. Vincent looks at her carefully, after which he decides to pretend that he didn't see anything. He gets up from the couch and says that he will dry his hair with a hairdryer. Diana looks at him and tries to figure out why he has such a strange look. After a short pause, she comes to the conclusion that this man has been strange all evening. Vincent, meanwhile, says that the search engine does not know everything, since people usually answer her questions. He adds that people make mistakes, so the search result is not always correct. Diana looks at him in surprise and says that she cannot believe it. Vincent states that this is natural because no one knows everything in the world, so you shouldn't trust everything on the internet. Diana stops a little sadder and says that in that case she will be more careful. Immediately after this, she sits down on a chair and asks Vincent why he suddenly started talking about this. Vincent says that it just came to his mind. There is no real reason for it, noting that her search queries are impossible to recognize. Some more time passes, they go to their rooms to finally get some sleep. Vincent lies on the bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to figure out what to do next. He clearly understands that at this rate his partner will soon be ready to integrate into society. However, immediately after this, the question comes to mind about what he should do after this. He understands that he shouldn't deceive himself, that she really being his girlfriend is a big mistake. However, simply letting her go also seems like a rather difficult option to him. As a result, he comes to the conclusion that he needs to figure out how to build a romantic relationship. The next morning, Diana begins to brush her teeth, lost in thought. Despite this girl's somewhat closed nature, as a rule, all her emotions are written on her face. Suddenly she finds Vincent watching her and asks him what he is doing. Vincent tells her that she should not pay attention to him, continuing to stand in the doorway. The main character remembers that his partner is becoming more and more beautiful every day. After thinking for a while, he suggests that she go to his parents when she is free. He asks her if she remembers his father, who came last month. After clearing his throat a bit, he says that his father is interested in why they live together, and then asks her to pretend to be his girlfriend and have dinner with them. Diana looks at him with some seriousness, and asks him if this means they will have to sleep together now. Vincent assures her that she won't have to do anything except dinner, but if she wants, he won't stop her. Diana sternly replies that she does not want to go further, but her face turns red. Vincent states that in this case, she just needs to enjoy her dinner and will not have to do anything else. Diana lowers her gaze, agreeing to his proposal, and says that she will come to dinner. Vincent immediately senses enthusiasm and says that in this case, you need to practice. Diana says that they will just come to dinner. There is absolutely nothing to practice in advance. Vincent understands that a man must keep his word and suggests that they go to a buffet restaurant. Diana asks him if this is the place where she can eat whatever she wants and as much as she wants, and he declares that this is it. After some time, they go out into the city, having first dressed in suitable clothes. Vincent asks his companion if she is cold. Diana replies that these clothes seem very warm, so she does not feel the cold. Vincent states that if she were to ever return to her own time, such a joke would be a real treasure, and perhaps she should put the potato in her pocket. Diana says she would like to take her computer with her, but Vincent says that the potato would be more useful in ancient times. Diana notes that she will definitely need to learn how to grow potatoes when she gets home, noting that she still wants to go back. Vincent and Diana see their neighbor dragging a large bag of rice home. Vincent comes closer to her to help her, and asks her why she needs such a big bag and where her husband is, to which she replies that he has high blood pressure. Vincent says that in this case he will help her without any problems, and tries to carry the bag of rice on himself. Diana comes to his aid and helps him cope with this burden, noting that she is not that strong. Vincent talks about how he and his girlfriend went out to eat, noting that she was lucky that they were passing by. His neighbor asks him how he should address Diana, and he calmly pronounces her name. After a while they reach the required place, and Vincent puts the bag on the floor. He decides to pull a little trick and asks his neighbor if she hasn't seen Diana before. The neighbor asks him why she doesn't know anything about her, and then knocks on the door for her husband to open it. Vincent says that when he first entered university about 5 years ago, she was shorter and had a rounder face. The neighbor looks at him in surprise, trying to understand where she could have seen this girl before. After digging around in her memory a bit, she says that she no longer remembers an old woman like her, and Vincent advises her to remember Diana this time. She hospitably invites them to come in for a few minutes, saying that they deserve a little rest. Vincent apologizes to them, saying that they are heading to a cafe anyway, and this is not a frequent occurrence in their lives. Immediately after this, they go outside and head towards the cafe. Diana asks him in surprise if she really came here 5 years ago, to which Vincent says it was a lie to make everything logical. Vincent also says that if absolutely no one except him knows about Diana's existence, then we can say that she doesn't exist at all. Diana asks him what he means, to which Vincent replies that she will not exist to society if no one knows about her. He also talks about how to live a full life, and have to nurture your past here. Vincent also says that the one they talk to is a terrible gossip who will spill this information to everyone. From his point of view, because of these others, they will know, and more people will know that she exists. Diana looks at her partner and says that now she most likely understands what he means. After walking a few more steps, they discover another neighbor sitting outside and warming himself with a thermos. Vincent greets him and asks him if he is cold, to which he states that it is chilly today. Vincent asks him why he is not in the guardhouse, to which he replies that it is boring to sit there for a long time. Vincent smiles and holds Diana's hand, then states that he and his girlfriend went out to eat. The watchman tells them that he is glad that the youth do not sit at home all the time, after which they say goodbye to him and go about their business. Vincent continues to hold her hand, but after a while he begins to feel something strange. He squeezes Diana's hand a little tighter and guesses that she simply moved it higher. The thought of how much of a test this must have been for Diana occurs to him, and he clears his throat. By removing his hand, he says that he just wants to draw people's attention to her. Diana looks at the hand in her jacket in surprise, but does not decide to put the hand back in place. After this, she hands him an empty sleeve and tells him that he can take it, to which Vincent states that there is no point in that anymore. He reflects on how holding onto a girl's sleeve is a sentence to eternal loneliness. After some time, they find themselves at a crossroads that they need to cross to get to the restaurant. Vincent says that the restaurant is just around the corner and they are almost there. He takes a few steps forward and sees a familiar figure and realizes that he's in big trouble. The thing is that Jonathan and his colleagues appear in front of him. Vincent wonders what he's doing here, realizing that he only recently thought he was worth avoiding. Jonathan accidentally turns around and notices Vincent and Diana standing not far from him. Vincent guesses that it would be suspicious if he just turned around and walked away and says hello to his friend. He asks him if he is very busy, to which he states that he has nothing to do at the moment. Jonathan comes closer to him and asks what he is doing here, realizing that something is wrong. Jonathan looks at Diana and demands that she repeat the definition of cuisine. Diana looks at him in surprise, realizing that she is hearing this word for the first time. Vincent covers her with his body and demands that he stop scaring her, stating that she is his girlfriend, not his cousin. Jonathan goes into detective mode, realizing that something is definitely wrong with his friend. Jonathan confesses to his friend that he is sure that he is hiding something. Vincent says he will explain everything later because his stomach hurts a lot. He also asks him if he wants to arrest him or take him in for questioning. Jonathan lets him go this time, but he must explain himself the next time they meet. Vincent asks his girlfriend not to pay attention, saying that the restaurant they are going to is already waiting for them. After some time, he finds himself at the sliding doors of the desired establishment. He tells Diana that it would be better to choose a table by the window, as the lighting there is amazing. Diana decides to follow him and sits down at one of the tables he chooses. With some sadness in her mind, she asks him if she should have stayed home. Vincent says that she shouldn't even think about it, because you can't sit at home all your life. Vincent also says that she would not have learned anything if she had sat at home for a whole year, because without social experience, she would not be able to become a member of society. Diana carefully turns her gaze to the police officers standing nearby and points her finger at them. Vincent says she shouldn't worry about it because they can't arrest her unless she breaks the law. Vincent states that while her true identity has not been revealed, she can say that she is wandering the streets. The protagonist states that times are changing, after which he calls her to go with him so that they can get food. After a while, they approach a buffet table, on which a huge amount of food is displayed. Diana, thanking for the treat, declares that she has never seen such abundance. Vincent, delighted, recommends taking off his hat so that it won't be so hot. Diana and Vincent gradually choose what to eat first. Vincent also asks her if there was anything similar in her era. The girl says she has never tried this dish, but they had something similar. Vincent claims that he read some poem that was dedicated to an older version of this dish. He also recommends that she take more meat, and Diana enthusiastically thanks him for his generosity. Diana enjoys her food and the lines from this poem come to her mind. Vincent watches her with interest, realizing that this girl is still happy with just hot pot. After this, he hands her some shrimp, saying that she should try this delicacy. Diana does not refuse the treat and immediately accepts the plate of shrimp. After eating a few shrimp, she turns her gaze to Vincent and asks him if he is going to eat. Vincent, meanwhile, notes that he forgot about everything in the world while he admired her. After this, he says that he is not very hungry at all and can peel the shrimp to make it easier to eat them. Diana agrees to this proposal and says that she is very grateful to him. Some time passes, they finish their meal, which lasted quite a long time. Vincent asks her if she is full, and Diana states that she is fed up. Vincent states that they should take a walk, since walking helps digest food much faster. Immediately after this, he takes out Diana's cap and carefully places it on his partner's head. After a few more minutes, they finally step outside and feel the cool winter air. There is also a camera next to them that is watching them closely. Vincent invites his friend to take a walk around the area, saying that there is very good infrastructure for this. Vincent asks his friend if she can walk on water, stating that he has heard of monks who could glide on it. Diana is surprised by the superstitions that modern people believe in, and says that she does not know how to do this. Vincent continues his questioning and asks her if she can split this stone in half with one blow. Diana asks him how human flesh can be stronger than stone. Vincent realizes that his beliefs about martial artists are based solely on movies and comics. However, he does not stop his efforts, and takes her hand in order to lead her to an interesting place. Seeing a large tree, he asks her if she can cut it down with a blow of her hand. Diana prepares to fulfill her comrade's request and concentrates her inner strength in her hands. Coming closer to the tree, she launches a devastating attack straight at the tree trunk. Within moments, the tree breaks in half and falls to the ground. Vincent says in fear that this is damage to state property and recommends getting out of here. Diana says that he asked her about it himself, but he grabs her hand and tries to run away. After a while, they find themselves several kilometers away from this place, and Vincent decides to catch his breath. Diana asks him if he can let her go, hinting that he should stop holding her hand. Vincent quickly removes his hand and tries to understand why he asked for this. After this, he goes ahead and says that they should go home in order to play something. Once he gets home, he sits down on the sofa and decides to take a little rest, while Mr. Pumpkinson looks at him disapprovingly. Vincent quickly begins to watch his partner and does not hide his pleasure. Diana turns sharply in his direction and asks him what romance is. Vincent answers, but after a while asks her why she decided to find out what it is. There is an awkward pause between them. But Vincent begins to suspect that something is wrong. Quickly putting on his slippers, he approaches the monitor and carefully studies what is happening there. Diana claims that someone in the game talked to her about romance, but she doesn't know what it is. Vincent immediately presses the button that activates voice chat. In a cartoonishly low voice, he asks another player if he's got something mixed up. After some time, he is excluded from the group, and Vincent declares that he will figure everything out. Quite quickly, he sits down at the computer and asks Diana to take care of preparing dinner in the meantime. While Diana is oblivious, he quickly adds the player he kicked out of the group to his revenge list. In this way, he distances himself from giving up his position before he has even taken the first step. Having eliminated the potential romantic threat, he whistles happily. After a while, there is a knock on the door, and Vincent opens the door, coming face to face with his father. Vincent asks if it's payday, but his father says infectiously that he just decided to stop by after work. He also states that his real purpose was to test the heater. The man adds that, like a calendar, he should know everything is in order, when suddenly he meets Diana's eyes. Diana comes out of the kitchen and greets Vincent's father, who looks slightly surprised. The man freezes in place. Everything is not going according to the scenario he had expected. Initially, when he went to Vincent, he imagined a completely different picture, in accordance with his son's life with the girl. The father wonders where his son gets money from if all he does is sit at home and eat. He quickly looks around and discovers that the apartment is simply sparkling with how clean it is. Absolutely all the places that were usually problematic, after Diana's appearance, simply began to shine. The man reflects on how not long ago this place resembled a pigsty, but now it is a stunning, well-kept apartment. Pulling himself together, he greets Diana and says that he came to check the heater, but if it is okay, then he can go home. Vincent says that they had no problems with the heater, after which the father declares that he went home, otherwise the mother will definitely nag at him. Before he could even leave the apartment, he turned towards his son, not believing what was happening. Addressing him in the same tone, he says that he should come visit them sometime. As soon as her father leaves the apartment, Diana says that she can return to cooking if this is the end of her father's visit. Vincent looks closely at his companion and discovers that she is quite comfortable. He decides to watch her for a while to find out if she really likes cooking. Diana looks positively glowing with enthusiasm when she's doing any culinary work. Vincent closes his eyes briefly and realizes that this feeling instantly enhances his experience of life. After a while, they start eating, and Vincent asks Diana if she ever thought about the future. Diana is silent for a moment, then asks him if the future will be the same as it is now. Vincent chuckles, thinking that this would be a good future. Diana is resolute in saying that she wants to say that she will not bother them often. She also says that considering that they are not related, she is grateful to them for the help they provided. Diana recalls the words of the second miss, who said that no one owes them anything, and those who help do so out of the kindness of their hearts, and this cannot be taken advantage of. Vincent listens carefully to these words, and understands where she gets such a clearly calibrated moral compass. Vincent talks about how they can become a little closer because they are both in relationships, and they met like it was fate. Diana states that she does not believe in such things and thinks completely differently. After this, she says that he is her savior, and she cannot do this, because she must thank him. In Vincent's head, scenarios play out during which Diana says that he has no money, she can pay with her body. Vincent is incredibly noble in this scenario, and says that he doesn't want to use her body, but wants them to be in a relationship. This is exactly how this beautiful romantic relationship was supposed to work out in his head. And the young man asks why everything is not going according to this scenario, because this seems to him the most logical. The metaphorical second miss and her principles burst into the protagonist's life, destroying his hope that he will be able to build a relationship. These principles also destroy the red threads that are used to represent the connection between the lovers in this movie. Vincent realizes that if he waits a little longer, he will completely explode with indignation. He asks her not to treat him as her benefactor, to which Diana states that he saved her and therefore should not feel sorry for her. She also says that she is doing everything she can and will find the money to pay him, completely destroying his hopes for a happy future. Vincent reflects on how he had no idea what to do. Diana would be so difficult to have as his girlfriend. Vincent muses that, judging by how much she makes from this game, it will take several years to pay him back. But he also understands that attempts to implement the initiative will clearly not end well. Luckily, he had already had enough time to see that Diana would easily break his neck if he crossed the line. These thoughts plunge him into incredible despondency, and also inspire a state of hopelessness. Mr. Pumpkinson jumps onto the protagonist's couch to lie down peacefully. Vincent grabs the cat by the scruff of the neck and tries to carry him to Diana, thinking that she needs to take care of herself too. After a while, the cat understands the hints and jumps into her lap. Vincent reflects that otherwise Diana will always feel insecure and will be able to understand that her place is here, in this era. Some more time passes, and in December, Vincent decides to go for a walk with his friends. Jonathan interrogates him about where this girl came from and what she is doing here. Vincent says that he has no relatives. He felt very sorry for her. So he brought her into the house so that she would become his girlfriend. Torvald says this is madness, but Vincent says he doesn't see anything wrong with it. Vincent tries to justify himself to his friends by saying that he is helping her because she has no home or documents. Vincent also says that if he doesn't help her, she might be taken to some homeless center or somewhere else. He also states that this problem, which they discussed earlier, can be solved if Jonathan helps with it. After this, he begins to make fun of his friend, and Torvald asks both of them to stop messing around. Having calmed down a bit, they decide to drink to the meeting and clink small glasses. After a while, Jonathan says goodbye to them, saying that he has work on Thursday, after which he goes on vacation. Vincent and Torvald order a taxi, and the protagonist asks Torvald if there are any vacancies in the family's stores that do not require identification. Torvald guesses that this is about a job for his girlfriend, and states that this can be arranged, but there is one important detail. He states that she needs to get an ID card as soon as possible, to which he states that it is a bit difficult since she has no proven past. Torvald says that in that case he can arrange for her to work for 16-year-olds, adding that he can arrange it. After some time, Vincent returns home and, very tipsy, opens the door. Diana turns to look at him, and he asks her if she has had dinner. Diana says that she has already eaten, noting that she left some food in the kitchen. Vincent sits down on the chair contentedly and says that she is already so generous that she leaves food for him. Not fully in control of his actions, and due to the high alcohol content in his blood, he begins to play with Mr. Pumpkinson. Diana lowers herself a little to catch the smell of fumes and find out why he is acting so strangely. A few moments later, she pinches her nose and says that he was drinking again and was in a brothel. Vincent, instantly sobered up, begins sniffing his clothes to find out why she made such an assumption. He asks her what prompted such thoughts, to which Diana says that his smell is to blame. Vincent continues to sniff himself, wondering what's wrong with his scent, assuming that it's from Thorwald's hands. Vincent sincerely and confidently says that he is a decent guy and does not go to such places. He also says that such establishments are prohibited by law, and therefore he will never do anything like that. Diana looks at him carefully and says that she did not expect that there were so many laws in this world. Vincent, speaking about the fact that if these laws did not exist, the trade would have gone much further, and people would have started selling other people for organs. Vincent states that she should not think that she is completely safe, as there is always good and evil. Vincent adds that it is necessary to give her some advice to make life easier. He states that he has noticed that she has relaxed lately, and this is good, but she should be more careful. Diana, meanwhile, doesn't listen to him at all and imagines some cruel scenes that she could end up in. Vincent realizes that he has gone a bit too far here, but decides to get to his feet. He goes into the kitchen to check what she left for him. Looking at a bag of some food, he realizes that it looks interesting. A smile appears on his face again, and a blush appears on his cheeks. He avoids thinking that he has never felt a more pleasant sensation when there is someone who leaves food for him. He decides to eat a little, even though he is not hungry, because otherwise she will stop cooking for him. After he finishes his meal, he immediately takes out a deep dishwashing detergent to wash everything. Having finished with his procedures, he goes out into the living room to catch his breath a little. Diana sits down at the computer again to continue her work. Vincent sits down on the sofa, while the ginger cat runs away somewhere far away. Vincent looks at his partner and realizes that the more he looks at her, the less he wants to hug her. Suddenly asks her about her impressions after meeting his father. Diana turns to him and says that she doesn't know what to say. Vincent talks about how his father was very private and loving, asking with a straight face why he sometimes envied other families. Diana listens to him attentively, but cannot add a single word. Vincent says that as a child his father never hugged him. He always wanted simple hugs. He also closes his eyes and says they never happened, hoping to put pressure on her. Vincent asks Diana if she can hug him so he can understand what it's like. Diana looks at Vincent carefully and wonders in her mind how things turned out this way. Vincent immediately asks her not to take all this to heart, since they are different people. He says that even if he wants to hug, it's okay if she doesn't want to. Mr. Pumpkinson watches the man closely, realizing that he is deliberately playing on pity. Diana nevertheless looks at him for a while and tries to understand how she can help him. After thinking for a moment, she looks away, realizing that she could actually hug him. However, such things seem very awkward to her, and she clutches her clothes. When she comes closer to him, she says that she will still help him with this. Putting her hands out in front of her, she asks him if she is doing it right. Vincent rises slightly to put his arm around her shoulders. After this, he presses her slightly to himself and freezes for a while. Diana feels very awkward, after which she instinctively puts her hands forward. However, after a while she calms down a little and feels some peace. So this is the first hug that happened between our heroes. Diana continues to get nervous and asks him how much longer they need to stay in this position. Vincent tells her that she needs to hold on a little longer, and Diana reassures herself that her mind is clear. Vincent at this time is happy that Diana is incredibly pleasant to the touch. Her hair smells simply wonderful. Vincent also speculates that if he hadn't been afraid of scaring her away, he would have hugged her even tighter. Some more time passes and Diana asks if they should continue hugging, after which he lets her go. Vincent smiles and says that now he understands everything, and sincerely thanks her for her help. Diana begins to wave her hands shyly, saying that her actions are not worth gratitude, that it is nonsense. Vincent quickly gets up from the couch, says that he is a little drunk, so he will take a shower. Diana watches him carefully, still trying to control her pounding heart. She reflects on the fact that Vincent seems to be quite tense, although at first glance you wouldn't know it. Morning comes and the girl comes back to the living room to continue her grueling training with the ball. Every movement of hers exudes incredible precision and accuracy. Vincent doesn't miss the opportunity to capture all this on camera, because it's not every day you meet such a graceful warrior. At a certain point, Diana turns towards him and discovers that he has been filming her on camera the whole time. Vincent wishes her good morning, hoping that his actions will not be judged. Vincent also asks her how effective this activity is, to which the girl replies that it is very effective. She also clenches her fist and says that he can see the difference in their physical strength. Vincent watches this and tries to understand why warriors, despite their martial arts, are so strong and courageous. After a while, he turns to her, not hiding his puppy eyes. Diana looks at him in surprise, while his face literally begins to shine with tears in his eyes. Vincent falls to his knees and says that he wants to learn martial arts. Diana looks at him in surprise, trying to understand why he suddenly started acting so strangely. Vincent says that he understands perfectly well that this is passed down through generations, and he also really wants to learn. He declares that he will study diligently and become a renowned master in their art, no matter what the cost. Diana looks at him and says that he suddenly took a rather correct stance. 10 minutes into the martial arts training, Vincent's willpower immediately begins to wane. Diana is surprised at how easily he gives up and tells him that he should get up and keep going, raising his hands high, because martial arts training is hard work. She also says that if he wants to be the best, he will have to work hard. But Vincent states that he has given up on that idea. He admits that all this time he just wanted to pump up his body. But Diana says that in this case you need to see it through to the end. Diana also says that when he can stand still for an hour, she can teach him martial arts. Vincent suggests that in this case he will be able to devote his head to martial arts in the cold, which greatly surprises Diana. Sometime later, they venture outside, and it turns out to be the first snowfall they have experienced together. This is also the first day that Vincent decided to actually dedicate himself to martial arts. Diana moves carefully across the ice and says contentedly that it is quite slippery here. Vincent asks her if she really enjoys being on the ice. Diana gets frustrated quite quickly on the slippery surface and starts to roll from side to side. Returning to her side, she laughs and says that it is pretty cool. Vincent takes her hand and tells her that they are already expected, so they must hurry. After some time, they catch a taxi in order to get to the desired place faster. Diana looks at the driver, thinking that this man is quite calm. She cautiously approaches Vincent and asks him if she can drive. Vincent says that for this, you just need to finish a special school, but this will have to wait for some time. Diana asks him why he doesn't drive himself, to which he states that, unfortunately, he doesn't have money for his own car. After a while, he gets out of the car and opens the door for Diana. He reassures her in advance by telling her that they just need to come and have dinner at his parents' house, and he repeats the legend they must tell. Vincent heads towards his parents' house, where he notices a familiar silhouette. After a while, he greets Jonathan's father, after which he asks Diana to take his hand. Diana carefully holds his coat sleeve, realizing that she is becoming uncomfortable. She reflects that they are just pretending. There is nothing wrong with it. Jonathan's father turns around and asks them what they are doing here. Vincent approaches his uncle, telling him that a couple of years ago he almost became his son-in-law, introducing him to Diana. Diana greets him, after which they notice that he is walking his dog. Uncle says that for a couple of months now people have been calling him a tyrant. Jonathan's father approaches the protagonist, offering to teach his son a couple of tricks, because otherwise he will never find a common language with this woman. Vincent smiles and realizes he has a few words he needs to say. He claims that Jonathan is too decent and needs regular dates, while Diana plays with the dog. Standing up, Vincent wishes his uncle a pleasant walk, after which he declares that it is time for them to go to their parents. Vincent starts feeling unnecessarily proud of himself after giving his friend some absolutely basic advice on finding a partner. Continuing to walk with Diana, he says that when the performance ends, it does not mean that you have to get out of character. After this, he takes her hand and asks if she understands what this means. The girl replies that this is an unfamiliar concept for her. Vincent states that holding hands is normal for couples, so she shouldn't worry about it. He also states that during the meeting with his parents, his mother will ask her a couple of difficult questions, to which she simply has to answer positively. Vincent decides to conduct a literacy session, saying that if she says from here or simply no, then his mother will be unhappy. But if she agrees in detail, then it will seem more sincere. Diana asks him in surprise what the difference is between these two answers if they both have to be positive. Vincent says that if she answers from here or simply no, then his mother will be unhappy. But if she agrees in detail, then it will seem more sincere. Vincent also says that the next question will probably be what she can do. In his view, Diana should not talk about playing games, but instead declare that she is an entrepreneur. Diana asks him what an entrepreneur is, and he states that if anyone asks, she should say that she works for herself. Diana wonders how this is even possible, to which he states that it means she is minding her own business. Diana says that she roughly understood what he was saying, although in fact she did not accept anything. Vincent walks up the stairs, telling her that she doesn't need to worry anyway, as he will be there to help her if anything happens. After a while, they reach his parents' apartment, and Vincent greets his mother, who happily runs out into the hallway. He also introduces his girlfriend, while Diana feels very embarrassed. Vincent suggests that she can call his mother Auntie, and Diana greets her politely. The joyful mother says that they should not stand in the doorway. Since it is not ready yet, they can rest. Vincent takes his girlfriend by the hand and tells her that she should follow him. He also states that it is warm at home so she can take off her jacket and hat, helping her with these things. After some time, they are discovered by their father, who cannot believe his eyes. Vincent turns to his father and asks him for help, stating that he brought Diana to meet them. He also states that they have already met, so there is no point in introducing her. Vincent's father watches them in surprise, noting that even their sweaters are similar. Vincent turns to his father, not hiding his genuine pleasure at what is happening. A little embarrassed, his father asks him why he is smiling so strangely, to which Vincent says that he is very glad that he has a girlfriend. Vincent also notes that the old man devoted his life to studying history, but never realized that he was dealing with a man from ancient times. He understands that he is doing everything right in life if he was able to deceive his old man in a high-class way. A little more time passes, and they all sit down on the sofa, and an awkward pause hangs between them. Vincent is busy peeling a tangerine to give to Diana. He also suggests that she can feel at home, stating that these tangerines are very sweet. After a while, he freezes in place and realizes that he has made a fatal mistake. Vincent realizes that he forgot to buy fruit or something for tea, because this is the first meeting, and coming empty-handed is a sign of bad manners. Meanwhile, Mother says that everyone needs to wash their hands and sits down at the table. Vincent says that he will immediately help his mother set the table and gets up from the sofa. Before this, he shows Diana where the bathroom is and asks her to wash her hands and come back. Diana enters the bathroom and a few moments later comes out with clean hands. Vincent's mother calls her with a sunny voice to join her and says that they are already waiting for her. Diana feels the incredible warmth that emanates from this woman, and it captivates her. After that, she walks away and smiles back with incredible sincerity. As soon as she sits down at the table, Vincent gives her a bowl of rice and holds out some chopsticks. Diana thanks him, after which she carefully looks around so as not to do anything unnecessary. Diana begins to get nervous and thinks that everything is not going at all as she imagined. Vincent comes to her aid and asks her why she is so reluctant to take the food. He treats her to his ribs, telling her that his mother makes the best ribs in the world. Meanwhile, Mother looks at Vincent and Diana, saying that they look incredibly cute. However, after a while they feel a little awkward, looking at Diana's heroic appetite. The thing is, she ate a bowl of rice with ribs, and then ate another one of the same size. After dinner, Vincent's father approaches his son and tells him that when he finishes washing the dishes, he should come into his office. Meanwhile, Vincent's mother offers Diana some water to drink, to which the girl shyly says that she shouldn't have worried so much. The woman tries to calm her interlocutor and says that she can sit down next to her and not be afraid of anything. The mother asks with some displeasure why Vincent did not say anything about such a girl, and asks her if they are in a relationship. Diana doesn't quite understand the meaning of this word and says that they are actually dating. Vincent's mother asks her when they met, to which Diana states that they have known each other for quite some time. After this, the woman asks her where her family comes from, and Diana realizes that the time for the truth has come. With a face full of enthusiasm, she says that she really came from another place. Mother asks her where exactly she is from, to which she decisively replies that she came from the mountains. Vincent's father asks his son what his plans are and what he will do now that they are already living together. Vincent says that there is nothing special between them. They just eat together and sometimes spend the night at his place. The father angrily asks him if he thinks he's a moron, and asks again if he's thought about the future yet. Vincent says that he shouldn't worry about it and can just waive the rent and they can talk about the rest later. The father says that they will talk about rent later, but now he needs to discuss his cohabitation. Vincent suddenly interrupts his father with his decisive tone. Feeling determination dawning on him, he says that he knows perfectly well what he must do. The father angrily yells at his son to get away from behind his office. Vincent quickly runs out of the room and reflects on how his father sometimes acts like a lunatic. After this, he realizes that Diana is still talking to his mother, and this needs to be stopped as soon as possible. To avoid creating more plot holes in their legend, he says it's time for them to go home. The woman is surprised and asks him why they are leaving so early, but Vincent quickly dresses himself and his girlfriend. He says that it is cool today, so he needs to return home early. They say goodbye quite quickly, and Mother waves back, wishing them a good journey. As soon as the front door closes, Vincent's father comes out into the living room. He asks his wife what she thinks of the girl, to which she replies that she is quite pretty. The father asks her what this girl does, to which the woman honestly admits that she still doesn't really understand what it means. According to Vincent's mother, Diana said that she works for herself and is an entrepreneur. The father understands that this does not really give them anything, and asks his wife where Diana is from. The woman says that, judging by Diana's stories, she was born somewhere in the mountains and came from there. They look at each other and realize that the characteristics of the son's girlfriend are too meager. The father opens the door to the balcony, thinking that they didn't find out anything, but at least those bastards ate and got away with paying the rent. Vincent is simply a master of cunning in this case. He was able to turn this situation to his advantage. Meanwhile, the main character asks Diana if she wants to eat, but the girl replies that she is full, so she no longer has an appetite. Vincent just now it's good because she hasn't been moving much lately and has gotten worse again. Looking at her, he carefully thinks about how he can play a joke on her. After a while, he says that they should reduce the portions, otherwise they will both get fat and not be able to move. Diana begins to panic, but he immediately begins to joke, saying that he will buy a scale, and they will be able to continue to monitor their weight. Diana doesn't know what it is, and he describes it as a device where you have to tie yourself to huge sticks. Seeing her frightened eyes, he says that he was joking, adding that she will understand what it is when he brings it. After some time, he happily says that they have already arrived. The starry sky turns out to be especially beautiful, and they linger a little on their walk. As soon as they get home, Diana sits down at the computer again to continue her work. However, she does not think this is very effective, since she understands that she will not be able to repay her debt to her master anytime soon. She also asks him if there are any other ways to make money in this world. Vincent thinks that there are quite a few of these ways to make money, but he can't figure out which one would be best. He recommends that she continue playing games for now and think about other ways to make money. He also talks about how life is short, so you have to be happy and enjoy it. But Diana says she has nothing. After that, she turns her gaze to Vincent and his fat, red-haired, furry roommate. She asks Vincent if the cat also lives only to enjoy life. Vincent says that he himself is not a cat, so he does not know what this animal is thinking. He even says that he envies her a little, because she is not constrained by the opinions of society. Diana looks at him in surprise, saying that she doesn't fully understand what this means. Vincent tries to start explaining this, but he stops mid-sentence and says that in the future she will understand everything. Diana, angry, asks him how she is supposed to understand this if he doesn't want to talk about it. Vincent gets to his feet and says that someday she will understand, and in the meantime he will take a shower. As he approaches the door, he suddenly stops to get Diana's attention. He says that he actually hates two types of people, the first of which are people who don't finish what they say. Diana looks at him in surprise and asks what type of people are second on his hate list. Vincent says nothing, and instead simply slams the door behind him, disappearing into the shower. Diana reflects that at some point she will definitely finish him off, unable to control her emotions. After a while, Vincent comes out of the shower and says that there are two types of merchants in games. From his point of view, the first type are monopolizers who use money to take over all resources, and the second are those who trade in information. Vincent says that the authorities use this very often during the times she lived. As an example, he gives a situation in which, if there is information that a disaster will happen, then one can use this knowledge to stock up on supplies. Vincent also suggests that this could be used to make Diana his concubine, but he begins to protest. Vincent laughs, saying he was just joking, while Diana angrily calls him Dan Tuzi. Vincent smiles and understands that now his partner is a blank slate. She still needs to be taught a lot. After a while, he understands the perfect analogy that will allow him to explain everything she doesn't understand. Rising to his feet, he suggests that she should look into the humanities and study them. To make it easier for her, he goes to the computer to guide her movements. Diana believes that this definition is that humanities is the study of evolution and human society. Vincent catches her surprised look and says that this is what she needs. He adds that literature, art, music, theater, cinema are the pinnacle of humanity. After this, he decides to see if there are any suitable films and books for her, noting that they can devote time every day. Diana says that if she studies these things, it can help keep the information flowing between them. Vincent claims that this is the absolute truth. Now she can't understand some jokes. He also says that these games need to be stopped for today, since it's time to go to bed. Diana suddenly asks him if he really wanted to take advantage of her information gap to make her his girlfriend. Vincent begins to cough violently, feeling his plan falling apart before his eyes. He asks her how she figured it out, but quickly corrects himself and tries to understand why she decided that. Diana looks at him sternly and says that it's all written on his forehead, and Vincent claims that she has no proof. He advises her to take a shower and not to imagine anything unnecessary, and Diana sternly turns around and says that for now, she will leave this conversation. Vincent watches her go and realizes that he could pay for this with his life. After this, he decides to look at the query history to find out the nature of such changes. As search queries, he finds many attempts to find tips that mention him directly. He is very surprised, realizing that Diana is concerned about his attempt to get closer, but in fact reacts as if nothing is wrong. Vincent smiles and calls her an actress from a burnt-out theater who almost managed to fool him. Some time passes and Diana finishes her water procedures, after which she goes out into the living room. She holds a towel in her hands, which she uses to dry her hair so that she doesn't have to dry it. Looking at his face, she asks him what happened, but he, forcing a smile, says that everything is fine. Vincent glances at Diana's hair and comments that it is not completely dry, then offers to help, and she agrees. After a while, the girl enters her bedroom and sits on the bed, lost in thought. Diana reflects that after she confirmed that Vincent wanted to make her his girlfriend, he thinks she is helpless. She also wonders why he wants to help her, suggesting that maybe she's imagining things, and he's just a nice guy. A few hours later, morning comes and Vincent wakes up from a loud ringing sound. Feeling the heaviness in his movements, he reaches out to the phone to pick it up. Immediately after this, he puts the phone to his ear and says that he is listening carefully. Jonathan starts yelling right in his ear, asking him about what he said to his father. Vincent states that, in fact, it was too early to choose a good name. Jonathan calls him a moron when he says that the issue is about mandatory dating. Vincent plays dumb and says that his uncle must have seen him bring a girl home and was worried about him. After that, he starts smiling and says that the girl made him a nice breakfast, so he hangs up. He says that it was very pleasant for him to wake up this morning and hear envy from his friend. Diana is already waiting for him in the living room, telling him that he got up quite early today. Vincent smiles and says that he wants to work out, but to work out his body in order to work out. Diana begins to train him with all seriousness, punishing him with blows for every mistake. Vincent asks her if there is some martial arts technique that allows one to gain a lot of energy for a short time. He also mentions that he heard that castration skills help improve cultivation. Diana asks him if he really decided to do this to himself. Vincent turns around and says that he will at least use the dual cultivation method, hinting at something that adults do. Diana recoils from him, her face immediately turning a shy blush. She says that in reality there is no such technology, and it's all some kind of fiction. However, the way she looks away immediately gives her away. Vincent smiles and says that this technique most likely exists, but Diana claims that she would not have it even if this technique existed. The girl mentally wonders why this man irritates her so much. After some time, Vincent, having finished training, increased his strength by several parameters. Immediately after this, he heads to the shower to improve his body with cold water. However, looking at his hands, he notes that he does not see any particular changes. He closes his eyes briefly and imagines that he could become the main character after meeting this girl. From his point of view, he first had to meet the founder and wake up with knowledge of the ultimate techniques and become another Robin Hood. However, he understands that he cannot live in the wild, because he must not forget about his father and mother. Quite quickly, he decides to continue living as a mere mortal and goes out into the living room. After this, he sits down on the sofa to think for a bit, and Mr. Pumpkinson immediately comes to him. The cat tries to settle down on the sofa and touches the books with its soft paws. Vincent looks out the window with a bored expression, trying to figure out what to do. Looking at Diana lying nearby, he tells her that this way she could become nearsighted. Diana looks at him in surprise and tries to understand what he means by these words. Vincent tells her quite calmly that it is better for her to read sitting and straight. The girl tries to ask him what myopia is, to which he states that she will have poor vision without glasses. A few moments later, she gets up from the couch and says that he seemed to have glasses. Rummaging through his things, he finds special glasses to make him look smart. She asks him if he remembers his father, reminding him that he wore them right in front of his eyes. Diana tries on the glasses, and Vincent immediately takes out his phone to take a photo of her. After that, he shows her a photo and says that it suits her very well, while Diana says that it looks very unusual. Vincent stares at her for a moment to see how well the glasses suit her. One look at this girl is enough to make your heart start beating much faster. Vincent, suppressing his desire to hug her again, says that he remembered his father again. Diana looks at him in surprise and asks him what he means. Vincent begins to hesitate a little, after which he asks her if he and the second miss have never hugged together. Diana says that they hugged very often, and it warmed her soul. Vincent realizes that he is the biggest loser in this case as soon as his phone starts ringing. Looking at the identified number, he says that a rich man named Thorvald is calling him again. He picks up the phone, and his friend asks him if he is at home now. Thorvald also says that he has studied the issue of employment and has come to some solution to the problem. He also says that he might come in to sign something, and within a few minutes he starts knocking on the door. Vincent is surprised that his friend is so fast and tries to understand why Diana is looking so closely through the peephole. Diana looks carefully through the small hole to find out who has come to see her. She also realizes that it is a great invention, because otherwise she would have already hit everyone with the ball. Studying Thorvald through the peephole, she realizes that she remembers him, because he is the same rich man. A few moments later, she opens the door and Thorvald tries to enter the apartment, saying that it is quite cold outside. When he looks up, he finds himself greeted by the unusual Vincent and Diana. At first, Thorvald does not recognize this girl and turning around says that he has come to the wrong place, but Vincent grabs him and says that he was not mistaken. Looking around, he says that he thought that this was not his apartment because it was too clean. Immediately after this, he sits down on the sofa and says that feeling warm is the best feeling in the world. After this, he says, that that he is not surprised that they have not seen each other for so long, and he hides his heart from him. Vincent says that now is not the time for jokes, asking him if he is sure that they will not be punished for this. Torvald suggests adding work experience records, as this will be useful for the promoter position. He also suggests simply writing down at the end of your shift how many bottles of liquor you sold, and making a summary at the end of the week. Torvald hands him the documents, saying that if anyone wants to check them, everything will be in the database. Vincent says that this is a fantastic option because it is quite inconspicuous and he better be careful now. Immediately after this, he turns to Diana, saying that he has obtained something interesting for her. Showing her the contract, he says that she must definitely look at it. Diana picks up this contract, reads it carefully, and asks questions about what it is. Vincent tells her that she shouldn't worry because he's not trying to sell her, and this document proves that she's been working here for the past 2 years. There, he also draws several hieroglyphs in case Diana cannot write her name. Immediately after this, he shows her these symbols and tells her that this is her name, and she should write it down since it will be her signature. Torvald looks at Vincent in surprise and asks if Diana doesn't even know how to write her name. Vincent smiles and says that it is quite a long story. After this, he claims that he had been wandering the streets for about 10 years, and by chance picked her up and brought her home. Vincent also says that the only thing she could do was smile while snot was running from her nose. Because of this, she was very compassionate, and he fell in love with her. Torvald says he doesn't believe in this nonsense, while Diana feels annoyed that she can't beat people up right now. Vincent invites him to stay for dinner, stating that it must be difficult to move around in this cold. Vincent turns to his partner and asks her to cook more today. Diana says that she understands everything, after which she puts on an apron and goes to the kitchen. Torvald watches her in surprise and cannot believe that the girl cooks on her own. Torvald also talks about how he suddenly wanted to make friends with a girl who can cook for herself. Vincent chuckles, after which Torvald says that he has a serious request. He says that he would like to build a new computer and asks for help in compiling a list of necessary components. Vincent says he has a friend who can pick up the computer and send it to him in case he can't assemble it himself. Torvald studies Vincent's computer interface in surprise and discovers one very strange detail. He asks him why he switched to traditional Chinese. Vincent says he's more used to working this way, and Torvald says he's been acting strange lately. Torvald says that traditional Chinese is more difficult to understand, and is then surprised that Vincent knows even that. Vincent smiles and says that poor people like him like to spend their time using their brains, while rich people spend their time buying the time of others. Suddenly he freezes in surprise and realizes that in fact, everything is completely different. Torvald looks at him with undisguised shock, since he has never heard anything like this from him before. He asks if Vincent took the wrong pills today. Coming closer to him, he says that before Vincent would have told him to go to hell if he had said something like that. Vincent says he's fine and just a little different. Vincent wonders why he explains everything in such detail, and then comes to the conclusion that a lot has happened in the last 6 months. Torvald talks about how Vincent is unemployed and sits at home all day, wondering how much the relationship has affected him. Vincent suddenly asks his friend if he has seen a movie called My Love from the Star. Torvald looks at him in surprise, trying to understand what he means by this analogy. After a short pause, he asks if he is a mad scientist, and Diana is an alien. Vincent smiles and says that he wanted to say that there is no point in explaining anything to him with his IQ level. Torvald tries to understand why he suddenly became hostile towards him. Vincent starts whistling and talking about going to see if his girlfriend needs help. After taking a few steps, he goes to the kitchen and does not take his eyes off Diana, who is cooking at this time. There is incredible concentration in her gaze, and her movements are full of determination. After doing some chores, she decides to wipe her face a little with a damp hand. Vincent comes closer to her and says that she looks incredibly cute, while scaring her a little. Diana immediately grabs the knife and calls him Den 2Z, and Vincent states that he just came to watch. However, the shiny knife that could end up in her hand at any moment convinces him that he has nothing to do here. He turns around abruptly and says that, apparently, she doesn't need his help. Meanwhile, Diana places the vegetable on a special board and begins to chop it with a knife. She wonders in her mind why he suddenly came to compliment her and what he is trying to achieve by doing so. After some time, Diana finishes the cooking process and serves all the dishes on the table. Torvald tries the dishes that Diana has prepared, and they do not leave him indifferent. Overflowing with flavor, he says that it is very tasty. He hasn't eaten like this for a long time. Vincent smiles because then he can take some more food. Immediately after this, they begin to have fun and communicate with each other on abstract topics. Diana thinks that what is happening seems a little strange to her, because usually it is the husband who entertains the guests while the wife cooks the food. After a while, it's time to say goodbye, and Torvald asks him not to forget about the computer he was talking about. As soon as he leaves, Diana begins to stack the dishes in order to take them to the sink. Vincent volunteers to help her, saying that she must be tired of cooking, so he does it himself. He also says that he wants to take the opportunity to talk to her about something. Turning on the warm water, he says that from today on, she is no longer an ancient person who appeared out of nowhere. He makes a firm decision to finally think through Diana's past in order to talk about it later. At first he assumes that she actually lost her parents and wandered through the mountains. After some time, a friend brought her to this city when she was 16. He left her alone to do hard work. Also, according to his story, one day she met a kind man named Vincent. It is not hard to guess that according to his story, they became friends very quickly. Vincent also says that while they were communicating, they developed feelings for each other, and it was not surprising. Vincent specifically emphasizes that these feelings were the most sincere and absolutely mutual. This is how they were supposed to fall in love in his head, and that's how their relationship began. Vincent goes further and says that after they became a couple, Vincent tried to help her find her parents, but all attempts were in vain. As a result, on his advice, she moved into his apartment, where they began to live together. Vincent says that this is how the story of how they met ends for now. The joyful protagonist declares that this way the story will sound much more convincing. After this, he says that if she were not his girlfriend, he would have no reason to spend so much time and effort to help her. Turning to her, he says that the reason lies in the fact that they have deep feelings for each other. Diana says that she understood everything and, according to legend, everything happened solely because of their deep feelings. Vincent suddenly takes a small step forward and adjusts the hair near her ear. Immediately after this, he removes his hand so as not to go too far. Vincent also says that when they get together in modern life, they will be able to go to the government structure. He also talks about what they will say there, that they only now thought about the need to sort out the paperwork when they started planning the wedding. Diana understands what Vincent is getting at and says that she understands the intention he just expressed. After that, she looks at him with all her sternness and asks if he just tried to hit on her. Vincent tries to justify himself and says that he didn't hit on her, while Diana reflects on the fact that her heart suddenly started beating faster. Vincent states that they are a couple now, so it is normal for him to fix her hair. Diana says that they are not really a couple, and he provides for her, so he shouldn't touch her whenever he wants. Vincent realizes that he acted a little too much in this case, and promises her that he will not raise his hands again. After a short pause, he suddenly realizes that there is no point in continuing to pretend that he does not have this motive. Closing his eyes and trying to muster the courage to speak, he says he confesses everything. A moment later, he declares that he does indeed have an ulterior motive. Vincent says that they have been living together under the same roof for several months now. From his point of view, close relationships breed sympathy, and that is exactly what he felt. He says that they spent a lot of time together, and naturally he liked her. Vincent also adds that he recently realized that he has finally fallen in love with her. Diana looks at him lovingly and asks if he is trying to tell her that he likes her. Vincent says that this is exactly how it is, and Diana asks her if he can break it, because their minds are clear and there is nothing to hide. Vincent understands what she's getting at, but he knows it won't lead to anything good. He asks her if she could have been married to someone before, to which the girl replies that she was not married. Vincent asks her what the problem is then, noting that they are both unmarried, and he openly says that he likes her. Vincent also says that they call this behavior sycophancy, and if he continues to help her when she refuses him, he will be a sycophant. Diana misunderstands the play on words that is embedded in this term, and says that it is the opposite of any licking. She also says that if he touches her, she will definitely hit him. Feeling very unsure of herself, she gets up from the couch and says that she is leaving. However, after some time, she says that she is haunted by this sense of duty, to which Vincent replies that she does not owe him anything. He also says that he has been helping her for the last 6 months, and introducing her to the world while she taught him martial arts, and they are even. He also states that before she leaves, he would like her to teach him martial arts, and in exchange, he will help her pay the rent. Diana asks him why he is doing this, to which Vincent replies that it is because he likes her. The protagonist states that the feeling cannot be controlled, because he likes her, and this has nothing to do with duty. Vincent also suggests that she may not feel the same way, and it could be because he is too handsome, or because she is not attracted to him. Diana tries to object, but Vincent says that he will no longer accept any objections. Standing up, he says that the second mission said that the debt can be repaid by marriage, but this implies a lack of feelings, which is unacceptable in his case. Diana says that she never excluded him from the list of potential people with whom she would like to spend her whole life. Vincent asks her why she is leaving then, to which she states that she is embarrassed that he wants to lick her. Vincent freezes for a moment and realizes that he had not realized that it was Diana who did not understand the figurative meaning of this term. His excuse is that he meant to say that he would treat her well, not that he was actually trying to lick her. Diana tries to understand what he means, while Vincent sits down on the couch and invites her to sit next to him. He says that he can explain everything, but Diana refuses to sit down. She reflects that even if everything he said makes sense, it shouldn't be like this, because it's somehow weird. Some time passes, and Diana finds herself in her room, thinking about what happened. She reflects on wanting to leave this place and assumes it is because her mind is unclean. Thinking about her patron, she realizes that he definitely saved her. She also notes that she has thoughts about him that she shouldn't have, which makes her feel surprised. Diana wonders why she feels like this is wrong while Vincent sits in the living room. He is tensely wondering whether his partner will stay with him or decide to leave. He also assumes that she spent the whole evening in her room and most likely decided to leave. After a while, the door starts to creak and Diana appears from it. The girl immediately heads to the living room, ignoring Vincent. Vincent immediately notices her determined look, as if she must prove that this is very important. She looks at him for a few moments, but then immediately turns away. A few moments later, she heads to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Vincent immediately jumps out of bed and realizes that this is a good sign. He looks at her happily, and his face begins to fill with embarrassment. Coming closer to her, he asks her if she has really decided to stay here. Diana decides to take a short break and continues washing the tomatoes. She also says that what he said was quite reasonable, and duty and love are different things. After this, she turns him away and realizes that there is something that needs to be discussed. He states that he may feel something for her, but he shouldn't cross the line. She also states that he can no longer cross the line like he did last time. By this she, of course, means the moment when he tucked her hair behind her ear. Vincent smiles and says that he will never do that again. Diana states that this would now be a betrayal of his kindness, but later it becomes more difficult for her to talk about it. With all her might, she strains her emotional resources to say that they will talk about it later. Vincent asks if they will really talk about it, to which Diana states that time will tell. Immediately after this, she begins to cut a tomato in order to at least somehow occupy herself. She asks him why he is still here and hasn't gone to the living room. Vincent says that he is worried about whether she can distinguish between gratitude and sympathy. Diana turns to him in surprise, and Vincent says that he is afraid that he confused her. He states that sympathy and gratitude can easily be confused, but Diana immediately says that he has no sympathy. Vincent tries to calm her down and says that he perfectly believes that she does not feel sympathy for him. However, the girl asks him about the difference between gratitude and sympathy. Vincent just stands still and says that he can easily check it. Coming a little closer to her, he says that he will immediately ask her to beat him and not try to tear him apart. He also extends his hand to her so that she takes it and comes even closer to him. A moment later, he hugs her tightly to test their feelings. Diana feels all this confusion begin to make itself felt. Her face also starts to turn red. She tries to figure out what she needs to do. Vincent doesn't decide to make this hug long and lets go of her rather quickly. After this, he states that if it was sympathy, then the heart should have started beating very fast. Diana freezes in place, not uttering a single word so as not to give herself away. Gathering her strength, she says that if he is finished, then he should leave and not return until she has finished dinner. Vincent smiles and says that he won't disturb her and will supervise the cooking. And as soon as he walks, he turns around to look at her for a moment, realizing that everything is not so bad. From his point of view, if she didn't have any feelings, she would have pushed him away and told him not to touch her. At this time, Diana realizes that her heart is really beating very hard, which means that she feels sympathy for him. After a while, she says that dinner is ready and serves the flaming dish on the table. Vincent watches her closely, but Diana decides to return to the kitchen. Vincent understands that questions about their feelings are secondary now, since he must speak about getting her to this culture. He also understands that something is still missing to feel normal. Vincent notes that she still doesn't know how to smile and only does so when faced with something she doesn't understand. At that moment, he remembers how Milana looked when she looked at the snow, which turned out to be not as cold. Vincent also notes that Diana is not yet able to perceive various forms of entertainment and treats them as work. However, he suggests that this can be learned through watching comedy and other films. Vincent, meanwhile, decides to connect the laptop to the TV, saying that he found a good movie that they can watch together. After a while, the most interesting part of the film begins, and they both watch with genuine interest. Diana, however, did not laugh at the joke that was told in the film, which Vincent found strange. He looks at her and understands that she still doesn't know a lot about this world. These thoughts make him tense up a little. He exhales so as not to attract too much attention. He reflects on the fact that it is not so easy to introduce someone from the distant past into modern society, but he likes it. After a while, the film ends and Diana starts her game again to level up the characters. Her agility has increased significantly after leveling up, and she now types very quickly on the keyboard. Vincent watches her and thinks that it is very harmonious that a girl from the Tang dynasty plays video games. After this, he gets up and, pulling himself up, says that he is going to bed and wishes her good night. Diana turns to him and also wishes him good night. Vincent turns off the lights so as not to attract the rest of the neighbors with the glowing windows. Diana spends some time deep in her thoughts and reflects on the fact that her head is a complete mess, and she doesn't know how to communicate with it. Some more time passes, and she realizes that it is really late, and goes to bed. She looks up again, and decides that this time she will do things a little differently. Vincent covers himself with a blanket and falls asleep quite quickly due to fatigue. Diana decides to sneak into his room and watch him. Thanks to her incredible speed and stealth, she deftly finds herself next to him. This girl's movement is like that of a dexterous cat, and she remains unnoticed in any situation. Vincent continues to sleep and snore peacefully, as if nothing had happened. Diana leans over him carefully and stares at him, trying to figure out what to do. However, she decides not to make any mistakes and calmly leaves the room. The next morning, Vincent comes out of the room and greets her, wishing her good morning. He asks her if she slept well, noting that she looks quite tired. Diana did not sleep all night, but claims that she only slept for a few hours. Some more time passes, and it's time to have a proper breakfast. Our heroes decide to take a walk, and Vincent says he will show her cool things from this world. Diana agrees with him, after which she goes outside, having first dressed in winter clothes. Diana feels a little embarrassed, and asks if this is really one of those beautiful things. Vincent says that holding hands is also beautiful because she can feel her heart beating faster. Vincent asks her if she feels a little different than she usually does. Diana immediately says that she feels exactly the same as always. Vincent decides to play a little joke on her, carefully touching her palm with his little finger, tickling it. A frightened Diana immediately pulls his hand away, trying to understand what happened. Vincent smiles as he watches her, unable to figure out what just happened. After this, he asks her to give him her hand back, noting that he was just joking with her. Diana returns her hand and they begin holding hands again. Vincent reflects on how he now has to show her beautiful things and hold hands while talking and in a relationship. After some time, they get to the bus in order to get to another place. Diana asks him where they are going, to which he states that they are going to the pier for fries. Diana looks at him in surprise, and he smiles and says that they are just living this life, and she should follow him, and everything will be fine. After a while, she gets off the bus, and Diana reflects on how she apparently doesn't need to think or worry about anything, because he will take care of her. This surprises her a little, since she is not used to relying on someone else. Looking at her hand, which is holding Vincent's hand, she realizes that she feels very strange. When she starts to feel a little embarrassed about it, she admits that she has never felt anything like this before. After a while, they head to a shopping center, and Diana, for the first time in her life, encounters such a phenomenon as an escalator. Looking around, she wonders enthusiastically if this place specializes in selling computers. Vincent says that this is mainly where you can buy, sell, or repair other computers, after which they are sent to a special department. Vincent meets his loyal comrade named Howard and greets him, after which he asks him what he is doing there. Vincent talks about how he needs to build a computer with a certain budget and a spectacular case. Vincent immediately writes down the wishes that were outlined by Torvald. After that, he hands them to his friend and says that the sooner the better. If he can collect them today, then he can call this number. Howard looks closely at the computer's specifications and says that it will be able to do all of this without any problems. Vincent, turning with his friend, says that he has some business to attend to and takes Diana's hand. Howard asks him if they are just leaving, to which Vincent states that they are walking with a girl. His face begins to glow with romantic feelings, and he takes Diana's hand. Howard looks at him in surprise, and a hint of envy flashes in his eyes for a few moments. Vincent advises Diana to remember this place, which is called the main square of the city. He asks her if she sees the monuments that are located near the trees. He also tells her that there is a crossroads right in front of them, after which they cross it. Vincent continues walking further, leading her along to show her something interesting. After a while, he stops and says that this is the place where she used to work, because about 2 years ago she sold alcohol here. Diana looks at him in surprise, not fully understanding what he means. However, after some time, she remembers the past that they discussed and says that now everything is clear. Vincent asks her if she understood the way and if she can make this journey herself, to which Diana says that she remembered everything perfectly. After this, she begins to spin around in order to get even more visual cues. After this, she asks him if she can come in and see what is inside. Vincent says that there is no time for this now, then takes her hand and quickly leads her away. Diana continues to look around in surprise, not understanding why Vincent reacted like that. After a while, they move far enough away from this store and end up in a completely new place. Vincent asks her if she is hungry and suggests going to a special barbecue cafe. Diana agrees, and a few minutes later Vincent brings a piece of meat to grill. Now it begins to pleasantly hiss and sizzle, and our heroes feel the pleasant smell of cooked meat. Diana watches the process closely and says that she liked the other buffet better. She didn't have to watch the meat. Vincent says that having similar ingredients prepared differently is quite a fun activity. After that, he recommends enjoying your food rather than just thinking about filling your stomach. After that, he draws her attention to the fact that it is cold outside, and they are frying her favorite food in the warmth, and this is the enjoyment of life. Vincent also says that walking hand in hand in such cold weather is also a unique experience. Vincent also says that once she's full, they can begin to feed themselves morally. Vincent has been watching her closely all this time and asks her if she has eaten her fill. Diana looks at him with pitiful eyes and asks if she can have another piece. Vincent smiles and says that he will bring her everything now. Diana declares that she can take everything herself, but Vincent runs away with a satisfied look. In the end, he couldn't resist and brought 2 pieces of cake and a non-visual lover. Diana looks at the cake with great pleasure, after which she quickly eats one of the pieces and starts on the second. The girl wonders in her mind if this is really what her friend meant when he spoke about saturation. There is a pause between them, but this time it is not at all awkward. Vincent suddenly takes his first look at the small stuffed toys lying nearby. He discovers that the store is running a promotion, where if someone can eat everything, they will receive the toy. Diana asks if she wants one of these toys, noting that the cafe is having a promotion. Diana says that this is a very good offer and she can't believe it because it's true. Vincent muses that girls probably can't resist plush toys, even if they come from the past. These fantasies warm him more and more, and he then believes that Diana will agree to this. Vincent states that girls like cute things, she can choose one to take. At first, Diana doesn't believe that someone could give away such beautiful things for free. But then she points to the teddy bear. She justifies her choice by saying that the toy is the same color as Mr. Pumpkinson. After a while they leave the cafe, the staff says goodbye to them, wishing them a good day. Diana wonders what good this teddy bear can do. Vincent says that the bear is cute and soft, adding that she can also think that it is him while she is hugging him. Diana immediately begins to demonstrate to the main character what will happen to him as soon as he crosses the line. The girl also says that thinking that this bear represents Vincent was a great idea, and the boy hiccups nervously. After some time, the date plan is almost completed. Vincent realizes that all they have to do is go to the cinema. He tells her that the cinema is a bit far from here, but they can go there to save money and digest what they ate. Vincent smiles and says that if he were to go out with this rich friend's girlfriend, she would already be stamping her feet and being capricious. Diana asks if rich girls have problems with their feet, and Vincent points out that Diana just doesn't know what it's like to be capricious. After a while, he clears his throat properly in order to perform his next acting performance. Pretending to be a capricious rich girl, he starts whining about how he can't walk anymore. Diana looks at him with undisguised surprise, but the idea of what this all means dawns on her. Vincent calms down and says that he tried to portray a capricious girl. He also asks her if she would like to try doing something similar. Diana points to the teddy bear again and talks about what awaits him if he doesn't calm down. Vincent realizes that he has once again gone too far and retreats. Walking further, they finally reach the cinema and buy a couple of tickets. At this time, Diana looks around to understand what kind of place this is. They ask her why they can't watch a movie at home. Vincent says that it's different because now they went on a date to the cinema. He states that it is a completely different experience than watching at home, because at home she takes the movie too seriously, as if she is on a mission. Vincent also states that they will be sitting in a dark room, which will have a much more inviting atmosphere. He also advises her not to make too much noise during the session, because if she wants to say something, she should say it after the session. Vincent also asks her if he can hold her hand while watching. Diana looks at him in surprise and does not understand why he suddenly became so determined. Looking at her hands, she thinks that they are rough, ugly, and does not understand why she needs to touch them. After some time, she remembers the legend about that same Dentuzzi, who loved his ugly wife very much, and suggests that there are some similarities between them. Her face starts to turn a little red with embarrassment, and she tries to figure out what to do. She also imagines Vincent in her head next to some ugly woman in the form of Dentuzzi. Diana figures out that if he likes rough, ugly hands, he can't be anything else. So she hits the teddy bear. After this, she asks him about what he said. Vincent claims that she misheard. Vincent also asks her if there will come a point when she decides it's time to hit him. Diana states that she would never hit him, but suddenly freezes, realizing that she has said too much. There is a sparkle in his eyes. He says that he urgently needs to learn martial arts, and then they will be able to fight each other. Vincent says that this is not necessarily a part of their relationship and calls her into the hall to make it to the session. Grabbing some popcorn along the way, he walks calmly, holding her hand, while Diana calmly follows him. A few minutes pass, and they find themselves in an auditorium where the lights have not yet been turned off. Vincent points to the popcorn, talking about what people usually eat while watching movies. After a while, the lights in the hall go out and a clear picture appears on their large screens. Diana is very surprised by what she sees, since she has never been to a movie theater before. She stares at the giant screens, mesmerized, trying to catch every little detail of the film. Sometime later, Vincent accidentally touches her hand while watching the session. Diana immediately pulls her hand back in fear, realizing that she didn't expect this. Vincent carefully asks her if they can hold hands for a bit. Diana reflects on how her hands are always calloused and unpleasant to touch. And she also remembers that her cohabitant is the same Dentuzzi who will definitely ask her for 5 children. These thoughts consume her, and for a while she becomes completely lost. Vincent is surprised by how tightly Diana clings to the teddy bear, noting that she holds this in her head. After a while, the film ends, and it is time to leave the auditorium. Vincent and Diana remain in their places, but do not dare to hold hands. However, Diana is very impressed with Vincent's persistence and asks him if he really likes holding her hand. Vincent looks at her in surprise and says that it was really nice for him to hold her. Diana looks away and grimaces a little, realizing that this is a very awkward moment. After this, she extends her hand to him and says that in this case he can take it. Vincent looks at her and thinks about how it looks like he has no serious conflict inside right now. He thanks her for her help, calling her a great driver, and then takes her hand. He also asks her if the movie was good, and Diana briefly replies that the movie was actually pretty good. Vincent claims that watching movies is the best way to improve your knowledge. He also states that how broad your horizons are determines how broadly you can think. Vincent says that he thought about how to improve her awareness, build a system of modern views, and came up with this plan. The main character says that this is a long process, but he looks at it optimistically. He talks about waiting until she can figure out how to be independent and understand what's going on around her. Vincent also says that during this time he may be partially dishonest at the same time. He only asks her not to hit him at this time if she suddenly suspects something. Diana looks at him with great embarrassment, trying to figure out how to answer this. However, she does not dare to remove her hand and continues to walk with him. This day is remembered for its stunning landscapes and sunsets that you can admire to your heart's content. Vincent asks her if she has noticed that she has become more frivolous lately. Diana looks at him in surprise and asks what he means. Vincent smiles, says that as soon as she appeared, she acted like a kitten with ruffled fur and often pulled her sword out of its sheath. He also says that after a few months, she began to use the sword less and less and continued to be on guard. He also states that the day he told her he liked her, she began to believe everything he told her. He grins and says that he now thinks that tricking her into kissing him won't be that hard. Diana tries to cover her teddy bear face and reflects that there is a lot of truth in his words. The girl gives in, thinking about when it all went wrong, and squeezes his hand tighter. Vincent says that it's normal for girls in love to do stupid things, especially with the ones they're in love with for the first time. Diana loudly declares that she is not in love with anyone and squeezes his hand with incredible force. Vincent feels his hand breaking from the incredible force with which Diana squeezes it. Tears appear in his eyes and he begins to scream loudly, unable to cope with the pain. Diana gets scared and quickly pulls her hand away, realizing that she didn't mean to squeeze her hand so hard. Vincent says that he is in no way rushing her, and she can confess her feelings to him whenever she wants. He also says that perhaps she is behaving this way not because she likes him, but because she depends on him, as she has been dependent on him for the second month. Diana lowers her head in surprise and says that she cannot answer this question. Vincent continues by saying that he is just thinking about it because she needs to learn to differentiate between feelings of sympathy and gratitude. He also says that otherwise she will not be able to resist attempts to deceive her into bed. Diana asks him what he is saying, and Vincent states that it is because he is falling more and more in love with her. He states that one day someone hot might trick her and eat her, and Diana asks him why he is telling her all this. Vincent smiles and says that he is telling her all this solely because he likes her. He continues to look at her, smiling a little, realizing that it was just a prank. Diana, in turn, has never experienced such feelings and does not know what to think. The bus stops in front of them. They hold hands again and decide to go inside. They settle into the back seats of the bus, and Diana immediately begins to carefully study what is happening outside the window. After a while, she turns to him and asks if his arm hurts. Vincent chuckles and says that next time she can hit him less hard, and Diana is surprised that he is already thinking about next time. After a few hours, they finally reach the house, and Vincent opens the door with a distinctive click. Mr. Pumpkinson immediately falls down right in his master's path to get his attention. Vincent steps over the cat, but immediately grabs him with his clawed paws. Vincent smiles and says that the cat has only been without food for a couple of hours, but is already hungry. After a while, he takes a large bag of food and decides to tease the cat. He asks him if he is willing to meow several times in order to get food. Pumpkinson gets his food put in his hand and immediately starts eating. Vincent muses that his interlocutor still doesn't know anything about romance, but that's okay. He assumes that at the moment she is at the romantic level of a fifth grader, recalling how he was given a jar of toys. At that moment, the girl he liked put together the perfect gift for him. He, however, being still a naive youth, said that he thought that stickers from boxes and stacks were much better, and he didn't like that. Vincent understands that his past is quite painful, and he doesn't want to remember it. After this, he comes to the conclusion that it is necessary to introduce Diana to the concept of romance much better. The first thing he decides to do is watch the movie 500 Days of Rain and other works to get to know her better. After some time, he decides to add a few more martial arts films to his filmography to keep her interested. He only finishes his selection of films late at night, when the sunlight has completely disappeared from the city. He stretches carefully and says that he has finally completed his mission. Looking at his watch, he notes that he was so engrossed in editing that he didn't notice how evening had come. Suddenly, he wonders what happened to dinner and where Diana went. He looks up and realizes that she has disappeared somewhere and is nowhere to be found. The first thing he decides to do is check her room and comes closer to the door and starts knocking on it. After a few moments, Diana carefully walks to the door and slowly opens it. Vincent looks at her in surprise and asks if she's okay. Diana assures him that she decided to get some sleep and didn't wake up until the evening. Vincent comments on how she looks rather lifeless, wondering if she might be ill. A moment later, he reaches out to her forehead to feel her temperature. Diana says that everything is fine with her. Now she will cook dinner. Vincent, having made sure that her temperature was normal, although at first it seemed to him that she had a fever. Vincent remembers that there are a few days a month when all the girls feel unwell and rushes into the kitchen, saying that he will pour her some water. After passing the water through a filter, he boils it thoroughly in a kettle and slowly pours it into a glass. He recommends that she drink plenty of warm water, stating strongly that he has heard that it helps. He also asks her if she wants noodles, stating that he can make 2 bowls for both of them. A few minutes pass and he is already preparing several dishes with amazing enthusiasm. He also suggests that she add some garlic, and Diana immediately agrees to this. Vincent reflects that he couldn't have imagined a better partner, as she shares his culinary preferences. Diana's first decision is to drink some broth to feel better. After this, she perceives herself as a reborn person. Vincent tells her that she can leave the dishes, as he will take care of them. After a while, his phone starts ringing and he wonders what happened. Torvald gets in touch and tells him that the computer is ready and he just tried it out, surprised by its incredible power. Meanwhile, Diana is trying hard to write something on her graphic tablet. The search bar shows that she is trying to figure out the difference between sympathy and addiction. After a few gigabytes, a really frosty winter came and snowstorms hung over the city. Vincent's father tells his wife that the next time this brat comes, she should ask him if he has run out of money. He also states that it is not too late to find a normal job, while his mother is upset that she was not able to get to know Diana better. After a while, the door opens, and Vincent greets his parents, saying that he is finally home. Diana comes with him and hands them a gift, greeting them along the way. Vincent's mother immediately takes the gift into her hands, and says that she is very glad to see that they brought something with them. Vincent also talks about how Diana can help her, while his father is angry that he is bragging. Vincent's mother says that there is no need for this. It is better for them to just wait until everything is ready. Vincent and Diana sit on the sofa next to their father, who begins to watch them closely. After a short pause, he asks Diana what she actually does. Diana remembers Vincent's words that they can't run away from these questions like they did last time, so she needs to answer something different. Diana says that by using integrated circuits of microprocessors, she connects to online services via a modem and exchanges information. The determination with which Diana says these words, which are essentially just an analog of the phrase that she is sitting on the internet, impresses Father Vincent. He says that this is a very decent job, and it is much better than Vincent's. Vincent remarks that his father doesn't understand a thing, and says that it's really hard work. The father continues to try to find out more information, and asks her what she does at this job. Diana says that she uses an axe of number and letter keys to coordinate the positions of both the X and Y axes of the central cursor. The father understands that he is already getting old, because he cannot understand a single word that she says. However, he assumes that such a girl is a great success for his son. He turns his angry, stern gaze to Vincent, who asks him what he doesn't like this time. The father says that it would be great if he got a job in some company, because only this can provide for him in the future. Vincent says that he makes good money from his videos, after which his father asks what his plans are. Vincent talks about how he wants to grow into a big business, open an office and start a company, and enter a big market. He also states that in this case he will become the founder of the company, and his father will become the father of the founder of the company. They will be rich and respected. The strict father asks him if he thinks he's an idiot. He is already preparing to snap at his son and teach him a lesson. But time stands still. He catches Diana's frightened look, who doesn't understand why he is so abruptly lashing out at his son. Vincent's father stops, realizing that everything that stays in the family should stay in the family. Vincent talks about how everyone has their own destiny, and he still can't understand it. After a while, he suddenly stops and realizes that he has come up with a great idea. Rising to his feet, he says that he remembers how his mother brought him to have his fortune told, and the old man told him something and wrote it down. After some time, he brings a huge piece of paper on which it is written that his destiny is not to be an official. He smiles and tells his mother that it is fate, and that he can't do anything about it because working for the company doesn't suit him. Immediately after this, they take a phone to take a photo of what is written on this sheet. His father asks him why he is taking a photo of it, to which he replies that he wants to make a copy. Vincent's father says that these are all just stories for fools that shouldn't be believed, but it also reminds him of what a difficult child he was as a child, and asks whether he should still be responsible for him. Vincent says that he is not responsible for him, because he decides everything himself, because he has already grown up. Mother sternly tells them that he better stop arguing, otherwise she will interfere in this. She also says that it would be rude to make a scene while the girl is still here. The father, dispelling the tension, leaves so as not to spoil the time spent together by his son and wife. Mother turns to Diana and says that Vincent and his dad are just joking in such a strange way. Diana sits down at the table and watches carefully, constantly trying to figure out whether another argument is about to start. Vincent, meanwhile, holds out his fist to her, in which is a small tangerine. Diana approaches him and carefully takes the tangerine with her lips. Vincent says that she did a great job and managed to deceive her father. Diana begins to thoughtfully eat the tangerine and wets the consent sign a little. After a while, the tangerines run out, because this time they were incredibly tasty. Vincent, meanwhile, studies Diana's hands and wonders why they have so much power, although they look like ordinary women's hands. Diana, in turn, mentally asks herself why he likes looking at her hands so much. There is nothing interesting about them. Embarrassment gradually begins to fill her entire body, and it becomes increasingly difficult to sit still. Vincent notices something strange in her behavior and asks if something is wrong. Diana takes his hand and says that she wanted to look at it. Studying his hand, she realizes that this hand is slightly larger than hers. The nails are clean and trimmed. She also asks what is interesting in his hands, and why Vincent is so eager to take her hand. Vincent, meanwhile, calmly approaches her and asks her if she can read palms. Diana immediately jerks her hand and says that she can't do anything like that. Vincent gets to his feet and decides to run into the kitchen to talk to his mother. He says that today is the end of the year, and he wants to invite Diana to celebrate the new year together. Mom asks him if Diana won't go to her family, and he tells her that she doesn't have a family. The mother immediately freezes in place, realizing that this girl really is an orphan. She speaks with concern about how she took it all as a joke, but now claims that he was not joking about such things. But for a while there is an awkward pause between them, which is broken by the sizzling of food on the gas stove. Vincent's mother turns off the stove and says that in this case she definitely needs to be invited here. She also asks him if he has enough money, noting that with the arrival of a girlfriend, expenses should increase. Vincent says that everything is under control, and with his father it is better to think about yourself, since he will definitely provide for his girlfriend. Mother says that she now feels calmer, after which she says that it is necessary to set the table. Some time passes, and the visit comes to an end, after which they get dressed and talk about going home. Diana quickly turns from side to side, causing potatoes to suddenly fall out of her pockets. The potato falls to the floor and rolls towards Father Vincent's foot. Mom takes the potatoes from her husband's hands and wonders why they keep potatoes in their pockets. Vincent says that she has a very strong connection with the earth element and wears it as a talisman. Vincent notes that potatoes bury the soil, so they can be used instead of soil. The protagonist notes that he cannot admit to his parents that this is a potato in case she suddenly travels back 1,000 years. The main character's mother says that in this case she will cook more potatoes. Vincent, thanks to this generosity, hangs out with them and says that his girlfriend really loves potatoes. Diana watches what is happening in surprise and decides to remain silent. After a while, she suddenly realized what was happening here, and it surprised her very much. She begins to bow vigorously and thank her aunt for being so kind. She also extends her hands to demonstrate her sincerity. Mother laughs and reflects that she felt the same way when she first met her husband's grandmother. A few moments later, they say their final goodbyes, and Mother advises them to be careful, because it is already dark. The silhouettes of Vincent and Diana gradually descend lower and lower, and then dissolve into the darkness. The protagonist's parents also go to their apartment, but his mother does not stay for long. She smiles, thinking that these two are very suitable for each other. Vincent and Diana gradually stroll through the night city, enjoying the crunchy snow. Diana is once again lost in thought after her last visit to the protagonist's parents. She suddenly asks Vincent what the concept of being liked means. Vincent says that when you like someone, it subconsciously means that you want to be closer to the person and do everything to make him yours. Diana asks him what happens when she can't allow herself to be around an object or person. Vincent, speaking about the fact that if we are talking about something physical, then you need to work to earn money and buy it, because hard work is the way to get what you want. He also talks about how when she likes someone, someone will get that person, and giving them everything becomes equivalent things. Vincent also talked about how if you can't afford it even after you've done everything you can, then you should never try to steal it. He emphasizes that secret methods are very disgusting when it comes to people. He also says that he doesn't want to lie to her because he likes her, and so she should think about it herself and decide how she feels about him. Vincent states that it can be assumed that he wants to give everything possible, even if she is not with him. He also says that it is not quite the kind of love she thinks it is. Diana says that she feels like he is lying and that things are not as simple as he says. Vincent smiles and says that sometimes deception is also a form of sympathy, and Diana loudly emphasizes that she has no sympathy. Vincent says that he is simply talking about sympathy in general, because he did not say anything about feelings for him. Diana feels incredibly embarrassed and understands that she can't do anything with him. The only thing he can do is turn away in order to at least somehow cope with his feelings. Looking at her hands, she wonders what it is she likes about Vincent. The first thing that comes to her mind is that he helps her dry her hair, and also talks a lot when answering her questions. After a while, it dawns on her that she really likes Vincent. Unexpectedly for herself, she realizes that she really likes the way he holds her hands. After walking a few steps, she asks him if there is true love between them. Vincent freezes in surprise and silence falls between them again. Vincent says that love is when two people take the time to understand each other and their hearts become one. Diana asks him how he feels in this situation. Vincent talks about how she might feel it if she kisses him and asks if she's willing to try it. Diana asks him why he thinks she will believe this again, to which Vincent laughingly replies that he is not deceiving her. After a while, a taxi stops near them, and he announces that it is time for them to go home. It takes them a little while to get home, and Vincent decides to turn on the light in the living room. Diana at this time simply takes off her shoes in order to finally follow him. Vincent sits down on the couch, thinking about how he hasn't been home all day and needs to quickly finish editing the video. Immediately after this, he opens his laptop and starts clicking on some programs. Diana sits down next to him, thinking about what to do next. After a short pause, she asks him if he ever thought that she would come back one day. Vincent freezes for a moment, realizing that he doesn't want to think about that prospect. However, he tries to collect his thoughts and says that in this case, she will become successful thanks to the knowledge she has gained. Diana asks him how he feels and whether it would be pointless to love her. Vincent talks about how loving someone is an irrational process that you have no control over. He smiles and says that there is no contradiction between loving her and the fact that she might disappear. He also says that it is better to enjoy the moment instead of thinking about what will happen, because fate is a hard thing. Diana notices Vincent fixing her hair and asks him if this could be considered deception or coercion. Vincent says that as long as she doesn't hit him, it doesn't count, because they are in a situation of ambiguity. He quickly grabs the big bear and pulls her in, telling her that she can hit him if she wants. Diana accepts this teddy bear from the hands of her cohabitant, but is in no hurry to hit it. She hugs him and says that she doesn't understand whether he's telling the truth or a lie, because the past Diana would have definitely hit him. Vincent smiles and says that she could have done it in a more gentle way, but she didn't even do that. Diana says that she doesn't want to pinch or hit him, noting that she even feels good. Vincent claims that it is probably sympathy, or at least the absence of hatred. Diana asks him if this is part of his plan, to which he states that he cannot plan absolutely everything. Vincent says that he is somewhat like a peacock, who displays his feathers to show her the best in himself. Diana begins to feel embarrassed by such honesty and accuses him of being shameless, but Vincent agrees with a smile. Diana feels rather embarrassed and awkward, accusing him of being dentuzy, but Vincent agrees with this too. Diana realizes that he has run out of accusations that can stop Vincent. However, this does not mean that she has run out of ways to change the pace. After thinking for a long time, she rushes forward and crashes her head into the main character's stomach. After a while, he falls onto the sofa and Mr. Pumpkinson studies him carefully. Diana goes into her room and slams the door angrily, so hard that it's about to fly off its hinges. Vincent sits up on the couch and just chuckles. He says that he is very lucky that this girl has not yet mastered martial arts to perfection. The next morning, Diana decides to practice with her sword again, performing graceful pirouettes. After completing a certain set of exercises, she takes her sword back to hide it in its sheath. After just a few moments, the characteristic click of steel is heard. Diana immediately discovers that Vincent, who is nearby, has made a small mistake. In order to set him on the right path, she immediately makes a quick lunge with her hand at his leg. After that, she corrects his stance, telling him that he should stand still, and also states that he must keep his hands at a certain level and not move. Diana happily tells him that once he can strengthen his body, she will teach him martial arts. Vincent says that training this position is so effective that he no longer needs to train martial arts. He looks at her with self-pitying eyes, but he knows it won't work. Diana states that once he masters martial arts, he will be able to strike without fear of her striking back. Vincent says that he won't hit her anyway, when suddenly Diana decides to put her sword aside. After this, she gets into a special stance, saying that now she will demonstrate to him a technique called the tan hand. After a few moments, she makes a quick movement with her hand, stopping a few centimeters from Vincent's face. The protagonist understands that if he were to do anything, his nose would have been torn off his face. Frightened, he falls to his knees, saying that he will not shirk anymore and will learn this technique. He also tries to soften her heart by saying that the blows were very harsh not so long ago, and it is still difficult for him to study. Diana shows mercy and turns away, saying that she will teach him this move tomorrow, but now she will make breakfast. After that, she goes into the kitchen and thinks for a while. She thinks that her roommate may be very gifted in martial arts, and even surpass her. After this, thoughts come that in this case he will be able to win and make them do what he wants, and so on. His conscience will also be clear. Vincent at this moment reflects on the fact that his common-law wife has already learned to threaten others. Diana peeks out from the kitchen and says that he must work hard and not relax. After a while, she moves to the living room and sits down at the computer again to continue her work. Vincent is going out because he usually stays home later, so if something happens, she should write to him. He also talks about not letting strangers in, then squeezes her hand. Diana sends confused curses while Vincent says that he is going outside and leaving her to watch the house. After some time, she finds herself near the house of her friend Torvald. After he knocks on the door, some time passes, but Torvald still comes out into the street and greets him. He asks him what he is doing here, to which he states that it is the graduation party. Torvald states that he had indeed forgotten about it, and then recommends that he come in while he changes his clothes. Vincent asks him if he had an amazing night, to which he states that he and his girlfriend broke up. Torvald asks if no one has watched his stories, to which he states that no one watches them at all. Torvald gets dressed, goes outside, and says that this girl was not an easy experience. Vincent suddenly interrupts his story and asks him where his car went. Torvald claims that the car was confiscated because he had a falling out with his father. Vincent, realizing that he came here only to ride in a car, says that now they will have to go by train. Some time passes and they go down to the subway station to find a suitable train. Entering the carriage, he discovers that it is quite crowded today. Suddenly he discovers that his friend is looking somewhere very actively. Vincent asks him what he is looking at, and Torvald quietly tells him that he is looking at this girl with a yellow bag. Vincent looks in the direction his friend is pointing, and indeed finds a girl there. Torvald says that this girl looks very familiar, as if she were one of his exes. Hearing these words, the girl angrily turns towards Torvald and says that she really is his ex-girlfriend. Torvald realizes that he is in serious trouble, while Vincent claims that he does not know her. Coming closer to them, he says that he really realized that she looks familiar. The girl asks him if that's all he can say about her, and he starts to get nervous. He quickly analyzes her with his gaze and says that he remembers what she draws. The girl grumbles that at least he remembers this, to which he states that he would not like to conflict now. He also asks her how she feels and what her life is like, to which the girl replies that she is fine, but he doesn't look very well. Torvald grins and says that he has indeed seen better times. Vincent is surprised that a conversation is starting between them. They still look like a couple in love. Vincent himself looks like a man who exudes the spirit of loneliness until the end of his life. He takes out his phone and tries to figure out how Diana is feeling. He decides to start a correspondence with her, and is informed that they have not yet had a single message with each other. Vincent smiles and realizes that this is a great chance to try texting her. The first thing he writes is that there are some things that cannot be denied, and among these things is the fact that he likes her. At this time, Diana is doing her standard job, leveling up characters in order to get money. There is no sign of trouble, and she goes about her work with great pleasure and concentration. After some time, the system informs her that she has received a new message. Diana opens a pop-up window and sees the message Vincent sent her. Looking at his funny avatar, she thinks that this man is talking nonsense again. She also admits to herself that his avatar is just as annoying as he is. However, after a while she calms down and realizes that she needs to respond to this message. She picks up her phone to type a message as quickly as possible. The first thing she asks him is whether his clothes should be washed along with hers. Vincent pauses for a long moment and then says that it would be wonderful. Diana decides to look into his room, looking around in search of clothes. After some time, her attention is drawn to a very familiar object. Approaching the chest of drawers, she discovers that on it are the very sandals in which she arrived here. Diana realizes that these are the ones and wonders why he hasn't thrown them away yet, even though he talked about it. A naive girl who doesn't yet fully understand the concept of modern relationships wonders if he really loves her legs too. Vincent, meanwhile, enjoys the fact that he was able to correspond with his beloved. He is mentally very happy that the warrior offered to help him with the laundry. After a while, his thoughts are interrupted by Torvald, who tells him that he has urgent business. Vincent realizes that, unlike his friend, he has two complicated relationships with other girls. Songs that represent his incredible sadness begin to play in his head. About an hour later, he finally makes it to the class reunion, where everyone greets him very warmly. They also ask him where Torvald is, but he says that he met his ex on the way, and they went to chat about old times. His classmates say that ordinary people like them cannot understand rich people. After this, Vincent strikes up a conversation with his classmates in order to find out who does what. However, he quickly begins to feel that human joys and sorrows are connected, and that they simply irritate him. For the first time in a long time, he realizes how hard it is for him to be around people, because he misses Diana. He finds a secluded corner and decides to stand there in order to put things in order in his head. After some time, his thoughts become organized and he understands one simple truth. On the sides, he admits to himself that he is very bored here, because his common-law wife is not here. Gradually approaches its middle or end, while classmates are still talking to each other. One of Vincent's friends asks him about his mood, noting that it is not like him. Vincent says that he has become different lately, after which he is invited to karaoke, but he refuses. He states that he has had too much to drink and needs to sober up, and his classmates leave without him. At some point he looks around and discovers that everyone is feeling quite well and having fun. He also realizes that the noisy parties he used to enjoy are no longer as enjoyable. He reflects that there is too much farce here, but there is not much meaning or content to the words here. He quietly leaves the great hall and mentally asks himself why he used to enjoy such gatherings. Some time passes and he is fully dressed and goes outside. Looking at the sun, he realizes that Diana has unknowingly influenced him, making him a more mature person. He clenches his fist and realizes that this girl, like a meteorite, has destroyed his previous monotonous life into pieces. Suddenly his phone starts ringing and he wonders why Torvald decided to call him. As soon as he picks up the phone, he hears a request for help. Half an hour later, he finds himself at the hotel. Approaching the room, he carefully knocks on the door, afraid to cause harm with his sudden appearance. A few moments later, Torvald, wearing only a towel, opens the door and asks him to come in quickly. Vincent hands him the clothes and asks him what happened, believing that she was blackmailing him. Torvald says that it was much worse, because he thought that they objected to the pampering passion when he came here. Torvald also says that she stood there for him to take a shower. But when he came out, it turned out that she had run away with his clothes. Vincent notes that Torvald's phone and wallet were still there, so it was a minor prank. Torvald says that it is not as insignificant as he thinks, but Vincent states that he expected the worst. Torvald, saying that they need to take their minds off things, invites him to go to karaoke to sing a couple of songs. Vincent falls on the bed, saying that he can do without him, since he has lost his desire. He honestly admits to his friend that he no longer likes noisy companies. Torvald states that it was the alcohol talking in him, and if they sing a couple of songs, Everything will be fine. Vincent looks at his comrade and says that he really doesn't want to go anywhere. He also reflects on how much money he spent to have a little fun at the gathering. He quickly realizes that this money could have been spent on the pork ribs that Diana stews. Vincent tells his friend that he can go without him, and that he will come later, if he comes at all. Jonathan leaves the room and says that he can lie here and sober up as long as he wants, since the room is booked until the evening. Vincent reflects on how simply lying on the couch is not the same as tossing and turning all day. The main character also comes to the conclusion that when you live with another person, it is much more difficult than it might seem. Vincent realizes that he has talked a lot about wanting to marry Diana, but is he really ready for it? He understands that the word marriage means a surprising amount, and that it contains a lot of responsibility. After a while, he comes home feeling like the alcohol has hit him hard again. Diana helps him stay on his feet while he sings a romantic song. The girl is slightly displeased when she thinks that her partner has gotten drunk again. Vincent pushes the boundaries again for a moment and gently lifts her chin. He looks at her with loving eyes and says that she is a real beauty. Diana understands that he is not quite in control of himself, and with a decisive movement she sits him down on the sofa. She also smells a foul odor of alcohol and asks how much he has drunk, to which he states that he has drunk more than usual. Along with this, he places a small bag from the store he was in on the table. Diana looks closely at these packages and asks him what is in them. Vincent is quite fond of saying that these are ribs that can be braised and taste magical. Diana looks at them happily and says that she will do it tomorrow, while she puts it in the refrigerator. As she walks into the room, she suddenly stops and looks at him carefully with her eyes. She asks him why he doesn't go to bed, to which he replies that he will lie here for a bit, and in a couple of hours everything will be fine. A few more hours pass, and Vincent sobers up a little after what happened. Once he comes to his senses a little, he finds that Diana continues to study hard. This comes just in time because the girl wants to ask him a very important question. She asks him what the Golden Lotus is, and Vincent realizes it is an adult-themed film. Sobriety instantly takes over in him, and with one deft movement he finds himself next to the computer mouse. With just a few confident and decisive clicks, he deletes the movie from his computer. Diana asks him angrily why he did it, but he comes up with a weak story about it being a film about philosophy, which is still too complicated. Diana asks him why he deleted the film, because he could have simply said that it was not worth watching. Vincent says that for now he just hid this film, they can easily watch it if they want. After that, he lies down on the sofa, thinking that it is becoming more difficult to deceive every day. After some time, evening comes, and Vincent finally decides to turn off the light in the living room. As she gets closer to him, she realizes that instead of taking a break, he has fallen asleep right there. She brings him a small blanket so that he doesn't get cold. The moment she covers him, memories of him calling her beautiful come flooding into her mind. With very careful movements, she takes his chin between two fingers. She begins to gently stroke him with her hands, when suddenly Vincent begins to suffer a little, as if he is about to wake up. Vincent immediately takes a step back so as not to wake him up and end up in an awkward situation. Feeling her face turning red again, she turns around and runs into the kitchen to start cooking. After some time, Vincent finally opens his eyes and feels that he is awakened. As he slowly rises up from the couch, he realizes that his head hurts a lot from the fall. Diana says she assumed he wouldn't fare well with a hangover, so she made him some oatmeal. Vincent looks at the blanket that has been covering him all this time, and realizes that she not only prepared food, but also covered him up. She carefully gets to her feet, finds herself next to the computer and realizes that she is watching a movie. Diana watches what is happening with great interest, holding noodles with 2 chopsticks. Vincent says that this film tells the story of ancient times, and that she will probably find it interesting. He also states that time goes by and some things change too, no matter how much some people would like it otherwise. Diana strongly agrees with him, realizing that times have really changed. She wonders if this should mean that other people's words are already outdated. After a while, she decides to head to the bathroom to take a shower. Standing under the stream of warm water, she reflects on the words that her mentors used to tell her. Vincent, meanwhile, approaches the computer, discovering that his workspace has been occupied by his furry pet. When he gets closer, he carefully lifts him up and tells him to clear his work area. To make sure that her reaction was not caused by something strange, he decides to look at her search history, but finds that it is empty. This information shocks him. He realizes that she has now learned to cover her tracks. After a while, Diana finishes her water procedures and goes out into the living room, dressed in pajamas. She also wipes her hair, feeling that it is still a little damp. Vincent watches her walk past him and doesn't say a word. However, as soon as she crosses to the other side of the room, he turns his head to follow her. After this, she silently sits down on the table, where the hairdryer is already plugged in. Vincent honestly admits that if he had not known that she could kill him with one blow, he might have committed the crime. Diana takes this information with stoic calm. She asks him what he would do if she were a weak, helpless girl when they met. Vincent calmly states that he would have called security to take him home, noting that he initially thought she was a cosplayer. Diana asks him if he didn't mean to do something illegal, but he indignantly states that he is not some kind of criminal. Vincent grins and realizes that his words were not taken quite correctly. He also suggests that this could be taken as Diana meeting him on the stairs and mistakenly thinking that they could become a couple. There is a slightly awkward pause between them, which nevertheless lasts quite a long time. Vincent decides to break the silence first and asks her how she feels about him right now. Diana doesn't answer and simply turns off the hairdryer to collect her thoughts. After a while, she says that she doesn't know what she feels, and Vincent says that he thought she would say that she doesn't feel anything. He also states that if she compares this upcoming life to the one she had before, does she think she is better off now? Diana smiles and says that her current life is simply excellent compared to what it was before. Vincent smiles and says that life with him is different from what it was before. He also tells her that once she sees more of what's going on in the modern world, she will realize how beautiful this world is. Diana doesn't answer, and they fall into a tense silence again. Vincent breaks it again first, and asks if he should say nothing about it. Diana asks him what she should say. Vincent says that her current life may seem quite pleasant, but if you look at the whole picture, it is just one of many. Diana says that if it weren't for him, she wouldn't have become who she is now, since she doesn't have any connections or acquaintances here. Vincent feels miserable, and Diana watches his mental turmoil with amazement. Vincent says that he tries to be confident, but as soon as he thinks about a more serious relationship, he becomes a little scared. He also shifts his gaze and feels his face flush. He says that he realized that he has become more greedy lately and he needs to think about it so as not to screw things up. Vincent wonders if he should take things slow and steady, or try to win her over by tricking her. Diana, meanwhile, makes a slightly incorrect assumption about what is going on with Vincent. From her point of view, he decided to look at her slippers again, paying attention to her feet. Vincent states that whenever he starts thinking about it, the place where she hit him with her head starts to hurt. Vincent asks her if it wouldn't be too hard for her to take responsibility for what she did and lose this place a little. Diana asks if it really hurts him that much, to which he says that she knows how strong she is. Diana realizes that she really overdid it that day and moves closer to him. She also sits down next to him on the sofa and prepares to ease his pain. After a while, she puts her hand on his chest and asks if she is doing everything right, to which he states that everything is just perfect. Diana begins to gently rub the area of the blow in order to ease the pain. Vincent is in seventh heaven at this point, realizing that when her hand touches the blow, it is quite pleasant and soft. Vincent tries to look away so as not to show his flushed face to Diana. After a while, he becomes bolder and says that there is one good proverb. He claims that all encounters in life are long overdue reunions, and whoever or whatever he meets, it is all. By the way, with these words, he asks the question of what would happen if they could return to the day they met. He grins and says that his words about being very happy to see her again would not have been so crazy. Vincent also says that if she were a defenseless girl, he would answer that now everything would be different. Diana listens to him attentively, and then tries to understand what he meant by this. She turns away and asks him if this means he won't cheat on her anymore. She feels seriously awkward, which causes her to start pinching her fingers. Vincent looks at her in surprise, and Diana asks him if she was too straightforward. Vincent says that it's not about being straightforward, and that she should generally take words from her own vocabulary. Vincent realizes that he has not done enough to convince her of his intentions, and knows that it is time to act. Closing his eyes from nervousness and fear, he decides to hug her in order to make the situation more romantic. Diana looks down at Vincent's hand on her shoulder and notices that it is shaking slightly. Diana looks at him closely and asks him if something is wrong, while Vincent desperately tries to move her from her place. A few more moments pass, but she remains in her place thanks to her outstanding physical strength and resilience. Vincent gets to his feet and says that it is already late, so he urgently needs to take a shower. Diana watches him go, trying to figure out what just happened. She also feels her heart begin to beat even faster, and suggests that perhaps she should have let him move closer. Vincent finishes his water procedures quite quickly and looks at himself in the mirror. He reflects that he almost got it done, and if he wasn't interested in her, she wouldn't have allowed him to do it. Quickly born, he goes into the living room, looking around, and discovers that Diana is sitting at the computer again. He comments that it's quite late and asks her if it's time to go to bed, to which she replies that she wants to finish a couple of assignments. Vincent agrees that since he's not in the mood anymore, he should get to work. Taking the laptop, he thinks about the fact that they would not appear, or not appear from where. And for this, you always need to put in a lot of effort. Vincent is preparing to practice his film review skills, as he plans to become a critic in the future. Diana quietly approaches him and asks him what he is doing. Vincent says that this is how he makes money, and how it helps him pass the time, as it is better than just sitting on the couch. Diana looks at him with admiration and sighs, then asks if she can do the same job and bring in money. Vincent replies that she cannot do this yet, since she has no education. He says that some things can be seen, but not have the opportunity to grow, such as her liking him, after which Diana loudly denies it. Vincent asks her what she thinks of a film called The Forgiven Concubine. Diana says that the idea of this film is that times are changing, and replies that it can teach her a lesson in review writing. He states that it doesn't matter whether the action takes place in an opera or in real life, since the protagonists suffer from love, and one must look much deeper. Vincent states that he would advise her to watch these films to better elevate her inner self. Vincent asks her if she likes looking at books, and Diana replies that she can say so with some stretching. Vincent challenges her to guess who likes looking at her, but Diana doesn't quite understand what he means. Vincent looks at Diana and realizes that it is becoming more difficult for him to control himself. After this, he slightly stretches forward with his arms and asks her if he can hug her. Diana carefully moves away from him and asks him why he needs this. Vincent says that he just really wants to, and suggests that silence is a sign of consent. After a while, Diana sits closer to him, and he hugs her tightly along with Mr. Pumpkinson. The fat cat feels that too much pressure is being put on him and begins to meow. A few moments later, Vincent says that he likes her very much. He also says that for her he is ready to be a gentleman who supports his family. Diana doesn't respond to these sweet words and feels her face begin to blush again. After a while they let go of each other, and Diana remains silent. Vincent understands that it is difficult for her to understand what he feels for her now, and he gently strokes her hand, wishing her good night and sweet dreams. After that, he gets up quite quickly and heads to his room. Diana watches him go, then shyly says that she wishes him good night too. The next day, Vincent decides to throw all his cards with money on the table. He reflects that the change he has saved up since university has now reached 4,000 yuan. He also understands that he dumped his shares on the stock market, praying not to get into a bear market, but this is still not enough. He comes to the conclusion that the video he uploaded should make him some money, but it is an unstable income and his licenses are not yet generating income. Vincent reflects that if you look at it that way, his old man was right about him wasting his life. He shares his view that when no one is hungry and there is no fear of necessity, it is very easy, and one can lose the taste for life. He understands that Diana can easily become a modern person in less than 3 years and begin to live this life fully. Vincent also says that if he continues to lead the same lifestyle as before, he should listen to the old man's advice and find a job. Diana approaches him, tells him that the food is almost ready, and then asks him to set the table. Vincent talks about how they should invite their parents to dinner someday, and Diana looks at the cards in surprise and asks what they are. Vincent states that these are special cards for storing money, and until he has his own, she can use this one. Diana is surprised and asks him if she really needs this card, since there are already mobile wallets. Vincent says it's a little different, he'll explain later, and adds that he'll give them red envelopes for New Year's to keep the money in. After that, he asks for her phone number in order to connect the card to this wallet. Diana is happy that she has received a piece of equipment of a modern man called a bank card. A little time passes and they finish their meal, after which they leave the dishes to soak. In order not to waste time, they immediately gather to go for a walk. Mr. Pumpkinson meows happily as he chases after them, and Vincent knows there's a reason for it. Looking at him with a smile, he says that after a hearty lunch, he also wants to go for a walk and takes the leash. After some time, the cat finds itself outside and explores the surrounding area with interest. For a recluse like Vincent, such outings are a true rarity. Vincent notes the decorations that have already been set up and realizes that a year has flown by. He reflects on the fact that this will be the first new year for a warrior, and he must make it unforgettable. Diana finds herself suddenly refusing to go somewhere and asks him what's wrong with him. Vincent says that he picked up this cat on the street and starts petting it. Vincent tells her that he picked it up right here, near the nearest trash can. From his point of view, the cat thought that they had come all this way to leave him, and therefore did not want to go anywhere. Diana feels sympathy for this poor furry animal and freezes for a moment. After this, she confidently takes him in her arms so that he does not fall. She immediately heads in the other direction, saying that she would never leave the kitten there. Mr. Pumpkinson immediately becomes more active, and after a while jumps to the ground in order to walk on his own. Vincent takes Diana's hand again. She asks him if he really likes to grab onto things, but he says that he only takes what he likes. Looking around, they find a large number of children playing with homemade toys. Diana stares at them, realizing she's never seen anything like this before. She is very impressed by the incredibly calm and peaceful atmosphere around her. Diana admits that all this creates the impression that she is sleeping and is in a fairy tale world. Vincent suddenly takes a closer look at one of the girls and realizes that she looks extremely familiar. Well, he remembers who this girl is. She is their neighbor's granddaughter. Coming closer to her, he waves his hand at her and calls her by name to get her attention. The little girl recognizes Vincent, and her eyes begin to shine with happiness. She runs closer to him and calls him her little brother, after which she throws herself into his arms. Vincent says that she has grown a lot, after which he realizes that he must introduce Diana. He says that the girl next to him is Diana. The little girl greets her. After this, the girl comes closer to Mr. Pumpkinson, who, however, does not show much interest. The girl says that Mr. Pumpkinson was incredibly thin the last time she saw him, and now he has turned into a big bun. Vincent laughs and says that she should learn from this cat to eat more, to which she replies that she doesn't want to get fat. Vincent confidently tells her that she will never become fat, after which he invites her to play with Mr. Pumpkinson. The little girl's peers run up to her and start to pet the big cat, who doesn't mind. Vincent says that the neighbors here are all very nice, and although some of them are a bit gossipy, they are actually kind-hearted people. He remembers that when he was younger, every time the house was locked and he was outside, a neighbor would invite him over and wait for his parents to arrive. He also states that he and his parents came later, but he returned here when he had already entered college. On the sides, he admits that there are quite a lot of things here that remind him of his father. The protagonist's childhood was quite happy, despite the fact that at some point he learned simple problems. Diana turns her head towards Vincent and asks him why he introduced her to this girl. Vincent asks her if she doesn't think the girl is cute, to which Diana states that she never said anything like that. Diana, however, continues to question him, trying to find out if he introduced her as this girl just because she was cute. Vincent says that he wants her to meet more people, because life will be monotonous anyway. A little girl approaches Diana with childish naivety and asks her if she is Vincent's girlfriend. Vincent smiles and asks her if at her age she already knows the meaning of this word. Vincent smirks and asks her what that word she called Diana means. The little girl feels awkward saying such things in front of adults. Gathering all her willpower, she loudly says that this girl is her friend. Vincent pats her head and says that she is really very cute. Diana remembers his words that he said earlier and realizes that he deceived her that day. Vincent, continuing to ruffle the little girl's head, says that she is very smart. He also says that if she enjoys spending time with Mr. Pumpkinson, then she can visit them more often. He also states that she can play a little with Diana too, which makes the little girl very happy. After a while, she runs off to pet Vincent's pet some more. Vincent finds himself holding Diana's hand again, and comments that he seems to be enjoying it very much. Diana asks him what he means, to which he states that he really likes her hands, and Diana replies that he liked them to begin with. Vincent says that he will later explain why he mentally understands that all this is only because Diana does not let him hug her more often, and he is content with what he has. After some time, they come home, and Diana continues to teach him new techniques that he is not yet ready to master. She states that he needs to practice his stance first, so that he can confidently use his fists when he has to fight an opponent. Their training is interrupted by a fresh knock on the door, and they both turn around to see who it is. Vincent carefully opens the door and wonders who decided to visit him. The guest turns out to be his neighbor's little granddaughter, and says that she came to play with Mr. Pumpkinson. Vincent asks her with a smile why she needs a textbook if she came here to play, to which the girl replies that she told her grandmother that she was going to do her homework. Seeing Diana, she happily greets her, calling her sister. She asks him where Mr. Pumpkinson went, but he says that the cat is lying on the sofa and sleeping. The happy girl approaches the sofa and discovers that the cat is indeed sleeping peacefully. She picks him up and tells him that he must stop sleeping because it is time to play. Vincent looks closely at the textbooks the little girl brought to see her progress. Looking closer, he realizes that this girl hasn't even started her lessons, and this page looks cleaner than his relationship with Diana. Vincent states that if she brought her homework with her, she should do it, noting that Mr. Pumpkinson will help her with it. The little girl says that Pumpkinson doesn't know how to do the task, but states that she can teach him how. Some time passes, and the girl decides to fulfill her promise to her grandmother. Vincent and Diana settle in to continue working while the girl does her homework. Diana turns around to check the situation and make sure everything is okay. The girl is holding a cat in her arms, who has already decided to sleep, and is tensely solving a problem. Vincent says that Diana will be able to look at her language homework and learn some new words. The little girl turns to Vincent and says that she has done all the tasks she could, but there are a few that are difficult. Vincent comes closer and says that he can help her with this, carefully examining what is there. Diana moves away so as not to disturb them, takes the textbook in her hands and studies the language. In fact, she uses this textbook to secretly spy on him. Looking at him, she finds that he is quite capable of being a teacher and wants to pass on information. She recalls that this method is close to the one she was taught to read in the village. She also realizes that Vincent knows more than that old bookworm who would sigh with displeasure if she did something wrong. Vincent, meanwhile, discovers that it is already quite late, and asks the girl if she would like to have dinner before leaving. He also asks Diana if she can walk the girl home, noting that she lives only one floor up. Diana looks at Vincent in surprise, and asks him if she can trust him with something like that. After a while, they go to the kitchen and have a rather pleasant dinner. The little girl takes her textbooks and says that she doesn't need to be seen off. She insistently claims that there are only a few floors here and she won't get lost. Vincent asks her if she's not afraid of falling down the stairs, after which Diana decides to help. Some time passes and the girl approaches her apartment, asking her grandmother to open the door. The protagonist's neighbor opens the door and is surprised to find several people in front of her. Diana says with a sense of duty that she came here to walk this girl home. One of the neighbors smiles and apologizes for disturbing her, saying that she is very grateful. She also encourages the little girl to quickly thank her big sister for seeing her off. The girl, smiling shyly, thanks Diana for her help, after which she says that they will meet again soon. Diana nods, then comes to her apartment and slowly opens the door. Vincent announces that he has washed himself and that she can shower too if she wants, noting that tomorrow they are going shopping for the new year. Diana then asks him if they are really going to go outside, to which Vincent states that there is no other way. For some reason, Diana begins to react a little offended, looking at the main character. After that, she quickly takes her clothes and heads towards the shower. Vincent mentions that he wants to make noodles with ribs and asks her if she will eat it. Diana asks, and then if he's not full, to which Vincent states that he's quickly starting to feel hungry, and wants to make a second one already. Diana sincerely admits to him that she also really wants to eat and would not be against it. Vincent decides to make noodles, adding both egg and ribs. Diana looks at the prepared dish with delight, and Vincent declares that this broth with ribs smells very tasty. Finally, he adds a small clove of garlic, saying it will add depth of flavor. Diana wraps the noodles around a stick and lifts it into the air. After a while, they finish their meal, and the girl puts the bowl on the table with satisfaction. She also says that for some reason she is still a little hungry. Vincent says that it is unhealthy, and it is better to eat tomorrow. Vincent says that she can lose here. If her belly doesn't stick out, then he will prepare another portion. Diana begins to feel her belly, and discovers that her belly is indeed sticking out. She confidently states that her belly does not stick out, but she will not eat anymore. Vincent says he won't believe it until he checks it out for himself. Diana accuses him of simply looking for ways to touch her, but he states that thinking about it is not a crime. After some time, he successfully finishes the last cup and places it in a special container. He smiles, looking at his partner, and says that the dinner was a success. He also recommends that she go to bed early, after which he wishes her good night. Finally, he sticks his head out of the room and says that there is a saying that a full belly leads to crazy thoughts. Looking at her with the most serious look possible, he advises her not to sneak into her room in the middle of the night and do terrible things. Immediately after this, he slams his door so that she doesn't have time to reproach him. Diana realizes that he made the right choice, because a little more and she would have simply torn his head off. The next day they go outside and Vincent is happy about how nice the weather is today. They quickly come across a neighbor who is guarding the entrance to this neighborhood. Vincent greets him and says that the new year has arrived unnoticed, to which he says that he himself is in shock. He also asks them if they are going out for a walk, to which Vincent replies that they want to buy some stuff for the new year. Diana looks around cautiously, after which she understands why this man sits here all the time. Vincent also tells them that he should take care of his health and smoke less. The old man freezes for a moment, holding a smoldering cigarette in his hands. So, after a couple of seconds, he decides to take another drag so as not to change his old habits. Smiling, he says that he is already an old man, and cigarettes only help him live. Vincent and Diana continue their shopping trip, and quickly find themselves at the right place. Vincent discovers that the girl walking next to him is wearing very thin tights that are almost invisible. After this, he turns his gaze to his companion, and realizes that she is wearing simple pants. He carefully points to the girl behind her, and tells her that she has almost ghostly tights, and asks if she would like to try something like that. Diana says with incredible determination that she never wanted to wear such things, and would rather wear woolen trousers. She also asks him if all these women aren't cold. Vincent smiles and says that these tights are actually quite warm, since they have such requirements. Taking her hand, he says that they should move on, as they still have things to do, noting that they will first go to the hairdresser. A few moments pass, and they enter a specialized salon, where a free hairdresser is already waiting for them. Diana sits down in a chair and tries to understand what is going on here, since she has never been in such places before. She asks him if it is possible to get the same haircut as his mother, to which the hairdresser replies that this is only for later, and asks him to freshen up Diana's haircut a little. The hairdresser says he understood everything perfectly, while Diana feels a little offended that she was not allowed to have such a haircut. Time passes rather slowly, especially for someone who is currently getting their haircut. Nevertheless, the hairdresser tries to do everything as carefully as possible and meet the customer's requirements. While Diana was thinking about how she should restrain herself and not wriggle away from the hairdresser's hands, more than one clump of hair fell from her. Vincent closely monitors the process to ensure it goes perfectly according to plan. Diana rises from her chair and he realizes that her hair now looks much neater. Diana looks at him and asks where they should go next. Vincent steps forward, takes her hand, and says that now they need to go to the mall. He happily declares that they will go there to buy new clothes and shoes, because on New Year's Eve they should wear everything new. However, as soon as they step outside, a small obstacle appears in front of them. This obstacle is an angry dog that ran out into the street and tries to growl at them. Vincent says to stay away from this dog, and it will be easier to cross the road. Diana asks him in surprise why he has to make so many movements if he can see the dog with one blow. Vincent stops her and says there is no need for that, remembering that he is dealing with a driver from the past. Diana takes a few steps forward and says that she cannot believe that a person would be afraid of a simple dog. Stopping a few steps away from the angry animal, she freezes and closes her eyes. After this, she concentrates her determination and looks at the dog with the most menacing look of all. The poor dog immediately turns around and runs away, thus showing that he is not in the mood to fight. Vincent asks her if she scared the dog away just by wanting to kill it, to which Diana states that she was simply showing her strength. Vincent states that in the future she will not need to resort to brute force and psychological violence in order to avoid problems. He also hopes that she doesn't remember the days when everything was covered in blood. Diana looks at him attentively, making it clear that there are all sorts of memories in her head. However, some sadness in the voice suggests that if everything was fine, no one would want to fight. Vincent smiles and realizes that she has kept her mind clear even through such difficult times. He happily declares that in that case they should just live peacefully, and Diana begins to think that she has fallen into a trap. She also states that they need to go further in order to have time to buy everything they need. A few hours later, evening comes, and they finally find themselves at home. Vincent admits that the shopping trip was quite exhausting, despite the outcome. It's also easy not to look at the gifts now, because they will only open them on New Year's. Vincent states that if they do this, it will be very strange to even enter here. With these words, he hangs several posters above his door, on which was written a blessing. Smiling, he asks her what she thinks about what they did. Diana says that these posters look much smaller than others, and not particularly pompous. There are only 6 symbols. Vincent asks her why they even compare lengths, to which she replies that the longer the blessing, the better. Vincent says that in that case he definitely knows a thing or two about such things, which she hints at ambiguously. Diana looks at him like he's an idiot because she still doesn't understand these hints. But it's for the best. A few minutes later, they are met by an aunt who asks them if they have already decided to hang the couplet so early. Vincent smiles, says that they met at the right time, and then asks her to take a photo of them. The aunt takes out her phone, says that this can be arranged very easily, and asks them not to move. Vincent takes Diana's hand and begins to smile, while the girl maintains a serious look. The aunt asks them if they are already celebrating the new year here, to which he smiles and says that he doesn't know where else he will celebrate it. Auntie reflects that if these two are going to spend New Year's at home, then they will surely stretch out soon. She chuckles and says that they can do what they were doing while she goes for a walk. Vincent and Diana say goodbye to their neighbor, then enter the apartment and close the door behind them. They immediately grab the bags and start sorting them. Mr. Pumpkinson smells fresh fish and immediately goes to the kitchen to beg for some. After a while, they both sit down on the couch. Vincent happily says that they are finally finished. After some time, he remembers that he really wants to look at the photograph that was taken by his neighbor. To do this, he takes out the phone he gave to his neighbor and even decides to block it. Diana doesn't notice this, but she looks at the photograph with interest and discovers that they have very different facial expressions. Gradina, who has just been eating nuts, asks her if he can have one and opens his mouth for her to put the nut in there himself. Diana takes this as a challenge and prepares to punish him for his insolence. Taking proper aim, he snaps his fingers, sending the nut at great speed straight into Vincent's mouth. Diana controlled her strength so as not to hit her partner's head, but even this blow was painful. However, this is not enough to destroy Vincent's spirit. He shows her a photo, telling her that it looks like it was taken in the past, to which Diana says that his smile looks stupid. Vincent focuses on her face and says that she doesn't need to be so serious in the photos. Vincent states that he will use Photoshop and filters to make the photo look old, to which the girl replies that she did not understand a single word. After some time, he writes to his mother and says that today he will bring Diana and asks her to teach him how to cook vareniki. A few more hours pass, and they finally come to visit their parents. Mother tells and shows Diana all the steps that need to be taken in order to make good vareniki. Well, he also asks him what they usually eat, to which the girl replies that they usually have oatmeal or noodles in the morning, and then she quickly prepares something for lunch. The mother is surprised that they eat 3 times a day, to which the girl states that sometimes they have a snack. The main character's mother notes that her rogue son usually slept until lunch, but now gets up for breakfast. Meanwhile, Diana continues to cook vareniki with incredible zeal, and mother reflects on the fact that everything really does change when you live with. Vincent and his father meanwhile sit in the hall and do not utter a single word. All that can be heard in the air is the sound of sunflower seeds cracking. After some time, Jonathan comes to visit him, who says that he was given quite a lot of food, and he decided to share with them. Looking up, he discovers that it was not Vincent's father who opened the door for him, but his friend. Vincent smiles contentedly, says that there is no need for ceremony, and he will gladly look at what they brought him. Jonathan immediately takes the bags of food aside, and says that he will not give them to Vincent. The protagonist's father looks at Jonathan with pride, realizing that he is receiving food from the police station in honor of the new year, while his son is not even looking for a job. Vincent says that he heard that Jonathan finally found himself a girlfriend, but the policeman says that he wants to leave this conversation for later. Mother smiles, says that he brought quite a lot, and then says that he cannot stay, since they also have a lot of dumplings at home. However, he turns to her to tell her something very important, but suddenly freezes. His gaze falls on Diana, who has been preparing dumplings all this time and closely watching the process. Jonathan immediately approaches Vincent and says that they need to talk. He sternly asks him if his girlfriend really makes vareniki, to which he asks what's wrong with that. Jonathan complains, saying that he is too quick, but he offers him an orange to calm down. Jonathan realizes that he found a girl on a dating app, but they are not dating yet, while Vincent has already achieved such success. Vincent tries to stop him and asks why he is already leaving and not staying to try the dumplings, to which he states that he better leave. Jonathan smiles and says that he will be on duty during the holidays, so they should remember to drink to his father for him on New Year's. Evening is coming and it's time to try the dumplings that Diana and Vincent's mother have prepared. They ask the men in the apartment if they like these dumplings, and they say that they are very tasty. Diana decides to try the dumplings herself, and notes that they turned out quite tasty. Mother says that she can eat more if she likes. She looks at Diana, reflecting on how at first she didn't believe her son's stories. But now she understands that this girl has been through a lot. Vincent also decides to try the dumplings, enjoying their incredibly soft taste. Quite quickly, all the plates of Veroniki are empty, despite the fact that only 4 people ate them. Mother is quite happy that this girl is too sincere and even ate a lot. Vincent's father is less kind, asking irritably if it was this complex that brought her here for a free meal. Our hero returns home, and Vincent asks Diana if she managed to figure out how to cook dumplings. Diana says that she almost succeeded, because she still needs quite a lot of practice. Vincent lies down on the sofa and says that here in the north, eating Veroniki is an obligatory part of celebrating the new year. He also states that it is not about where a dish is eaten, but that the place influences how people perceive that dish. Diana looks at him and says that she had no idea that this was the case before. Vincent looks back at her and asks if there is anything else she would like to know. Diana reflects on how Vincent usually talks a lot in order to hug her or hold her hand, and tries to figure out if he won't do that now. Vincent, in turn, already understands that the warrior is a little excited today, and assumes that it is because of his boundless wisdom. Some time passes, and he, satisfied, says that he is going to take a shower and closes the door behind him. Diana decides to take advantage of this time to spend a little time on the internet. The first thing she decides to do is find a video of ancient people kissing and what to do. She turns on the appropriate selections and gathers her strength to press the play button. After a while, the overabundance of romantic feelings that appear on screen makes her blush. To cope with this embarrassment, she gets furious and says that all this is vulgarity and not suitable for her. Vincent leaves the room and notices that his roommate is starting to tremble. Vincent comes closer to her and tells her that he is finished and recommends that she take a shower. Diana feels a tightness rising in her throat and falls silent for a while, not uttering a single word. However, after a few seconds of thought, she cautiously says that she will take a shower later. Vincent looks closely at the monitor screen and tries to understand what is happening here. Diana, in turn, no longer utters a single sound, feeling that if she turns around, she will give herself away. Vincent is confused because he didn't see what he was looking at before. Looking at the news, he wonders whether Diana really loved watching these programs so much. A few moments later, the girl announces that she will not wash her hair today. Vincent says that then he will go to work. After a while, he closes his laptop to stretch and looks at his watch. He realizes that it is already quite late, which means he can get ready to go to bed. Standing up, he says that he is going to bed and wishes her good night. After some time, the door closes quite loudly with a characteristic click. Diana looks around carefully and understands that something is clearly wrong here, because he didn't even touch her before going to bed. Vincent recently appears out of nowhere and says that it is quite late, and asks why she is not in the shower. Diana looks at him with some embarrassment, after which she realizes that he has no other choice. She says that she would actually like to wash her hair, but was too embarrassed to say so. Vincent looks at her in surprise, but the girl says that they see nothing strange in this. Vincent smiles and suggests that he can help her dry her hair, to which she replies that there is no need. After a while, she comes out of the shower and meets Vincent, who is already waiting for her with a hairdryer. Vincent smiles, while Diana turns away slightly to hide her smile. Nevertheless, she sits down on the chair, and Vincent turns on the hairdryer in order to help her. All this time, sleepy Mr. Pumpkinson lay on the sofa, only wagging his tail. Diana is lost in thought, trying to understand what is going on between the two of them. She notes that Vincent is usually very talkative, but now he is acting like a real quiet person. Vincent says he's talkative when things are going on, but right now everything is pretty calm. He also says that if she wants him to dry her hair, she should tell him about it, since she has nothing to be embarrassed about. Diana reflects on how much she wants to confuse him, but she knows that he will definitely lure her into something. But it will not be her fault. The next day, the frosty sun rises over the city again. Diana goes to the kitchen and takes a knife in order to properly cut the fish that is on the board. After thoroughly cleaning the fish, she dips it into a saucepan, which is immediately filled with a generous amount of soy sauce. Looking at the recipe displayed on his phone, she turns on the gas stove. Vincent says that she is already beginning to feel like a modern person, because yesterday her parents did not see anything strange. Diana also says that she is now able to hide her true self, which makes Vincent a little wary. Diana says that she thinks his family is very nice and really enjoyed eating together. It was great. Vincent continues to clean, reflecting on the need to end the old and enter the new. Quite quickly, the apartment starts to shine as if a cleaning company had done some work there. He reflects on the fact that this is Diana's first new year, and it seems to him that she is being reborn to some extent. Vincent still wonders in his mind what she meant by the words about her already being a modern person. He decides to find out everything indirectly and comes closer to her. Diana turns sharply towards him and asks him what it is, pointing to the broadcast of the game. Vincent says that the screen shows a broadcast of a man who makes money by having people watch him play. Diana says that it sounds cool and asks him if she can do the same, to which he states that it is not possible yet. Diana guesses his words and says that this is impossible because her identity is still in question. Vincent is surprised, while the girl states that she has done the necessary research. She claims that the problem can be solved by buying fake documents online, but Vincent says that they make documents legally. Diana asks him if there is a legal way, because he states that once she gets used to this world, the solution will find itself. Vincent sits down on the couch, starting to play with his pet, while Diana realizes that nothing happens on its own. Without saying anything, she decides to continue reading information on the internet. Vincent smiles and reflects on how Diana has grown so much as a person without even realizing it, because she can now discuss problems with him. After a few hours, the sun begins to gradually set, as it gets dark much earlier in winter. Diana ties her apron behind her back and says that today she will make dumplings with lamb and onions. Vincent is delighted with her idea and says that he is very glad that she decided to do this. After that, he rushes to the computer, thinking about what he took the opportunity to view the browser history. Vincent cherishes the hope that she forgot to clear her history, and this will give him a chance to find out everything she is hiding from him. However, as soon as he clicks on the browser history, he hears Diana's words behind him, accusing him of peeping. Vincent turns around quickly, feeling a cold sweat break out from head to toe. To his simultaneous surprise and relief, it was only his imagination, because Diana did not move. However, as soon as he turns around, he finds that the phrase has been entered into the search query. Vincent realizes that this was done specifically to check if he was trying to spy on her. He carefully moves away from the computer and heads towards the kitchen. He asks her how the dumplings are going, and Diana states that she is still busy preparing the dough. Vincent says that she should look at the ingredients, and he will definitely help with the rest. After this, he takes the meat and begins to knead it in order to prepare the perfect mince. Diana continues to cook, hoping that life will continue like this. After some time, New Year's Eve arrives, which means Vincent and Diana must go outside again. During their walk, they again come across Jonathan's father, who greets them with a joyful smile. He asks Vincent if he's taking his girlfriend to dinner, to which he states that they'll stop by later and even grab their signature dish. Jonathan's father says that he will bring water for cooking, noting that his son is at work and will not come home. Only they will be visiting. Diana, meanwhile, looks around carefully and focuses her gaze on the dog. A dog named Tyrant looks at her happily and wags his tail. After some time, they say goodbye to each other and go about their business. Vincent asks Diana if she likes dogs, noting that if she wants, they can buy her. Diana states that a dog of this size needs to eat quite a lot, so this is not advisable. Vincent says people get these dogs for fun, and this uncle, for example, feels better when he has someone around. Diana says that they already have a pet named Mr. Pumpkinson. Vincent agrees with her when he suddenly discovers that she said we mean them as a whole. He happily digests these words without uttering another word, after which they head towards his parents. Once inside, he wonders if they hadn't opened the box of fruit Jonathan brought. After a while, he picks up a small box and discovers that there is passion fruit in it. Quite quickly, he takes out the necessary fruit and cuts it with a knife. He recommends his father to try them and says that they are good for beauty. He also hands the fruit to his mother and says that there is enough for everyone, and treats Diana. All family members decide to try this fruit, realizing that they have never tried it before. Vincent watches them closely and asks them what they think about this fruit. Vincent's father and mother give some vague answers, but Diana begins to wince. Vincent guesses that, judging by everything, this fruit is not particularly tasty, so there is no point in eating it. After this, he removes his portion without taking a bite, and says that he will give them everything for the sake of their beauty. His interlocutors look at him with a menacing gaze, hinting that this won't work with them. Vincent says in a guilty voice that he will eat, because he will not let good things go to waste. On New Year's Eve, people get rid of the old and dress up in new clothes in order to renew themselves. This is necessary because every year people grow older and mature. Preparations for the new year are in full swing, and Vincent's father and his son open the festive alcohol. Thanks to a special device, they easily remove corks from champagne bottles, surprising Diana. After this, they pour the alcohol into special glasses. The father of the family makes a toast, saying that another year has passed and it was a little different from the previous one. He looks at his son responsibly and says that he has matured significantly over the past year. Smiling, he says that he would like the next year to be much better than the last one. Mother smiles and agrees with the thought that the best is yet to come. On car days, they talk about how they will drink to each other's health this time. After a while, Mom starts telling stories from Vincent's childhood. Vincent objects to this, but she says that she does not see anything criminal in it. She notes that she sees no reason not to continue, and Diana smiles as she looks at them. Some more time passes, and the meal comes to its logical conclusion. Diana helps her mother put all the dishes in the sink and wash them thoroughly. Vincent's father approaches his son and gently calls him over, saying that he has something to talk about. Vincent decides to follow his father and follows him into his private office. He asks him what is the reason for such secrecy and concealment. Vincent's father comes closer to him and places a small box in his hand, telling him to keep it. This is how he states that this box should only be opened when he is at home. Vincent asks him if this is a New Year's gift, to which he states that he will know when he opens it, after which he leaves, releasing his son from the office. They spend some time getting ready to go home and say goodbye to their parents. Vincent suggests that Diana visit Jonathan's father, noting that there she will no longer have to pretend. Vincent also says that she can practice speaking, since the old man will forget absolutely everything after a couple of glasses and sleep. Vincent finds that the warrior seems more thoughtful than usual, and tries to figure out if she is drunk. Pausing briefly, he says that he would like to see what his father taught him in the office. Opening the box, he sees a contraceptive pill inside. Realizing that their parents are thinking too much about their stage of relationship, Diana looks at the 2 contraceptives in surprise and asks Vincent what they are. Vincent quickly removes the box and says that it is a balloon that can be inflated to enormous sizes, but that it is of no use now. Diana asks him if he will be of any use in the future, to which he states that it is quite possible. After some time, they come to their uncle and wish him a happy new year. Vincent says that his uncle's son is at work every day, which means he can find another roommate. Jonathan's father smiles and says that he can't find anyone, because it's unlikely that anyone will need him. Vincent says that he needs to look for those who are old enough but still dancing in the square. Jonathan's father asks Diana if she is bored with an old man like him, to which she replies that she does not agree. After this, the man drinks some alcohol and leans back in his chair. Looking at them, he says that they are already celebrating the new year together and asks them when they will get married. Vincent says that they haven't thought about it yet, but they will definitely think about it later. Jonathan's father asks if she came from out of town, to which she replies that this is not entirely true. He asks his interlocutor whether she really came here to study, to which she replies that she works here. Jonathan's father says that Diana looks too young to start working already. Diana states that due to certain circumstances she did not go to school, and the old man says that it is not so bad. Vincent, meanwhile, continues to pour alcohol into the old man's glass so that he drinks it faster. Jonathan's father suggests that she can let Vincent take care of her, and the girl, embarrassed, says that this is indeed the case. The old man says that before he could blink, the boy was already planning to start a family, noting that time really flies very quickly. Vincent asks the old man if his son is not dating anyone, noting that it will soon be his turn to start a family. Diana listens to their conversation and understands that there really is something warm in these soulful gatherings. She turns her gaze to the TV, which promises an unforgettable night that people will never forget. However, she has a strange feeling that something is wrong, but she cannot figure out what exactly. After some time, they finally leave the old man, wishing him a good new year, and go outside. Vincent looks happily at the starry sky while Diana continues to follow him. He asks her if she felt anything strange in the old man's house. Vincent says that there is a difference between her and modern people, after which Diana is left with the question of what this difference is. Vincent smiles and tries to figure out how to explain this in simple words. After a while, he realizes that there is no point in this and takes her hand. Smiling, he says that it's better for her to think about it herself, and he doesn't need to explain everything to her every time. Diana looks at her hand, which is holding Vincent's hand, and decides not to let go. After some thought, she realizes that she likes this life and wants to rely on this man. Returning home, they turn on the New Year's show that is broadcast on the state channel. Vincent smiles and says that apparently they made it to the very end of the New Year's special show. He also says that tomorrow is the first day of the new year and she should wear all new clothes. Diana nevertheless tries to understand what emotions she feels for this man, after everything that happened. Vincent looks at her and finds that she is looking at him a little seriously and wary. Diana doesn't answer his questions and quickly gets to her feet, heading to another room. Vincent tries to understand what is happening to her today, but does not find an answer. After making sure that she is in the kitchen, he tries to figure out what she is looking for there. Looking closer, he sees that she is holding a bottle of wine in her hands. Coming out of the kitchen, she looks at him with a very contradictory look. Vincent runs up to her, asking her why she drank the wine for cooking, noting that it is quite strong and not intended for this purpose. Diana looks closely at her partner, who takes her hand to keep her from falling. She asks him if the lecture is already over. Consciousness is still pure. Vincent, a little irritated, says that their consciousness is the sixth, and few can compare with the purity of consciousness. Diana decides it's time to act, rushes forward and grabs Vincent's arms. For a few moments he finds himself pinned to the sofa, unable to move. Diana says that she really wants to rely on this man. These thoughts completely immerse her in a state of some kind of trance, while Vincent tries to understand what is happening. The TVs in the back thank all the viewers who stayed with him the whole time. He also states that there are only 3 seconds left until midnight, while Diana moves her lips closer to Vincent's face. The countdown is almost over, after which the wish for a happy new year is asked, at which point Diana kisses the protagonist. This kiss turns out to be quite unusual, as she decides to bite him a little. Vincent feels the confusion pierce through his mind and realizes that he has never felt so helpless. He understands that he is holding her tightly and cannot tear himself away from her with absolutely anything. After a while, Diana moves away from him a little, leaving a bloody stain on his lips. She asks him what he thinks about the purity of their consciousness right now. Vincent admits his point of view and says that now their consciousness and conscience are no longer clear. Vincent reflects on how they are boyfriend and girlfriend under the influence of alcohol, and their feelings are now at their limit. She also asks if she can let him go first, stating that if she wants, she can teach her similar things. Diana abruptly lets go of his hand and rises to her feet without uttering another word. Vincent no longer knows what to think after what he just experienced, since he is physically weaker than her. Diana turns around and goes to her room to get him something. Vincent reflects that he can't even imagine what happened to her today. Why she is behaving so strangely. After some time, an object appears in front of his face that he has not seen for a very long time. Diana holds her sandals in her hands and says that he can take them if he really wants to. Vincent looks at the sandals in surprise and tries to understand what it all means. Diana says that this is the limit of what she can do for him right now. After a moment, she says that she can also teach him how to fight properly, and starts waving her hand near his face. Vincent points out that it's a new year, so training can wait until the next day, and Diana stops for a moment. After this, she turns to the side and says that in this case she will go to her room. A moment later, she is already at the entrance to her room, and Vincent still does not understand what it was. Before slamming her door, she tells him to good night. Vincent is left alone with his thoughts, realizing that it was quite decisive. He is left with mixed feelings about what happened, as he does not understand what it even means. Diana cautiously peers out of bed to watch him. Vincent notices her attempts to follow him and tries to find out why she hasn't gone to bed yet. Thoughts flash through his mind that he clearly heard her getting ready to go to bed. Vincent tries to appease her and says that he has drunk enough, so it would be better if she does not approach him, because in the morning she will forget him. Diana takes a few steps towards him and stops right next to him. She also extends her hand to him and tells him that he did not touch them today. Vincent is surprised that everything turns out to be much more prosaic and less dangerous than he imagined. After he touches her hands, Diana turns around with a barely noticeable smile and goes to her room. Vincent reflects that what happened seems quite alarming to him. If she wakes up tomorrow and is ashamed, then it will turn out to be a disaster for him. He immediately closes all the windows and doors so that she cannot just leave. A few hours later, the first day of the new year arrives, and Diana seems to be in a good mood. Vincent tries to follow her discreetly, assuming that everything seems to be fine. However, this does not reassure him, because it seems even stranger to him. Diana turns around in surprise as he appears behind her. He asks her if she remembers what happened yesterday, causing her to turn around abruptly. After a short pause, he asks again if she remembers what happened yesterday. Diana puffs out her cheeks a little, and says that their consciousness is no longer clear. Vincent wants to talk and, unable to find anything better to do, realizes that he went to bed last night without taking a shower. After thinking about the shower for a bit, he suggests that she might have misunderstood something, and they'll talk about it a little later. The first thing he does is run to the shower and quickly turn on the water to wash himself. Diana is left alone in the room and understands that this could lead to something more serious. Diana realizes that this is the end, and now she faces the inevitable fate of having 5 children. 20 minutes later, he asks her to answer the question of why she suddenly drank wine and kissed him. Diana says that she wants to rely on him, and that's why she did something like this. Vincent asks her why she gave him her shoes then, since in Chinese culture it is considered a gesture of breaking off a relationship. Diana turns sharply in his direction and looks at him with a stern and embarrassed look at the same time. It is very difficult for her to say the next words, but she gathers her courage to say them. She asks him if he doesn't like her shoes anymore if he keeps them. Vincent asks her why she thought he liked shoes. Diana says that she looked at the information on the internet. Loving shoes is, of course, unusual, but this is not an indicator of any deviations. She also states that she doesn't mind not wearing shoes if that's what he likes. But Vincent immediately interrupts her, saying that she's got it all wrong. He himself says decisively that he has no quirks about shoes, and begins to suspect that something is wrong with them. He asks her if she saw that he kept her old sandals. Diana looks at him and says that she is not going to look down on him because of this. Vincent says that he kept the shoes because they came here with her, and he thought that they could be saved and sold for a lot of money. Diana sternly asks him if he wanted to sell only the sandals he had taken off his feet. Vincent asks her what she looked at on the internet that gave her the wrong ideas. Diana says that if he likes the sandals, he can keep them, but he shouldn't sell them because they suit her. Vincent realizes that he is now forever under the cliché of a pervert, because he has no quirks, and she should not worry about it. Immediately after this, he suggests moving on to the next topic and shows some hint on his hands. He talks about how she said she wanted to rely on him, and asks her if she meant pinning him down on the couch and biting him. Diana says that she bit him because after a kiss, her mind would not remain clear. She also says that she is his girlfriend now, so they need to be closer. Vincent says that if she is his girlfriend, then she may well hug him. Diana feels incredibly awkward, but decides to move a little towards him. After some time, she makes a little more effort, moving towards him a few centimeters. Vincent hugs her tighter and tells her that he has been waiting for this day for a long time. He says that in fact their understanding of pure reason has always differed from each other. He states that his and her desires also differ because they have different ideas about what a romantic relationship looks like. Diana says that the logical development of all relationships is a normal marriage. Vincent smiles as he says that marriage is an end result, not a goal, because loving for the soul and for the body are 2 different things. Diana says that she just likes living the way they live now and she wants it to continue forever. Vincent says that he understands and shares this perfectly well, and also wants the modern Diana to become his wife. Immediately after this, he carefully leans towards her and kisses her on the forehead. Vincent assures her that he hopes she is learning to smile, after which she tries to smile on her second try, but it comes out rather forced. After this, he puts his hand on her shoulder and says that he didn't mean that she doesn't know how to smile, but that she's not used to it. He reminds her that when she saw snow or when she ate barbecue or enjoyed cake, she smiled very sincerely. He states that when she is happy, you smile from ear to ear, and he feels her joy at such moments. Vincent also said that he hopes she knows why people smile and what is behind it. Diana says that she now understands why her uncle didn't talk much yesterday when they came to see him. Vincent talked about how she still came from a world 1,000 years ago, and she still had a lot to understand. He says that she can study as much as she needs, and he will not rush her. Diana states that she does not force herself to study specifically, which then states that in this case, she can kiss him again. Diana freezes in place, feeling her face turn red again from intense embarrassment. A few moments later, she makes a swift movement towards Vincent and kisses him on the cheek. Vincent smiles and says that it wasn't that hard, she needs to repeat it to get used to it, but Diana states that she can give him all her shoes. Vincent notes that he has been misunderstood, saying that he doesn't like boots, but likes kisses.